Welcome to Fright Club. The first rule of Fright Club is you do talk about Fright Club, based on true event, The Finder. Mike Torrance had been living with his gift for 34 years, and he still didn't have a name for it that didn't make him sound like some crystal-gazing fraud on a late-night TV infomercial. Psychometry was what the books called it, but that sounded like something you'd measure with calipers. Object reading was more accurate, but made him think of fortune tellers with painted fingernails and too much mascara. What Mike could do was simple enough to describe and impossible to explain. He could touch something and see where it had been. Not all the time, and not with everything. Seemed to work best with objects that meant something to someone. Things that had been handled with emotion, held close, worried over. The stronger the feeling attached to the object, the clearer the vision. It had started when he was 8 years old, and his mother was tearing the house apart, looking for her wedding ring. She'd taken it off to knead bread dough, set it somewhere safe, and then completely blanked on where somewhere safe was. Mike had found her crying at the kitchen table, her hands still dusted with flour. "It's okay, Mama," he'd said, taking her hand. "I'll help you look." But when his small fingers closed around hers, he saw it clear as day. The ring sitting on the windowsill above the kitchen sink, where the late afternoon sun made the small diamond sparkle like a star. He'd seen her put it there, watched her glance around the kitchen to make sure it was somewhere she'd remember, seen her satisfied nod before she went back to her bread. "Try the windowsill," he'd said, and his mother had stared at him for a long moment before walking over and finding the ring exactly where he'd said it would be. "How did you know that, Michael?" He couldn't explain it then, and he couldn't explain it now. The gift, if that's what it was, had been with him ever since. Sometimes it was clear as watching a movie. Sometimes it was just flashes, fragments, like looking through a kaleidoscope. And sometimes, when he was tired or stressed or had been drinking too much, it didn't work at all, which was why he'd never made a career out of it. Mike Torrance was a handyman in Castle Rock, Maine, a divorced father of a teenage daughter who thought he was an embarrassment, a man who drove a 15-year-old Ford pickup and lived in a rented apartment above Needful Things antique shop. He fixed leaky faucets and rewired faulty outlets and helped old ladies move their furniture. And occasionally, very occasionally, he used his gift to help people find things that mattered to them. Always quietly, always carefully, and always for free. Like last month when Mrs. Chen couldn't find her husband's Purple Heart. Her Arthur had been dead for 3 years, but she'd been cleaning house for her daughter's visit and somehow misplaced the metal case. Mike had touched Arthur's favorite coffee mug and seen the old man hiding the case in the basement behind his workbench, wrapped in an oiled cloth to keep it safe from humidity. Sometimes Arthur liked to go down there and just hold it, Mrs. Chen had said when Mike led her to it, especially toward the end, when the memories were all he had left. Mike never asked for payment, but people had their ways of showing gratitude. Mrs. Chen brought him homemade soup once a week. Old Pete Morrison let him use the garage bay for free when the truck needed work. Sarah Bracknell from the diner always made sure his coffee cup stayed full and never charged him for pie. It was a good life, Mike told himself. Quiet, predictable, honest. The kind of life a man could live without explaining himself to anyone. Until Emma Hutchins went missing. The call came on a Tuesday morning in October when the leaves were just starting to turn, and there was that first sharp bite in the air that promised winter wasn't far behind. Mike was replacing a garbage disposal for the Perkins family when his cell phone buzzed. "Mike, this is Linda Hutchins, Emma's mother." Mike knew Linda by sight, a young woman who worked at the bank, always looked tired, raising her daughter alone after her husband had taken off for parts unknown 2 years back. Emma was 7, gap-toothed and fearless, the kind of kid who climbed trees and caught frogs and wasn't afraid of anything. "What can I do for you, Linda?" Her voice cracked. "Emma didn't come home from school yesterday. The police, they're looking, but it's been almost 18 hours, and they don't have any leads, and I just thought, I heard you help people sometimes. Find things." Mike's stomach went cold. He'd helped find lost jewelry, missing pets, important documents. Never a missing child. Never anything that mattered this much. "Linda, I'm not sure I can—" "Please." The word came out broken, desperate. "I don't have anyone else to ask. My parents are dead, Emma's father is God knows where, and the police keep telling me to be patient." "I can't be patient, Mike. She's my baby." Mike closed his eyes. Through the phone, he could hear Linda crying, trying to muffle the sounds with her hand. In the background, he heard voices, probably neighbors or friends, people who'd come to sit with her while she waited for news that might never come. "Where are you now?" he asked. "Home. 47 Maple Street. I'll be right over." The Hutchins house was a small Cape Cod in the older part of town, the kind of place where young families started out and old folks stayed until they couldn't manage the stairs anymore. Mike had driven past it 1,000 times, but never really looked at it. Now he saw the small details, the carefully maintained flower beds, the swing hanging from the old oak in the front yard, the child's bicycle leaning against the front porch. Linda met him at the door. She was maybe 35, brown hair pulled back in a ponytail, wearing jeans and a flannel shirt that looked like she'd slept in them. Her eyes were red-rimmed and desperate. "Thank you for coming," she said, leading him into a living room that looked like it had been decorated on a tight budget, but with a lot of love. Family pictures covered the mantelpiece. Linda and Emma at the beach, at Christmas, blowing out birthday candles. A normal life suddenly torn apart. "Tell me what happened," Mike said, settling into a chair across from the couch where Linda perched on the edge of the cushions, too wired to relax. "Emma walks home from school every day. It's only 4 blocks, and she's done it since kindergarten. She knows to come straight home, knows not to talk to strangers." Linda twisted her hands in her lap. "She was supposed to be home by 3:30. When she wasn't here by 4, I called the school. They said she'd left with everyone else. Did anyone see her after that? Mrs. Donovan, from 2 streets over, saw her at the corner of Maple and Pine around 3:40. Emma waved at her. That was the last—" Linda's voice broke again. Mike leaned forward. "Linda, I need you to understand something. What I do, it's not like in the movies. I can't just wave my hand and know where Emma is. I need something that belonged to her, something she handled a lot, cared about. And even then, I might not see anything useful. But you'll try?" "Of course I'll try." Linda nodded and hurried upstairs. Mike could hear her moving around, probably going through Emma's room. While he waited, he studied the family pictures more closely. Emma looked like her mother, the same brown hair and serious eyes, but there was something else in the child's face, a spark of mischief that suggested she was the kind of kid who would climb the highest tree just to see if she could. Linda came back downstairs carrying a stuffed rabbit that had seen better days. The fur was worn smooth in places, and one ear was slightly shorter than the other where it had obviously been loved back to health more than once. "This is Mr. Hopscotch," Linda said, holding the rabbit carefully. "Emma's had him since she was 2. She sleeps with him every night, takes him everywhere. When she started school, I had to convince her to leave him at home because the other kids might make fun." Mike took the rabbit and immediately felt the weight of emotion attached to it. 7 years of bedtime stories, whispered secrets, tears dried against soft fur, and the fierce love only a child could feel for a treasured toy. This would work. This would definitely work. "I need you to understand," Mike said, holding the rabbit but not yet opening himself to whatever it might show him. "Sometimes what I see isn't pleasant. If something bad happened to Emma, I might see it. Are you prepared for that?" Linda's face went white, but she nodded. "I have to know. Not knowing is killing me." Mike closed his eyes and let his fingers tighten around Mr. Hopscotch. The vision hit him like a physical blow. Emma walking down Pine Street, her school backpack bouncing against her shoulders, Mr. Hopscotch tucked under one arm. She was humming something, sounded like a song from one of those Disney movies kids loved. Happy. Safe. Just a little girl walking home from school on a beautiful October afternoon. Then a van pulled up beside her. White van, no windows in the back, the kind contractors used. The driver leaned out, saying something to Emma. Mike couldn't hear the words, but he could see Emma's face change from casual interest to confusion to fear. The man got out of the van, mid-40s maybe, average height, thinning brown hair. The kind of face you'd forget 5 minutes after meeting him. He was holding something, a piece of paper, like he was asking for directions. Emma stepped closer, still clutching Mr. Hopscotch, wanting to help but smart enough to be cautious. Too cautious. When Emma tried to back away, the man grabbed her arm. She opened her mouth to scream, but he clamped his other hand over her face. In the struggle, Mr. Hopscotch fell to the pavement. Mike felt Emma's terror through the rabbit, felt her desperation as she was dragged toward the van. She was fighting, kicking, trying to bite the hand covering her mouth. But she was 7 years old and maybe 60 pounds, and the man was strong. The van door slammed, the engine started, and Mr. Hopscotch lay abandoned on the asphalt, soaking up the last traces of Emma's fear and love. Mike's eyes snapped open. He was sweating, his heart hammering against his ribs. Linda was staring at him with a mixture of hope and dread. "What did you see?" Mike set the rabbit down carefully, his hands shaking. She was taken. A man in a white van, no back windows. He grabbed her on Pine Street about 2 blocks from here. Linda's face crumpled. She was alive when he took her, Mike said quickly. Fighting mad, actually. That's a good sign. Emma's a fighter. Did you see where he went? Mike closed his eyes again, trying to pull more from the vision, but it was fading the way they always did. No. The connection broke when she was put in the van. I'm sorry. Linda was crying again, but there was something different in her tears now. Relief, maybe, at finally knowing what had happened. Or maybe just the release of having her worst fears confirmed. "We have to call the police," she said. "Tell them about the van." Mike nodded, but he was thinking about something else. In all the years he'd been using his gift, he'd never felt anything like what he'd experienced touching Mr. Hopscotch. Usually, the visions were like watching a movie, clear but distant, something happening to other people. This time, he'd felt Emma's fear as if it were his own, felt her desperation and terror and the fierce love she had for the stuffed rabbit she'd been forced to leave behind. And there was something else, something that made his skin crawl. For just a moment, right at the end of the vision, He'd felt something looking back at him. Something that had noticed his presence in Emma's memory and didn't like being watched. The police came and took Mike's statement with the kind of polite skepticism he'd expected. Detective Ray Torgerson was a good man, Mike knew. They'd gone to high school together, played on the same baseball team. But Ray dealt in facts and evidence, not psychic visions from stuffed animals. "You're sure about the van?" Ray asked, pen poised over his notebook. "White panel van, no rear windows," Mike repeated. "The driver was maybe 45, brown hair, average build, nothing distinctive about him." "And you saw this how, exactly?" Mike had worked out his story in advance. "I was driving home from the Perkins place around 3:30. Saw a white van parked on Pine Street. Thought it was odd because I didn't recognize it. When Linda told me that's where Emma was last seen, I remembered. It wasn't exactly a lie, but it wasn't the truth either." Ray made his notes, promised to put out a bolo for white panel vans, and left with the kind of expression that said he wasn't holding out much hope. Linda walked Mike to the door. "What happens now?" "The police will do their job," Mike said. "They're good at what they do. But you'll keep looking too, won't you? With your gift?" Mike hesitated. Every instinct told him to walk away, to let the professionals handle this. What he'd felt at the end of that vision, the sense of something looking back at him, had shaken him more than he wanted to admit. But when he looked at Linda's face, saw the desperate hope in her eyes, he found himself nodding. "I'll do what I can." Mike went home to his apartment above the antique shop, but he couldn't settle down. He tried watching TV, tried reading, tried organizing his toolbox, anything to keep his mind occupied. Nothing worked. Every time he closed his eyes, he saw Emma's face in that moment when she realized she was in trouble. Finally, he gave up and drove back to Pine Street. The section of road where Emma had been taken was just an ordinary piece of suburban asphalt. Modest houses, well-kept lawns, the kind of neighborhood where people knew each other's names and kept an eye on each other's kids. The kind of place where a child should be safe walking home from school. Mike parked his truck and walked to the spot where he'd seen Emma in the vision. There, at the edge of the pavement, he found what he was looking for. A small scuff mark in the asphalt where Mr. Hopscotch had hit the ground. He knelt and placed his palm flat against the pavement. This time, the vision was different, broader. He saw the van pulling away, saw it turn left onto Elm Street, then right onto Route 117 heading out of town. He followed it in his mind, watching the landscape change from suburban streets to rural highway to nothing. The connection broke, leaving him kneeling on Pine Street with a splitting headache and the taste of copper in his mouth. But he'd seen enough. The van had left Castle Rock heading north on 117. That was something, at least. Mike was about to get up when he felt it again, that sense of being watched. But this time, it wasn't coming from a vision. This time it was immediate and present and very real. He turned slowly, scanning the street. Most of the houses were dark, their occupants either asleep or watching TV in back rooms. But there, in the shadow of a large maple tree 3 houses down, Mike saw the outline of a figure, a man standing perfectly still, watching him. Mike's heart began to race. He stood up slowly, not taking his eyes off the shadowy figure. For a long moment, they stared at each other across the quiet street. Then the figure stepped backward, deeper into the shadows, and disappeared. Mike ran to the spot where the man had been standing, but found only an empty sidewalk and the lingering smell of cigarette smoke. Whoever it was had vanished into the maze of backyards and side streets that made up this part of town. But as Mike walked back to his truck, he couldn't shake the feeling that he'd just been evaluated, measured, and found to be, what? A threat? An obstacle? Or maybe just another target? Mike didn't sleep well that night. Every time he started to drift off, he'd jerk awake with the sensation that someone was watching him through his bedroom window. By morning, he'd convinced himself it was just paranoia, the natural result of getting involved in something this serious. But when he went downstairs to open the shop for Mr. Gaunt, though the old man was rarely around these days, the antique business somehow kept running. Mike found something that made his blood turn to ice water. Tucked under the windshield wiper of his truck was a single photograph. It showed Emma Hutchins, very much alive, sitting on what looked like a metal cot in a room with concrete walls. She was still wearing her school clothes, still holding Mr. Hopscotch, but her face was streaked with tears, and her eyes held a terror that no 7-year-old should ever have to feel. On the back of the photograph, someone had written in neat block letters, "She's safe for now, stop looking." Mike's hands shook as he turned the photograph over again. Emma was alive. That was the important thing. But the message was clear. Someone knew he was looking for her, and they wanted him to stop, which meant he was getting close to something they didn't want found. Mike drove straight to the police station and found Detective Torgerson at his desk, looking like he'd slept about as well as Mike had. "Ray, I need to show you something." Torgerson looked at the photograph with the kind of careful attention cops reserved for evidence that might break a case. "Where did you get this?" "Someone left it on my truck overnight." "Any idea who?" Mike shook his head. "But whoever took Emma knows I'm looking for her. The question is how." Ray studied Mike's face. "You want to tell me what you're really doing, Mike? Because I've got a missing 7-year-old, no leads, and now someone's leaving photographs on your truck. That's not the kind of coincidence I believe in." Mike had known this moment would come eventually. Ray was a good cop, which meant he was going to keep pushing until he got answers. The question was how much of the truth he could handle. "I have a gift," Mike said finally. "I can find things, lost things. I touched Emma's stuffed rabbit yesterday and saw her being taken." Ray leaned back in his chair. "You're psychic." "I don't know what I am. I just know that sometimes, when I touch something that mattered to someone, I can see where it's been. And you saw Emma being taken. By a man in a white van, just like I told you yesterday." Ray was quiet for a long moment, studying Mike's face the way he might examine a piece of evidence. Finally, he said, "My grandmother used to read tea leaves, claimed she could see the future in the pattern of leaves at the bottom of a cup. Most people thought she was crazy, but she predicted 3 deaths, 2 births, and a fire that burned down half of Main Street. Do you believe in it?" "I believe in results," Ray said. "If you can find Emma Hutchins, I don't care if you use tea leaves, crystal balls, or communication with little green men from Mars." They were interrupted by Officer Jenny Martinez, who knocked on Ray's door and stuck her head in. "Detective, we just got a call about a white panel van, found abandoned in a rest area about 20 miles north on 117. Ray was on his feet immediately. "How long has it been there?" "Groundskeeper says at least 2 days. No license plates, VIN numbers filed off. Looks like it was wiped clean." "Get a crime scene team out there," Ray said. Then, to Mike, "Want to take a ride?" The rest area was one of those small roadside parks that dotted main highways, a few picnic tables, a couple of vending machines, and restrooms that smelled like industrial disinfectant and broken dreams. The white van was parked at the far end of the lot, looking innocent enough except for the complete absence of any identifying marks. Mike followed Ray and the crime scene team, staying back while they photographed and measured and dusted for fingerprints that probably weren't there. But when Ray asked if he wanted to take a look inside the van, Mike nodded. The interior was exactly as clean as they'd expected. Not a fiber, not a fingerprint, not so much as a gum wrapper. Whoever had used this van was professional, careful, experienced. But when Mike placed his hand on the driver's seat, he caught a flash of something. Emma, curled up in the back of the van, crying softly. Mr. Hopscotch nowhere to be seen, probably left behind on Pine Street. The van moving through the night, heading north, east. The vision was fragmented, unclear, and then again, that sense of being watched, of something looking back at him through the psychic connection, studying him with cold intelligence. Mike jerked his hand back as if he'd touched a live wire. "You okay?" Ray asked. "Fine, just fine." But Mike wasn't fine. Whatever had taken Emma was more than just a predator with a van and a taste for children. There was something else involved, something that could sense when Mike used his gift to track it, something that was now tracking him in return. The photograph had been a warning. "Stop looking," it said. But Mike couldn't stop, wouldn't stop, not with Emma out there somewhere, afraid and alone and depending on people like him and Ray to bring her home, which meant the game had changed. It was no longer just about finding Emma. It was about who would find whom first. That night, Mike took precautions. He drove home by a circuitous route, checking his mirrors for anyone following him. He parked his truck in the alley behind the antique shop instead of out front. He entered through the back door and checked every room in the apartment before settling down with a cup of coffee and his laptop. If there was a predator operating in this area, there would be other missing children, other families destroyed by some monster who hunted kids like Emma. Mike spent 3 hours searching through missing persons databases, police reports, and newspaper archives. What he found made him sick. Over the past 5 years, 8 children had gone missing from small towns within a 100-mile radius of Castle Rock, all between the ages of 6 and 10, all taken while walking home from school or playing in their yards, all vanished without a trace. The police in each town had investigated, but without physical evidence or witnesses, the cases had gone cold. Families had been torn apart. Parents had divorced, moved away, or drunk themselves into early graves. And somewhere out there, a monster had continued hunting. Until now. Mike printed out everything he could find about the missing children, spreading the papers across his kitchen table. 8 faces stared back at him, 4 boys, 4 girls, all with that unmistakable look of childhood innocence that should have protected them from the kind of evil that had found them instead. But as Mike studied the photographs, he began to notice patterns. The children had all been taken during the day, from public places where a kidnapping should have been noticed. Yet in each case, no one had seen anything suspicious. It was as if the children had simply vanished into thin air. Either their abductor was incredibly lucky, or he had some way of knowing when it was safe to strike, some way of sensing when no one was watching. Mike was beginning to suspect it was the latter. He was still studying the files when his phone rang. The caller ID showed Linda Hutchins' number. "Mike, I'm sorry to call so late, but I can't sleep, and I keep thinking about what you said, about Emma fighting back when that man took her. She's strong, Linda. That's going to help her. I know, but Mike, there's something I should have told you yesterday. Something I didn't think was important, but now I'm wondering if maybe it was. Mike sat up straighter. What is it? For the past couple of weeks, Emma kept saying she felt like someone was watching her. At school, at the playground, even here at home. I thought it was just her imagination, you know? Kids that age, they get ideas in their heads. Did she say anything else about it? Just that it made her feel scared. She started asking me to walk her to school, which she hasn't wanted since kindergarten, and she wouldn't play outside by herself anymore. Mike felt cold fingers walking up his spine. Linda, why didn't you tell the police about this? I don't know. I guess I thought it would make me sound like a paranoid mother. And it's not like Emma could describe anyone specific. She just said she felt watched. After Linda hung up, Mike sat staring at the missing children's photos spread across his table. How many of them had felt watched in the days before they disappeared? How many had tried to tell their parents about the creeping sensation of invisible eyes following their every move? And how many parents had dismissed those fears as childhood imagination? Mike was reaching for his phone to call Ray when he heard it, a soft, scratching sound coming from somewhere above his head, like fingernails dragging across wood. He looked up at the ceiling. The sound came again from the direction of his bedroom. Slow, deliberate, rhythmic. Scratch, scratch, scratch. Mike grabbed a flashlight from his kitchen drawer and climbed the stairs as quietly as he could. The scratching continued, and now he could tell it was coming from outside his bedroom window, the one that faced the alley where he'd parked his truck. He approached the window carefully, staying to one side so he wouldn't be silhouetted against the light. The scratching stopped. Mike waited, counting his heartbeats, then quickly moved to the window and looked out. The alley was empty. His truck sat where he'd left it, undisturbed. But there, scratched into the wooden frame around his window, was a message. "Stop looking, or she dies." Mike grabbed his phone and called 911, but by the time the police arrived, whoever had left the message was long gone. They took pictures, dusted for fingerprints, and promised to increase patrols in the area. But Mike could see in their eyes the same thing he'd seen in Ray's, the look cops got when they were dealing with something beyond their experience. "Any idea who might want to threaten you?" Officer Martinez asked, as she finished taking his statement. Mike almost laughed. "Someone who doesn't want me looking for Emma Hutchins. The missing girl? Why would they care what you do?" Mike had already told Ray about his gift, but he wasn't ready to explain it to the entire Castle Rock police force. "I've been helping the family. Maybe I got too close to something." Martinez nodded and made notes, but Mike could tell she thought he was just a civilian who'd gotten in over his head, which, he supposed, was probably true. After the police left, Mike stood in his bedroom staring at the scratched message. The wood was gouged deep, as if it had been carved with something very sharp, or very pointed, like claws. Mike didn't sleep that night. He sat in his living room chair with a baseball bat across his knees, watching the windows and listening to every sound the old building made as it settled around him. Twice, he thought he heard footsteps in the alley. Once, he was sure he saw a face at his kitchen window, just a pale blur that vanished the moment he looked directly at it. By morning, he'd made a decision. The warnings were escalating, which meant he was getting close to something important. But it also meant that whoever had Emma was getting desperate. Desperate people made mistakes. Mike called in sick to his regular handyman jobs and drove to the library. If there was a pattern to the kidnappings, he was going to find it. And if there was information about the kind of person who could sense when he was using his gift, he was going to find that too. The Castle Rock Public Library was a Carnegie building from the early 1900s, all dark wood and tall windows, and the kind of respectful quiet that made people whisper. Mike had spent a lot of time here as a kid, back when his mother was working 2 jobs, and he needed a safe place to do his homework. The head librarian was Sarah Morrison, Pete's daughter, who'd gone to college and come back with a degree in library science and a determination to drag Castle Rock's information services into the 21st century. She greeted Mike with a smile and a cup of coffee that was actually drinkable. "Research project?" she asked, leading him to a computer terminal. "Something like that. I need to look up information about psychic phenomena. Specifically, people who can sense when they're being observed through supernatural means." Sarah raised an eyebrow but didn't ask questions. One of the things Mike had always liked about librarians was their professional commitment to curiosity without judgment. "Try the paranormal psychology databases," she suggested. "And there's a collection of academic papers on psychic phenomena that might be helpful. Password is Carnegie 192. Mike spent the next 4 hours reading everything he could find about psychic abilities, supernatural predators, and the intersection between the two. Most of it was garbage, New Age nonsense about crystal healing and astral projection. But buried in the academic papers, he found references to something called psychic symbiosis. According to Dr. Elizabeth Harding of the University of Vermont, psychic symbiosis occurred when 2 individuals with supernatural abilities formed an involuntary connection. The stronger psychic, usually someone with predatory intentions, could sense when the weaker one was using their gift and could track them through that connection. Think of it as a supernatural form of caller ID, Dr. Harding had written. The predator becomes aware not only that they're being observed, but by whom. Mike felt ice form in his stomach. Every time he'd used his gift to search for Emma, he'd been sending out a psychic signal that her captor could detect. The man wasn't just kidnapping children. He was hunting people like Mike, people who might be able to find him. Mike was about to close the database when another article caught his eye. This one was from the Journal of Criminal Psychology, written by an FBI profiler named Marcus Webb. The Collector, a profile of the supernatural predator, described a type of criminal that law enforcement was only beginning to understand. These individuals didn't just take victims, they collected them, keeping them alive for extended periods while feeding off their fear and despair. The article suggested that some of these predators had psychic abilities that allowed them to select victims and avoid detection. According to Webb, collectors often kept their victims in underground facilities, bunkers, basements, abandoned mine shafts, places where they could visit regularly without being observed. They were organized, intelligent, and extremely dangerous, and they were nearly impossible to catch using conventional police methods. The article included a map showing the locations of suspected collector activity over the past decade. Mike counted 17 cases across New England and the Maritime provinces. Each represented multiple victims, children who had vanished without a trace, their families left to wonder and hope, and slowly go insane with grief. One of the marked locations was less than 50 miles from Castle Rock. Mike printed out everything and drove straight to the police station. Ray was at his desk, looking like he'd been there all night. "I think I know what we're dealing with," Mike said, dropping the stack of papers on Ray's desk. Ray read through the articles with the kind of focused attention that had made him a good detective. When he finished, he looked up at Mike with grim understanding. "You're saying the guy who took Emma is some kind of supernatural serial killer. I'm saying he's a predator who collects children and has psychic abilities that let him avoid getting caught. The FBI has been tracking similar cases for years." Ray leaned back in his chair. "Okay, let's say I buy this. What's our next move?" "The article mentions an abandoned quarry about 40 miles north of here, place called Devil's Tooth. There was a case 5 years ago. 3 kids disappeared from a town nearby. FBI investigated, but never found anything concrete. You want to check it out?" "I think we have to. If Emma's being held somewhere underground, a quarry would be perfect. Deep, isolated, plenty of places to hide." Ray was quiet for a long moment, studying the map. Finally, he said, "I can't authorize an official investigation based on a hunch and some paranormal research. But I'm off duty in 2 hours. If a couple of concerned citizens wanted to take a drive and have a look around, that wouldn't be any of my business." Mike felt a surge of gratitude. Ray was putting his career on the line, all because he believed Mike might actually be able to find Emma. "There's something else," Mike said. "This guy knows I'm looking for him. He's been leaving messages, warnings. If we're right about this, he's going to be expecting us. Then we better be prepared for whatever we find up there." Ray spent the rest of his shift gathering equipment, flashlights, rope, a first aid kit, and his service weapon, which he carried in his personal capacity as a licensed gun owner rather than as a police officer. Mike went home to collect his own supplies, including a crowbar and a hammer from his toolkit. As he was loading his truck, Mike's phone rang. Linda Hutchins' number again. "Mike, I got another photograph." Mike's blood went cold. "What kind of photograph?" "Emma, but this one's different. She looks sick. Or hurt. And there's writing on the back. What does it say?" Linda's voice was barely a whisper. "Last warning. Stop looking or she dies tonight." Mike checked his watch. It was almost 3 in the afternoon. If they were going to find Emma, they had to move fast. "Linda, I want you to take that photograph to Detective Torgerson at the police station. Do it right now." "Where are you going?" "To find your daughter." The drive to Devil's Tooth took them through 40 miles of rural Maine, farmland giving way to forest. Small towns becoming scattered houses, becoming nothing but trees and stone walls that marked property lines from 100 years ago. The quarry was marked on Mike's GPS, but the road leading to it was little more than a dirt track that hadn't seen maintenance since the Clinton administration. Ray's police cruiser bottomed out twice on the ruts and rocks, scraping the undercarriage with sounds that made both men wince. "Should have taken your truck," Ray muttered, as he navigated around a washout that had probably been there since the last ice age. "Too late now," Mike said, but he was thinking about more than just the choice of vehicles. With every mile they drove deeper into the woods, he felt that familiar sensation of being watched. Whatever was waiting for them at Devil's Tooth knew they were coming. The quarry had been abandoned for at least 20 years. The access road ended at a chain-link fence that had once been topped with razor wire, though most of the wire had rusted away or been cut by hunters and kids looking for a place to drink beer and raise hell. A faded sign warned of dangerous conditions and threatened prosecution for trespassing, but the padlock on the gate had been cut long ago. Ray pushed the gate open, and they drove through into what looked like the end of the world. Devil's Tooth had been a granite quarry carved out of the hillside in great terraced steps that descended into a black pool of water maybe 200 feet below. The machinery was long gone, but the scars remained, gouges in the rock face where explosives had blasted away tons of stone, rusted cables hanging from overhead gantries like the rigging of a ghost ship, and everywhere the feeling that this place had been abandoned by God sometime around the Eisenhower administration. Jesus, Ray breathed as they parked at the edge of the main pit. If you wanted to hide something, this would be the place. Mike got out of the cruiser and immediately felt it, a psychic weight that pressed against his consciousness like a physical thing. Something had happened here, something that had left an imprint on the stone itself. Fear and pain and despair, layered like geological strata in the granite walls. "You feel that?" he asked Ray. "Feel what?" "Never mind." Mike shouldered his backpack and picked up his flashlight. "Let's find a way down." They followed a switchback path that had probably been cut for the quarry workers decades ago. The stone was slick with moss and autumn moisture. And more than once, Mike had to grab Ray's arm to keep him from sliding off the narrow ledge into the abyss below. As they descended, the walls of the quarry seemed to close in around them. The late afternoon sun barely penetrated to the bottom of the pit, leaving them in a twilight world of gray stone and black shadows. And with each step, Mike felt the psychic pressure growing stronger. Something was definitely down here. Something that had been feeding on fear for a very long time. They reached the bottom of the quarry after 20 minutes of careful climbing. The floor was a maze of fallen rock, abandoned equipment, and pools of stagnant water that reflected the sky like broken mirrors. But at the far end, carved into the quarry wall, Mike could see the black mouth of a tunnel. "That wasn't on any of the geological surveys," Ray said, checking his flashlight. "Probably cut after the quarry was abandoned," Mike replied, but he didn't believe it. The tunnel looked old, much older than the quarry itself. It looked like something that had been here long before the first dynamite blast had echoed off these walls. They approached the tunnel entrance carefully. Ray had his weapon drawn, though Mike doubted bullets would be much use against whatever they were likely to find. As they got closer, Mike could see that the tunnel extended back into darkness, and there were marks carved into the stone around the entrance, symbols that hurt to look at directly. "Mike!" Ray's voice was tight. "Look at this." Ray was kneeling beside the tunnel entrance, his flashlight beam focused on something lying in the rubble. Mike joined him and felt his heart stop. It was Mr. Hopscotch. Emma's stuffed rabbit lay on its side, one button eye missing, the fur matted with something that might have been mud but probably wasn't. Mike picked it up with shaking hands. "She's here," he whispered. "Emma's here." But when he touched the rabbit, trying to get another vision, all he felt was a psychic scream that nearly drove him to his knees. Pain and terror and despair mixed with something else, something ancient and hungry that fed on innocence the way a vampire fed on blood. And underneath it all, barely audible above the psychic noise, Mike heard a child crying. "We have to go in there," he said. Ray nodded grimly. "Stay behind me? And Mike? If things go bad, you run. Don't try to be a hero. Just get out and call for backup." They entered the tunnel with their flashlights cutting weak cones of light through the darkness ahead. The walls were carved stone, fitted together with a precision that suggested this place was much older than anyone had suspected. Every few yards, there were alcoves cut into the walls, and in each alcove, Christ, Ray whispered. The alcoves held bones. Human bones arranged in neat piles like cordwood. Some were obviously old, yellowed with age and crumbling to dust. Others looked more recent, still bearing traces of fabric and hair. "How many?" Mike asked, though he wasn't sure he wanted to know the answer. Ray counted alcoves with his flashlight beam. Dozens, maybe more. They kept walking, deeper into the tunnel system that seemed to extend far back into the hillside. The air grew colder as they descended, and Mike began to hear things, whispers in languages he didn't recognize, soft laughter that echoed from side passages, and always, underneath everything else, the sound of children crying. After what felt like hours but was probably only minutes, they came to a heavy wooden door set into the tunnel wall. It was reinforced with iron bands and secured with a lock that looked like it belonged in a medieval dungeon. But the lock was open, hanging from its hasp like an invitation. Ray and Mike exchanged glances. Then Ray pushed the door open. The room beyond was carved from living rock, circular and domed, with a pit in the center that dropped away into darkness. Around the walls were metal cages, modern constructions that looked hideously out of place in the ancient chamber. And in those cages, Emma. Mike started forward, but Ray grabbed his arm. "Wait, this is too easy." Ray was right. The door had been unlocked. The room was empty except for the children in the cages, and there was no sign of whoever had brought them here. It felt like a trap. But then, Mike saw Emma in one of the cages, curled up in a corner with her arms wrapped around her knees, and he stopped caring about traps. "Emma! Emma, it's okay. We're here to take you home." Emma's head came up, and Mike saw that her face was streaked with tears and dirt, but she was alive and alert. In the other cages, he could see more children. Some he recognized from the missing persons reports, others who must have been taken from towns too far away to make the news in Castle Rock. All of them alive. All of them staring at Mike and Ray with a mixture of hope and terror. "How do we get them out?" Mike asked, examining the cage locks. They were electronic, controlled by some kind of remote system. "Look for a control panel," Ray said, sweeping his flashlight around the room. "There has to be." The voice came from everywhere and nowhere, echoing off the stone walls with a sound like nails on slate. "Welcome, Mr. Torrance." Mike spun around, trying to locate the source of the voice, but the acoustics of the chamber made it impossible to pinpoint. "I've been waiting for you," the voice continued. "Ever since you first touched the little girl's toy, I've been watching you, learning about you. Do you know how rare it is to find someone with your particular gift?" "Let the children go," Ray called out, his weapon raised. "This is between you and us." Laughter echoed through the chamber, and Mike felt something cold touch his mind, a presence that was ancient and hungry, and absolutely without human compassion. "Detective Torgerson, isn't it? I'm afraid this isn't a matter for conventional law enforcement. You see, Mr. Torrance and I have developed what you might call a professional relationship. He finds things, and I collect them." Mike felt the psychic pressure building in his skull, and suddenly he understood. The warnings, the photographs, the escalating threats, they weren't meant to scare him away. They were meant to draw him here. "You wanted me to find this place," he said. "Of course. You have a gift that could be very useful to someone in my line of work. Think of the possibilities. a partner who could locate specific children, identify which ones would be most suitable for my collection. The voice was coming closer now, and Mike could see movement in the shadows at the far end of the chamber. Something was emerging from a passage they hadn't noticed, something that moved with liquid grace and cast shadows that didn't match its apparent shape. "I'm not going to help you," Mike said. "Oh, but you are. You see, I have something you want, these children. And I'm prepared to make a trade. Join me willingly, and they go free. Refuse, and, well, I'm afraid they'll become permanent additions to my collection." Ray fired 3 quick shots at the moving shadow, but the bullets seemed to pass right through it without effect. The laughter came again, closer now. "Bullets won't work on me, detective. I'm not entirely physical anymore. Decades of feeding on fear and despair have changed me, evolved me into something your conventional weapons can't touch." Mike saw it then, the thing that had been stalking children across New England for years. It had once been human, but whatever humanity it possessed had been burned away by supernatural hunger, leaving behind something that was part man, part predator, and part living shadow. The Collector. You have 10 seconds to decide, Mr. Torrance. Join me, or watch these children die one by one while you listen to their screams. Mike looked at Emma, at the other children in their cages, at Ray standing beside him with an empty gun and determination in his eyes that said he'd fight this thing with his bare hands if necessary. And then he made his choice. "Okay," Mike said. "I'll do it. I'll help you. Just let the children go." "Mike, no," Ray said. But Mike was already walking toward the Collector, his hands raised in surrender. As he got closer, he could see the thing more clearly, humanoid but wrong, with 2 long limbs and fingers that ended in claws, and eyes that reflected light like an animal's. "A wise choice," the Collector said. "You'll find working with me very educational." Mike nodded and kept walking until he was close enough to see the individual scales on the creature's skin, close enough to smell the decay that clung to it like perfume, close enough to touch it. "Just one thing," Mike said, and grabbed the Collector's arm. The psychic feedback hit him like a freight train. Suddenly, he was seeing everything, every child this thing had taken, every moment of fear and pain it had fed on, every death it had caused over the decades of its existence. The visions came in a torrent that threatened to drive him insane. But Mike held on, digging deeper, searching for the one thing he needed to know. Where the control system was hidden. There, behind a loose stone in the wall, a remote device that controlled the cage locks. Mike saw it clearly in the Collector's memories, saw the creature using it to open and close the cages at will. But the psychic connection worked both ways, and as Mike invaded the creature's mind, it was invading his. He felt its hunger, its alien intelligence, its complete lack of anything resembling human emotion. And he felt it learning about him, about his daughter Jessica, about his ex-wife, about everyone he'd ever cared about. "Interesting," the Collector said, its claws digging into Mike's arm. "I see you have a child of your own. Perhaps when we're finished here, we'll pay her a visit." Mike felt something snap inside his head. The psychic connection exploded outward, fueled by rage and protective instinct and every ounce of power he'd spent years keeping, carefully controlled. For one blazing moment, I and the Collector were locked together in a battle of wills that shook the stone foundations of the chamber. The creature screamed and tried to pull away, but Mike held on, pouring everything he had into the connection. Through the link, he felt the Collector's pain and confusion, It had never encountered another psychic who could fight back, never faced an opponent who could match its mental strength. And in that moment of the creature's distraction, Ray moved. The detective had spotted the loose stone Mike had seen in his vision. While the collector was focused on its psychic battle, Ray pried the stone free and grabbed the remote control hidden behind it. Electronic locks disengaged with a series of clicks that echoed through the chamber. Cage doors swung open, and suddenly the room was full of running children, all heading for the tunnel entrance and freedom. The collector realized what was happening and tried to break free from Mike's psychic grip, but Mike held on with desperate strength. "Ray, get the kids out of here." "What about you?" Mike felt his connection with the collector beginning to weaken. The creature was too strong, too experienced in psychic combat. In a few more seconds, it would break free, and then all of them would die. But Mike had one more card to play. Instead of trying to fight the collector, he opened his mind completely, dropping every defense he'd ever built, letting the creature's alien consciousness pour into his head like acid. The pain was indescribable, but it accomplished what he needed. It created a feedback loop that trapped them both in an endless cycle of shared consciousness. "Run!" Mike screamed, blood running from his nose and ears. "I can't hold it much longer." Ray herded the children toward the tunnel entrance, but Emma broke away from the group and ran back toward Mike. "Emma, no!" But the little girl dodged Ray's reaching hands and threw herself at Mike, wrapping her small arms around his waist. "I won't leave you," she said. "You came to find me, and I won't leave you." The moment Emma touched him, something extraordinary happened. Her innocent love and gratitude flowed through the psychic connection, and Mike felt his strength return. More than that, he felt the collector recoil in pain and disgust. The creature fed on fear and despair, but Emma's pure emotion was like poison to it. Other children were running back now, all of them reaching for Mike, all of them adding their gratitude and hope to the psychic maelstrom. And the collector, which had fed on negative emotions for so long, found itself drowning in love and trust, and the kind of innocent faith that children possessed. "No," it screamed. "No, this isn't possible." But it was possible. The creature had spent decades becoming a predator that fed on darkness, and now it was being force-fed light. Mike felt its consciousness fragmenting, its stolen power beginning to unravel. "Everyone out!" Mike shouted. "Now, while it's weak." This time, the children listened. They ran for the tunnel entrance with Ray right behind them, but Mike stayed where he was, maintaining the psychic connection that was keeping the collector trapped. "Mike, come on!" Ray called from the doorway. "I can't let go. If I break the connection, it'll come after us. Then we'll face it together." But Mike knew better. The moment he released his psychic grip, the collector would recover, and all of this would have been for nothing. The children would die. Ray would die, and the creature would continue hunting for decades to come. Unless Mike made sure it couldn't. He reached deeper into the psychic connection, past the collector's consciousness, down to the very foundations of its existence. There, buried beneath layers of supernatural evolution, he found what he was looking for, the human core that the creature had once been. A man named David Marsh, who had lost his own child to a drunk driver 40 years ago, and had made a deal with something dark and hungry in exchange for the power to make other parents feel his pain. Mike touched that human core with all the compassion he could muster, and David Marsh remembered what it felt like to love someone more than your own life. The collector screamed as its stolen power turned inward, consuming itself in a feedback loop of guilt and remorse and long-buried humanity. Mike felt the creature's consciousness collapse, felt its physical form beginning to dissolve, and then, mercifully, the psychic connection snapped. Mike collapsed to his knees, blood streaming from his nose and ears, his head feeling like it had been split open with an axe. But when he looked up, the collector was gone. Nothing remained but a pile of dust and the lingering smell of decay. Ray was beside him in an instant, helping him to his feet. "Is it over?" Mike nodded weakly. "It's over." They made their way out of the tunnel system, following the sound of children's voices echoing off the stone walls. By the time they reached the surface, the sun was setting, and the quarry was full of police cars, ambulances, and FBI agents who had somehow materialized out of the gathering darkness. Mike never did find out how the cavalry had arrived so quickly, but he suspected Linda Hutchins had something to do with it. A mother's intuition was a powerful thing, and she'd probably known the moment Emma was safe. The reunion at the quarry's edge was everything Mike had hoped it would be. Emma flew into her mother's arms like a small missile, and for a long moment the two of them simply held each other and cried. The other children were reunited with their families over the following hours, as parents drove through the night from towns across New England to reclaim sons and daughters they thought were lost forever. Mike sat on the hood of Ray's cruiser, watching the controlled chaos and trying to ignore the paramedic, who insisted on checking his vital signs every 5 minutes. His head still felt like it had been used for batting practice, but he was alive and the children were safe, and that was enough. "Hell of a thing," Ray said, settling beside him with a cup of coffee that someone had somehow procured in the middle of nowhere. "Yeah, the FBI is going to want to debrief you, probably for days." Mike nodded. He'd expected that. What he'd found in the tunnels beneath Devil's Tooth was going to rewrite everything law enforcement thought they knew about certain types of predators. You going to be okay with that? Talking about your gift, I mean. Mike thought about it for a moment. For 34 years he'd kept his ability secret, afraid of being labeled a freak or a fraud. But tonight, that gift had saved 8 children's lives. "Yeah," he said, "I think I'll be okay with it." Emma appeared at his elbow, still clutching her mother's hand, but looking much more like the fearless little girl she'd been before this nightmare began. "Mr. Mike, I wanted to say thank you. You don't need to thank me, sweetheart. I'm just glad you're okay." Emma studied his face with the serious expression children sometimes wore when they were trying to understand adult things. "The bad man said you were special, that you could find things. That's right. Are you going to keep finding things? Lost things?" Mike looked around at the other children, at their parents, at the law enforcement officials who were probably going to be calling him for help with cases that conventional investigation couldn't solve. "Yeah," he said, "I think I am." Emma nodded, as if that made perfect sense. Then she reached into her pocket and pulled out something that made Mike's heart skip a beat. It was Mr. Hopscotch's missing button eye. "I found this in one of the cages," she said, holding it out to him. "I thought maybe you could find him a way to get it back where it belongs." Mike took the small button and immediately felt a flash of vision. Emma, in her bedroom at home, carefully sewing the eye back onto her beloved rabbit, making him whole again. "I think that's something you're going to have to do yourself," Mike said, handing the button back to her. "Some things are too important to trust to anyone else." Emma smiled, and tucked the button safely back into her pocket. Then she hugged Mike one more time before running back to her mother. Mike watched them walk away toward Linda's car, and for the first time in years, he felt like he knew exactly what he was supposed to be doing with his life. Finding lost things, bringing them home, using his gift not to hide from the world, but to make it a little bit safer for people like Emma. It was, Mike thought, a pretty good way to spend whatever time he had left. His phone buzzed with a text message. Jessica, his daughter, checking in from her mother's house in Portland. Saw the news. Are you okay, Dad? Mike smiled as he typed back, I'm fine, honey. Better than fine, actually. Love you. Love you too. Maybe we could have dinner next weekend? Just us? Mike looked up at the stars beginning to appear in the darkening sky and felt something that had been broken inside him for a very long time finally start to heal. I'd like that very much. Ray appeared beside him again. Ready to head back to town? The FBI can wait until tomorrow for their debrief. Mike slid off the hood of the cruiser and looked back one more time at the quarry that had hidden so much darkness for so long. In the morning, crime scene techs would be swarming all over the tunnel system, cataloging evidence and trying to identify the remains they'd found. But tonight, it was just a hole in the ground, no longer threatening, no longer hungry, just empty. Yeah, Mike said, let's go home. As they drove back toward Castle Rock, Mike's phone rang again. This time, it was a number he didn't recognize. Mr. Torrance, this is Agent Sarah Chen with the FBI. I'm calling about what happened tonight. Mike almost laughed. Dr. Chen from his therapy sessions had a sister in the FBI. The world was smaller than he'd thought. I assume you're going to want to talk to me. Actually, Mr. Torrance, I was hoping you might want to talk to us. The Bureau has a unit that specializes in cases like this one, crimes that involve supernatural elements. We could use someone with your particular abilities. Mike looked out at the main countryside rolling past in the darkness, at the small towns where families were sleeping peacefully because 8 children who should have been dead were safely home. What would that involve? Consulting work, mostly. When we encounter cases that conventional investigation can't solve, we'd call you in. The pay is good, and you'd be helping a lot of people. Can I think about it? Of course. But Mr. Torrance, what you did tonight, that took courage. The world needs more people willing to stand up to the darkness. After Agent Chen hung up, Mike sat in comfortable silence while Ray navigated the winding roads back to town. The detective's radio crackled occasionally with routine calls, domestic disputes, traffic accidents, the normal chaos of human existence that didn't involve ancient predators or psychic battles. It was a good sound, normal, safe. You going to take the FBI job? Ray asked. Maybe. What do you think? Ray considered it for a moment. I think you've got a gift that could help a lot of people. And I think tonight proved you're brave enough to use it. They reached the outskirts of Castle Rock as the church bells were chiming midnight. In a few hours, the sun would rise on a town where 8 families had been made whole again, where a monster that had stalked children for decades was finally at rest. Mike's phone buzzed with one more message. This one was from Linda Hutchins. Emma's asleep in her own bed, holding Mr. Hopscotch. She says to tell you that she fixed his eye, and he can see perfectly now. Thank you for bringing our little girl home. Mike smiled and put his phone away. Tomorrow, he'd have to deal with FBI debriefings and media attention, and probably 100 phone calls from people who wanted his help finding their own lost things. But tonight, he was just Mike Torrance, driving home through the darkness with his friend, thinking about his daughter and the dinner they'd share next weekend. It was enough. It was more than enough. It was everything. Ray dropped him off at the antique shop, and Mike climbed the stairs to his apartment, feeling lighter than he had in years. The gift he'd spent so long hiding was finally going to be used for something good, something important. As he unlocked his door, Mike thought he heard something. A sound like children laughing, carried on the wind from somewhere far away. But when he stopped to listen, there was only the normal nighttime sounds of a small town settling into sleep. Mike went inside and closed the door behind him. Tomorrow would bring new challenges, new cases, new opportunities to help people find what they'd lost. But tonight, 8 children were safe at home, and that was the best gift of all. The bellkeeper. The bell consumed me. Not its sound, for silence reigned in Lament Tower these long years, but its presence. A great bronze colossus, cold and immutable, hanging in the throat of the belfry like a god's unspoken judgment. My hands, cracked and calloused as ancient parchment, moved over its curved flank with the reverence of a penitent. Each stroke of the oiled rag was a prayer. Each gleam restored a momentary reprieve. Outside, the wind howled across the salt marshes, a mournful counterpoint to the frantic beating of my own heart. Polish. Preserve. Atonement. Lament Tower was not merely my post. It was my penance, my world, my tomb. It rose from the desolate flats like a broken tooth, black stone against a perpetually bruised sky. No road led to it, only a treacherous path of shifting shingle and sucking mud, swallowed twice daily by the indifferent tide. I had not seen another human face in how long? The calendar in my sparse chamber below the belfry had long since ceased to matter. Days bled into nights, seasons into years, marked only by the slow erosion of the stone around me, and the deepening lines on my own face reflected in the bell's burnished curve. My name is Elias Thorne, once a man of some standing in the coastal town of Saltgrave. Now I am merely the bellkeeper, the title, bestowed by the ancient, near-forgotten conclave of tides, carried no honor, only duty and dread. For the bell of lament tolled only once for each soul fated to die within the tower's shadow. A single, sonorous peal that echoed across the marshes. A final knell for the doomed. For decades, it had been silent. I had hoped, prayed, that my vigil would be one of eternal quiet, that the bell's bronze throat would remain forever sealed. My routine was a liturgy against madness. Dawn found me ascending the spiraling staircase, worn smooth by the tread of generations of keepers before me. The steps groaned beneath my weight, a sound like old bones protesting. The air grew colder, damper, smelling of wet stone, salt, and something else, something faintly metallic, like old blood. The belfry itself was vast, circular, open to the elements through great arching gaps. Seabirds, gulls mostly, would sometimes wheel inside, their cries sharp and alien against the profound silence, before vanishing back into the gray. I would begin my work. The bell required constant attention. Salt spray crept insidiously through the openings, seeking to corrode the sacred bronze. Dust, fine as powdered bone, settled in its intricate carvings, twisted figures, weeping angels, scenes of judgment and despair that seemed to writhe in the shifting light. I knew every line, every flaw, every patch of discoloration. My fingers traced them blindly, a map of my own damnation. The rope, thick as a man's arm, woven from hemp treated with tar and something darker, hung motionless. It felt cold, unnervingly so, like flesh long dead. Today, as I worked, a strange weariness settled upon me, heavier than usual. My hands ached with a deeper pain, the cracks in the skin seeming to widen, to weep a clear, salty fluid. I paused, leaning my forehead against the cool metal of the bell. It vibrated faintly, a low hum that resonated in my bones. Thrum. A single, deep pulse, like the slow beat of a slumbering leviathan. I straightened, startled. Had the wind shifted? No. The air was still. The silence rushed back in, thicker than before, pressing against my eardrums. I looked down. Below, the marshes stretched out, a desolate tapestry of ochre grass and stagnant water, under a sky the color of lead. No boats, no figures. Only the endless, sighing reeds and the distant, indifferent crash of the sea. The isolation was absolute. It was a silence that felt watchful, waiting. My gaze fell upon my reflection in the bell's polished surface. A gaunt face stared back, eyes shadowed and sunken, skin stretched taut over prominent cheekbones. My hair, once dark, was now the color of the marsh grass in winter, streaked with gray. The face of a stranger. Or perhaps the face I had always carried within, now etched onto the surface by solitude and guilt. Guilt. The word echoed in the hollow space of the belfry, louder than any toll. It was the reason I was here. The reason Saltgrave had exiled me to this wind-scoured pinnacle. The reason the silence felt so heavy, so accusatory. I had taken a life. Not in anger, not in malice, but in a moment of catastrophic weakness, a lapse born of fear and a desperate, foolish need to protect something already lost. The details were a blur of rain-slicked cobblestones, a cry, a sickening crunch, the sudden, terrible stillness of a body on the ground. His name was Thomas, a good man, a friend, and I had stolen his breath, stolen his future, stolen him from those who loved him. The trial had been a formality. The sentence, exiled to Lament Tower, was the only mercy the conclave could offer, a chance to serve, to atone through vigilance, until death claimed me or the bell tolled for another. I had chosen the tower over the noose. Sometimes, in the darkest watches of the night, I wondered if I had chosen wisely. Shaking off the memory like a physical weight, I resumed my polishing. The rhythmic scrape of the rag against bronze was the only sound, a monotonous counterpoint to the wind's moan. Scrape, scrape, scrape. My hands burned. I worked faster, driven by a sudden irrational need to finish, to escape the belfry's oppressive atmosphere. The bell seemed to absorb the sound, the light, even my frantic movements. It felt hungry. Finally, it was done. The bell gleamed like a dark star in the gloom of the belfry. I stepped back, admiring my work, a flicker of perverse pride warring with the ever-present dread. It was beautiful, in a terrible, majestic way. A monument to endings. I gathered my rag and oil, turning to descend the spiral stairs. The shadows in the corners of the belfry seemed deeper than before, clinging like wet velvet. As I took my first step down, a sound froze me mid-stride. Clang. A single resonant note, deep and sonorous, rolled out from the bell above. It vibrated through the stone floor, up my legs, into my chest. It wasn't a full toll, not the clarion call of doom. It was more like a sigh, a testing of the air. The sound hung in the sudden, deafening silence that followed, echoing not just in the belfry, but in the hollow chamber of my own chest. I stood rigid, one foot on the step below, my breath caught in my throat. My eyes darted upwards. The bell hung motionless. The rope was still. No wind stirred. No bird had struck it. Clang again. softer this time, but unmistakable. A metallic sigh, resonant and chilling. It seemed to come from within the bell itself, not from any external blow. Slowly, deliberately, I turned back towards it. The polished surface reflected my terrified face, pale and distorted. And in the depths of the bronze, beneath my own image, I thought I saw something else. A flicker, a shift in the light, or a pair of eyes, ancient and knowing, opening within the metal to stare directly at me. The silence rushed back in, thicker than ever, pressing down like a physical weight. The bell was silent once more, but I knew, with a certainty that froze my blood, that it had spoken, and it had spoken my name. The echo lingered, not in the belfry's vast, cold space, but within me. That single, resonant clang had vibrated through my bones, settling in the marrow like a shard of ice. I stood frozen on the spiral stair, one hand gripping the worn stone balustrade, knuckles white. The bell hung motionless above, a great, dark eye staring down. Had I imagined it? The silence that followed was absolute, heavier than before, pressing against my eardrums, thick enough to choke on. The wind outside had died, leaving only the frantic, shallow rhythm of my own breathing. Thrum. It came again, softer this time. A deep vibration felt more than heard, originating not from the bell itself, but from the very stone beneath my feet. It pulsed upwards, a slow, deliberate heartbeat emanating from the tower's ancient core. I recoiled, stumbling back a step, my back hitting the cold wall. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic bird trapped in a cage of bone. It spoke. The bell spoke. Not words, but a sound pregnant with meaning, a summons, a judgment. The silence rushed back in, but it was no longer empty. It was watchful, waiting. I fled the belfry, not walked, fled. My descent was a clumsy, stumbling rush, my boots scraping loud on the stone steps, each sound a blasphemy in the oppressive quiet. I didn't look back. I couldn't bear to see the bell's polished surface, to risk seeing those eyes again, or worse, my own terrified reflection superimposed over them. The air grew warmer, damper, smelling of mildew and disuse, as I descended past my own chamber, deeper into the tower's forgotten guts. I needed to be away from it, to breathe air not tinged with the scent of ancient bronze and impending doom. I found myself in the Undercroft, a vaulted chamber beneath the tower's base, rarely visited. It smelled of earth, salt, and damp stone. Slivers of weak gray light filtered through high, barred slits, illuminating dust motes dancing like tormented spirits. Here, surrounded by the cold, dead weight of the foundation, I sank onto a moldering crate, burying my face in my hands. My hands, they burned. The cracks across my palms and knuckles, already deep and ugly, seemed to have widened in the moments since the tolling. They wept a clear, viscous fluid that felt unnaturally warm against my chilled skin. I stared at them in the dim light, fascinated and horrified. They looked used, as if I'd spent hours not polishing but tearing at stone with my bare flesh. Was it real? The question echoed in the hollow space of my mind, louder than the bell. Could the bell toll without a ringer? Logic, that fragile reed in the tempest of my fear, struggled to assert itself. The wind? A freak gust, strong enough to set the great clapper swinging? Possible. But the silence after, the stillness, the feeling of being watched, of being known. No, the wind didn't leave echoes in the blood. It didn't make ancient stone pulse like a dying heart. And it certainly didn't carve deeper cracks into a man's hands. I pressed my palms together, wincing at the sting. The weeping fluid felt slick, almost oily. I rubbed it between my thumb and forefinger. It was warm and faintly metallic, like blood, but older, darker. The scent of it rose to my nostrils, iron, salt, and something else. Something ancient and corrupt, like rusted metal left in a tomb. My stomach churned. I wiped my hands frantically on my rough-spun trousers, leaving dark, damp streaks. Hours passed, or perhaps only minutes. Time in Lament Tower had lost its anchor, drifting like flotsam in the gray sea of my isolation. I remained in the undercroft, huddled on the crate, listening. To what? The silence was now a presence. A third entity in the room beside myself in the cold stone. It pressed in, thick and suffocating. And then, beneath it, a sound, a whisper, not carried on the wind, not from the belfry above. It seemed to come from the walls themselves, a sibilant sigh that curled around the edges of my consciousness. Elias, my name. Spoken not with malice, but with a terrible, weary familiarity. I jerked upright, my head snapping towards the sound. Nothing. Only the damp, sweating stone and the dancing dust. Elias. Louder this time, or perhaps closer. It seemed to emanate from the corner of the vault, where shadows pooled thickest. I strained my ears. My breath held tight in my chest. It wasn't a voice, not truly. It was more like the sound air makes when forced through a narrow crack, shaped by intention. Keeper, who's there? My voice was a croak, swallowed instantly by the oppressive silence. The whispering ceased. The only sound was the frantic thudding of my own heart. I laughed then, a harsh, brittle sound that echoed unnervingly in the confined space. Madness. It's finally found you, Elias Thorne. The isolation, the guilt, the crushing weight of the tower, they had broken me. I was hearing whispers in stone, seeing eyes in bronze. The bell hadn't tolled. It was all in my mind. But even as I tried to cling to that fragile rationalization, a movement caught my eye. Near the base of the far wall, where the shadows lay deepest, a patch of darkness seemed to shift. It coalesced, thickened, taking on a vaguely humanoid shape for a fleeting second. Tall, gaunt, indistinct. It wasn't solid, not like a person. It was more like a hole cut into the fabric of the world, a patch of deeper darkness that absorbed the weak light. It hung there for a heartbeat, two, then dissolved back into the surrounding gloom as if it had never been. I scrambled backwards, the crate scraping loudly on the stone floor. My back hit the opposite wall. I stared at the spot where it had been, my eyes wide, refusing to blink, afraid it would reappear the moment I looked away. The silence pressed in, thicker than ever. The metallic scent from my hands seemed to fill the undercroft. Elias. The whisper came again, not from the wall this time, but seemingly from right beside my ear. I flinched violently, a cry escaping my lips. Clang. The sound exploded from above, not a sigh this time, but a full, resonant toll that shook the very foundations of the tower. Dust rained down from the vaulted ceiling. The stone beneath me vibrated violently. The sound was immense, physical. A blow struck not just against the air, but against my soul. It rolled out across the marshes, a clarion call of doom that silenced even the wind. I clapped my hands over my ears, but it was useless. The tolling wasn't just sound, it was inside me, vibrating in my bones, in my teeth, in the fractured chambers of my heart. It was the sound of judgment, the sound of an ending. And as the final, dying echo faded, replaced once more by that terrible, watchful silence, I knew with a certainty that froze the blood in my veins. The bell had tolled. It had tolled for me. The tolling's echo faded, but its resonance lingered in my bones, a cold ache that settled deep within my marrow. I fled the undercroft, not towards the belfry. That sacred, accursed space was forbidden now, but upwards, towards the meager sanctuary of my chamber. The spiral stairs, usually merely groaning underfoot, seemed to writhe beneath me. The stone felt slick, unnaturally cold, as if the tower itself wept the chill of the grave. Each step was a battle against an unseen force pushing down, against the weight of the silence that had rushed back in, heavier and more accusatory than before. My chamber was a Spartan cell carved into the tower's flank, high enough to glimpse the gray expanse of marsh and sea through a single arrow-slit window. A narrow cot, a rough-hewn table bearing a candle stub, and my journal, a stool. That was all. It should have felt like a refuge. Today, it felt like a cage. The shadows clung to the corners, deeper than the weak daylight warranted. The air was frigid, carrying the persistent scent of damp stone and something else. The metallic tang from my hands, that coppery tomb-like smell, seemed to permeate the very stones. I sank onto the stool, cradling my hands. They were worse. The cracks had deepened into raw, weeping fissures, the skin around them swollen and inflamed. The clear fluid they oozed was thicker now, tinged faintly pink. It left dark, sticky smears on the table's surface. I stared at them, mesmerized by the slow, rhythmic drip, drip, drip onto the wood. Each drop seemed to echo the tolling bell, a miniature, personal knell. Drip, toll, drip, toll. The rhythm synced with the frantic pounding in my chest. Elias! The whisper slithered into the room, not through the door or window, but from the walls themselves. It was clearer now, less sibilant breath, more shaped in tension. It coiled around the base of my skull, cold and insistent. I froze, my breath catching. My eyes darted to the corners, to the shadows pooling beneath the cot. Nothing moved. Only the dust motes danced in the thin shaft of light. Thorn. It came again, sharper, closer. It seemed to emanate from the stones directly behind me. I whipped around, pressing my back against the cold wall, my heart hammering against my ribs like a frantic prisoner. The wall felt alive. Beneath the chill damp, I imagined a faint vibration, a slow, deliberate pulse matching the thrum that had shaken the tower earlier. The stones were breathing, or perhaps remembering. "Show yourself!" I rasped, the sound swallowed by the oppressive silence. The whispering ceased. The only response was the relentless drip, drip, drip of my hands onto the table. The metallic scent grew stronger, filling the small chamber, cloying and thick. I gagged, stumbling towards the window, desperate for air that didn't taste of my own decay. I leaned my forehead against the cold glass, staring out at the desolate marshes. The gray sea merged seamlessly with the bruised sky. No birds flew, no boats moved. The world outside was as dead as the world within the tower's walls. And then, unbidden, the memory surged up. Not a gentle recollection, but a violent intrusion, forced upon me by the watching silence, the breathing stones. Rain, lashing down, turning Saltgrave's cobbled streets into slick, treacherous rivers. Night. The only light came from flickering lanterns swinging wildly in the gale, casting monstrous, dancing shadows. Thomas. His face, pale in the lantern glow, etched with concern. "Elias, you can't keep this up. The conclave knows—" His words cut off by my own desperate cry. "They'll take her! They'll lock her away!" I saw the fear in his eyes then, not for me, but of me. He took a step back, hands raised placatingly. "No one's taking anyone. Just listen." The slick cobblestones beneath my worn boots, a lurch, a desperate grab for his arm to steady myself, his surprised grunt, the sickening, wet crunch as his head struck the sharp corner of the stone well, the sudden, terrible stillness, the rain washing the spreading crimson stain into the gutters, the lantern light catching his open, sightless eyes, reflecting nothing but the black, rain-filled sky. My own scream, raw and animalistic, lost in the storm's fury. I gasped, pulling back from the window as if burned. My hands were pressed against the glass, leaving bloody smears. The memory had been so vivid, so present. I could smell the rain, feel the cold cobblestones, hear the awful finality of that impact. And beneath it all, the whispering began again, not from the walls this time, but seemingly from the very air I breathed. Elias, Thorn, murderer. The words were distinct now, layered, overlapping, a chorus of accusation whispered by countless unseen voices. They swirled around me, cold as grave mist. I clapped my bleeding hands over my ears, but it was useless. The whispers weren't sound. They were inside my head, vibrating in my skull, seeping into my thoughts. Thomas. The name was hissed, sharp and cruel, cutting through the chorus like a knife. Thomas. 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 No! I roared, staggering away from the window, knocking the stool over with a clatter. I pressed my back against the wall opposite the window, facing the center of the room, my eyes wide, darting wildly. The whispers intensified, a cacophony of my name, Thomas's name, the word murderer repeated like a damning litany. The shadows in the corners deepened, writhing like living things. The air grew impossibly cold, frosting my breath. The metallic smell of blood was overwhelming, choking me. And then, through the storm of whispers, through the suffocating cold and the stench of decay, came a new sound. A faint, rhythmic creak, creak, creak. It came from above, from the belfry. My head snapped up towards the ceiling. The sound was unmistakable. It was the sound of the great bell rope, swaying gently in its housing, swaying without wind, swaying without a hand to guide it. Creak, creak, creak. It was a slow, deliberate movement, like the pendulum of a clock counting down to oblivion. The whispers suddenly coalesced, merging into a single agonized sound that ripped through the chamber and through my soul. It wasn't a word, it was a gasp, a wet, rattling, final exhalation of breath. The sound Thomas had made as he died. The sound that haunted my every sleeping moment, and now my waking ones. The creaking of the rope ceased. The whispers fell silent. The oppressive coal lifted slightly, leaving only the bone-deep chill of the tower and the relentless drip, drip, drip of my hands onto the floorboards. I slid down the wall, collapsing onto the cold stone, my body trembling uncontrollably. I curled into myself, pressing my bleeding hands against my ears, trying to block out the silence, trying to block out the memory of that final, terrible gasp. But it was etched into me now, as deep as the cracks in my skin, as permanent as the bronze bell hanging above. The tower had spoken, the bell had tolled, and the whispers had named me, murderer. The word hung in the silent chamber heavier than any toll. The journal lay open on the table, its pages stained with the dark, viscous fluid weeping from my hands. My attempt to document the tolling, the whispers, the gasp, had degenerated into a scrawling, bloody mess. Words smeared, sentences fractured, the ink mixing with the coppery ooze until the page resembled a battlefield. Toll, whisper, Thomas, murderer, gasping. The words swam before my eyes, accusations written in my own failing blood. I slammed the book shut. the sound unnaturally loud in the suffocating silence of my chamber. The shadows clung to the corners like shrouds, deeper and more substantial than before. The tower felt alive, its ancient stones breathing slowly, deliberately around me. Days bled into nights. Or was it merely hours? Time had lost all meaning in Lament Tower, marked only by the relentless deterioration of my body and the escalating torment of my mind. My hands were grotesque. The cracks had widened into raw, weeping chasms, the skin around them swollen and purple. The fluid they oozed was no longer clear, but a thick, dark ichor that smelled of rust and rot. It left sticky, black smears on everything I touched. The cot, the table, the walls. I tried to bind them with strips torn from my bedding, but the cloth soaked through instantly, turning dark and foul. The pain was constant, a deep, bone-aching throb that echoed the tolling bell still resonating in my memory. I avoided the belfry. The very thought of ascending those spiraling stairs filled me with a dread so profound it bordered on paralysis. But the silence was worse. It was a presence, a watchful, waiting entity that pressed in from all sides. And the whispers, they never truly stopped. They were a constant, low-level murmur beneath the surface of my thoughts, like insects crawling behind the walls. Elias, Keeper, Toll, Thomas. Sometimes they would coalesce into that single devastating gasp, freezing my blood and stopping my heart. I spent most of my time huddled in my chamber, staring at the arrow-slit window, watching the gray marshes merge with the gray sky. The world outside was as dead as the world within. But the tower was awake. I felt it in the subtle vibrations that shivered through the stone floor, in the way the cold air seemed to move with purpose, in the oppressive weight of the silence that wasn't silence at all, but a held breath. Then came the footsteps. Not the groaning of the stairs under my own weight, but something else. A slow, dragging scrape, coming from the level below my chamber, from the archives. I hadn't ventured there in years. It was a cramped, forgotten space filled with crumbling ledgers and mildewed records of the Conclave's long-dead members. The sound was unmistakable. The scrape of a boot on stone, heavy, labored, as if the walker carried a great burden or was grievously wounded. Scrape, drag, pause, scrape, drag. My breath hitched. I pressed myself against the cold wall beside the door, listening. The sound ceased. Silence rushed back in, thicker than ever. Had I imagined it? Another symptom of my unraveling mind? I held my breath, straining my ears until they ached. Nothing. Only the frantic hammering of my own heart and the faint, rhythmic drip, drip, drip of my hands onto the floorboards. Scrape, drag, scrape, drag. It started again, closer this time, just outside my door. I froze, my eyes wide in the gloom. The handle began to turn, slowly, silently. The old iron mechanism, usually stiff and noisy, moved with an unnatural smoothness. The door inched open. A figure stood silhouetted in the doorway, backlit by the weak, gray light filtering from the stairwell below. It was tall, impossibly gaunt, wrapped in tattered dark rags that hung loosely on a skeletal frame. Its head was bowed, obscuring its face. One hand rested on the doorframe. It was skeletal, the skin stretched tight over prominent bones, the fingers ending in ragged, blackened nails. It dripped, not water, but the same dark ichor that oozed from my own hands, leaving glistening spots on the stone floor. It took a step into the room. Its movement was jerky, unnatural, a puppet pulled by unseen strings. The scraping sound came from its left leg, which dragged uselessly behind it, leaving a wet, dark trail on the flagstones. The air grew colder, the metallic scent of blood and decay intensifying until it choked me. The whispers rose in a sudden, deafening chorus inside my skull. Elias, Thorn, murderer, Thomas. The figure raised its head, and I saw. It wasn't a face, it was a ruin. The skin was gray and waxy, stretched taut over the skull. The eyes were gone, replaced by weeping holes that oozed the same dark ichor. The nose was merely a flattened ridge of cartilage. The mouth was a gaping, ragged hole, twisted into a silent scream, and hanging from the jaw, swaying slightly with the movement, was a single, dark, familiar object. A small, tarnished bell. The bell Thomas had worn on his watch fob, a gift from his wife. A bell that had tinkled softly whenever he moved. A bell that had been silent since the night I killed him. The figure took another dragging step towards me, its skeletal hand outstretched, the dripping fingers curling into a grasping claw. The whispers inside my head reached a fever pitch, merging into a single, agonized shriek that was both mine and Thomas's. The gaping maw seemed to widen, the darkness within it absolute. Hungry. Elias. The voice that emerged was not a whisper. It was a dry, rattling hiss, like stones grinding together, like death itself finding its voice. You rang. The realization struck me like a physical blow, colder and more final than the marsh wind. This wasn't a ghost. This wasn't a figment of my madness. This was consequence. This was the bell's answer. This was the tolling made flesh, the tolling for me. A scream tore from my throat, raw and primal, a sound of pure, unadulterated terror. It echoed in the small chamber, bouncing off the stone walls, a desperate human sound in the face of utter, inhuman horror. The figure flinched back slightly, its head tilting, as if startled by the noise. Then, slowly, deliberately, it raised its skeletal hand. The dangling bell on its jaw swung gently. Ting! A single, clear, impossibly loud note chimed in the confined space. It wasn't the deep toll of the great bell above, but a high, piercing sound that vibrated in my teeth, in my bones, in the fractured remnants of my sanity. It was the sound of a tiny hammer striking a tiny, cursed bell. The sound of final judgment. The figure dissolved. Not like smoke, but like a shadow snuffed out. One moment it was there, dripping and dreadful. The next, only the lingering smell of decay and the dark, wet trail on the floor remained. The oppressive cold lifted slightly. The whispers in my head fell silent, leaving only the ringing echo of that tiny, terrible ting and the frantic, sobbing gasps of my own breath. I slid down the wall, collapsing onto the cold stone floor, my body trembling violently. I curled into a tight ball, pressing my ruined hands against my ears, trying to block out the silence, trying to block out the memory of that face, that voice, that tiny, damning bell. But it was etched into me now, deeper than the cracks in my skin, more permanent than the bronze bell hanging above. The tower had spoken. The bell had tolled. And the apparition had shown me the face of my own damnation. It wore Thomas's bell, and it was coming for me. The silence after the apparition's departure was worse than any sound. It wasn't empty. It was thick, cloying, like the air in a sealed tomb. I remained curled on the cold stone floor of my chamber, trembling uncontrollably, the echo of that tiny, damning ting still vibrating in my teeth. The dark, wet trail left by the skeletal figure seemed to pulse faintly in the gloom, a malevolent vein leading back to the archives below. The metallic stench of decay and blood hung heavy, mixing with the ever-present damp chill of the tower. My hands throbbed, a deep, sickening ache. The weeping ichor now a slow, steady trickle that soaked through the makeshift bandages and pooled on the flagstones. Thomas's bell. The thought was a shard of ice in my mind. The apparition hadn't just worn it, it was part of it, a grotesque ornament dangling from the ruin of its jaw. A bell tolling for me. The bell I had silenced. The tower wasn't just haunted, it was sentient, and it knew my crime. It was feeding on my guilt, manifesting my deepest terror. Hours passed, or perhaps only minutes. Time had lost its anchor, adrift in the sea of my madness. The whispers returned, not as a chorus, but as a single, insidious voice slithering through the cracks in the stone. Elias. It hissed. The books know. I jerked upright, my head snapping towards the door. The archives, the crumbling ledgers and mildewed records I'd avoided for years. What could they possibly tell me that I didn't already know? That I was damned, that the tower was my prison and my executioner. Yet the tower's voice, insisted. Answers. Below, a desperate, irrational hope flickered within me, fragile as a dying ember. Answers. Perhaps there was a way to stop this. A ritual, a ward, something the previous keepers had known. Something to break the cycle before the bell tolled its final, inevitable note for me. The hope was a poison, but it was sweeter than the suffocating despair. I pushed myself up, my muscles screaming in protest. My legs felt weak, unsteady. I stumbled towards the door, leaving dark, sticky footprints in my wake. The air grew colder as I descended the spiral stairs, each step a deliberate act of defiance against the tower's oppressive will. The stones seemed to lean in, the shadows deepening, coalescing into fleeting, indistinct shapes at the edge of my vision. The whispers followed me, a constant, sibilant commentary, down, to the roots, to the truth. The archive's door was heavy oak, iron-banded, swollen with damp. It resisted my push, groaning in protest as if the tower itself tried to bar my way. I threw my weight against it, my ruined hands screaming in agony where they pressed against the rough wood. With a final, splintering crack, it gave way. The air that rushed out to meet me was ancient, thick with the scent of decaying paper, mildew and dust, so profound it felt like a physical weight. It was colder than the rest of the tower, a tomb-like chill that seeped into my bones. Weak, gray light filtered through a high, grime-caked window, illuminating countless shelves sagging under the weight of leather-bound tomes, scrolls, and crumbling ledgers. Dust motes danced in the thin beams, like tormented spirits. The silence here was different, deeper, older, layered with the weight of forgotten centuries. I moved cautiously, my boots disturbing centuries of undisturbed dust. The whispers guided me, not towards the neatly organized records of the conclave, but towards a shadowed corner where shelves leaned precariously, spilling their contents onto the floor in a jumble of mildewed parchment and cracked leather bindings. There, the voice hissed. The Keeper's Chronicles. I knelt, wincing at the pain in my joints, and began to sift through the debris. The parchments crumbled at my touch, releasing puffs of dust that made me cough. My hands left dark smears on everything they touched. Finally, my fingers closed on a volume bound in black leather, strangely supple despite its age. It bore no title, only a single, tarnished brass clasp shaped like a bell. I fumbled it open, the dry pages whispering secrets as they turned. The entries were written in a spidery, fading hand, the ink sometimes obscured by mildew or water damage. They spanned centuries, each entry the record of a bellkeeper, and each one told the same story, with chilling, repetitive precision. Day 47. The silence breathes. My hands ache, the skin splitting like old fruit. I hear whispers in the walls at night. They say my name. Keeper Alistair, Year of Our Lord, 1623. Day 91. The bell tolled without hand, a single mournful note. I saw a shape in the belfry, tall and thin, dragging its leg. It wore the face of the man I wronged. It smiled with teeth of shadow. Keeper Silas, Year of Our Lord, 1748. Day 112. The books lie. There is no escape. The tower is hungry. It feeds on guilt. It is guilt made stone. My hands weep black tears. The whispers are screams now. It comes for me. I hear the rope creak. Keeper Jonah, Year of Our Lord, 1811. I read faster, my heart hammering against my ribs, a frantic bird trapped in a cage of bone. Keeper after keeper. The same progression. Isolation, guilt, physical decay, always the hands. The first tolling, the whispers, the apparition wearing the face of their victim, the growing terror, the final, desperate entries, and always the same ending. The entries stopped abruptly. No final words of peace, no record of release. Only silence. And the next keeper's chronicle beginning years, sometimes decades, later. A pattern emerged. A horrific, inescapable cycle. The tower didn't just punish, it consumed. It took the keeper's guilt, their crime, and manifested it, feeding on their terror until they broke, until the bell tolled its final note for them. Then it waited, dormant, until the next guilty soul was assigned to its care. I was just the latest link in a chain of damnation stretching back centuries. My hands trembled violently as I turned the pages, searching, needing to find an anomaly, a survivor, a way out. The entries blurred before my eyes, the names and dates merging into a litany of despair. And then, near the end of the chronicle, I found it. Not an entry of hope, but one of profound, soul-shattering prophecy. It was written in a different hand, bolder, yet filled with a frantic energy. The ink was fresh, black, and seemed to glisten wetly in the dim light. It was dated only a week ago. He comes, the final keeper, the one whose guilt is a black star. The tower stirs for him. The bell hungers for his name. Elias Thorne. His hands will bleed the tower's memory. His breath will feed the whispers. His terror will be the sweetest wine. He will climb the stairs. He will see the truth in the bronze. He will toll his own end. The cycle breaks with him. The tower will sleep or wake anew. The prophecy is sealed. The bell knows his name, Elias Thorne. The name lipped from the page, written in large, jagged strokes that seemed to burn into my retinas. Elias Thorne. Not just a name, a verdict. A death sentence written by the tower itself, perhaps by the last keeper before me, or by the malevolent intelligence that resided within the stone and bronze. A cold dread, deeper and more absolute than anything I had yet experienced, washed over me. It wasn't just fear anymore. It was the chilling certainty of inevitability. The tower hadn't just been waiting for a keeper. It had been waiting for me. My guilt was the key. My crime was the sacrifice. The bell didn't just toll for death. It caused it, harvesting the soul of the guilty to sustain its dark existence. I slammed the chronicle shut, the brass bell clasp clinking softly. The sound echoed unnaturally in the silent archives. The whispers rose again, no longer sibilant, but a triumphant mocking chorus. Elias! 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 I scrambled backwards, away from the book, away from the damning prophecy. My back hit a shelf, sending a cascade of crumbling parchments to the floor. The dust rose like a shroud. The shadows in the corners of the archives deepened, writhing, coalescing. The air grew impossibly cold, frosting my breath. The metallic scent of blood and decay intensified, choking me. And from the depths of the tower, far below, came a sound that froze the blood in my veins. Not a toll, not a whisper, but the slow, deliberate, grinding creak, creak, creak of the great bell rope beginning to sway once more in the belfry above. It was calling me. The rope was calling me. The stairs awaited. The ascent had begun. The tower had my name, and it would not rest until it had my soul. I was trapped, not just in stone, but in the pages of a prophecy written in my own blood. The final tolling was coming. And it would toll for me. The creaking of the rope above was a summons, a slow, deliberate creak, creak, creak that vibrated through the stone floor, up my legs into the fractured chambers of my heart. It wasn't just sound, it was a physical pull, an invisible hand gripping my spine, urging me upward. The prophecy in the chronicles burned behind my eyes. He will climb the stairs. He will see the truth in the bronze. He will toll his own end. The tower knew my name. It knew my crime, and it hungered. I fled the archives, not towards the belfry. That path was still barred by primal terror, but upwards, back to my chamber. The spiral stairs groaned beneath my weight, but the sound was different now. It sounded like laughter, low, guttural, stone-deep laughter that mocked my flight. The air grew colder with each step, the shadows clinging to the walls thickening, reaching out with tenebrous fingers. The whispers followed, no longer sibilant, but a chorus of dry, rattling voices. Climb, Elias, climb and see the truth. See your end. My chamber felt smaller, more oppressive than ever. The single arrow-slit window offered no comfort, only a view of the gray, indifferent marshes merging with the bruised sky. The metallic scent of decay was overwhelming, clinging to every surface, mingling with the coppery reek of my own weeping hands. They were worse, much worse. The cracks had widened into raw, gaping fissures, revealing tissue beneath that was unnaturally dark, almost bruised. The ichor they oozed was thick, black, and viscous, like crude oil mixed with old blood. It left glistening, tar-like smears on everything I touched. The pain was constant, a deep, sickening throb that echoed the creaking rope above. I needed to see, needed to understand the extent of the tower's corruption. My gaze fell upon the small, tarnished hand mirror I kept on the rough-hewn table. A relic from my life before Saltgrave, before Thomas, before this damnable tower. I hadn't looked into it in weeks, months. The thought of seeing my own face filled me with a dread deeper than the marsh mud. But the whispers hissed, "Look, look and know." With a trembling hand, leaving a sticky black smear on the table, I picked up the mirror. It felt cold, unnaturally so, as if it had been resting in a tomb. I raised it slowly, my breath catching in my throat. The face that stared back was not mine. Or rather, it was a grotesque parody of me. The skin was stretched taut over the skull, gray and waxy like the apparition's. The eyes were sunken, shadowed pits, but within them something moved. A faint, malevolent light, like embers glowing in ashes. The cheekbones were sharp, prominent, casting deep, cavernous shadows. The lips were cracked, bleeding slightly, pulled back in a rictus that wasn't quite a smile, wasn't quite a snarl. My hair, once merely streaked with gray, was now the color of iron filings, matted and unkempt. But it was the hands that held me transfixed. In the mirror, they weren't just bleeding ichor, they were changing. The skin around the fissures was darkening, hardening, taking on the texture of weathered bronze. The black fluid oozing from the cracks seemed to shimmer faintly, like oil on water, reflecting the weak light in impossible ways. It looked less like blood and more like molten metal. The hands of a keeper, becoming the very thing he kept. Elias. The voice that emerged from my reflection's mouth was not mine. It was dry, rasping, layered with the whispers of the tower. You see the truth. I recoiled, dropping the mirror with a clatter. It landed face up on the table, the reflection still staring up at the ceiling, its lips moving silently. I stumbled back, pressing myself against the cold stone wall. My ruined hands clutched to my chest. No, it's a trick. The mirror, the light, the tower's influence. But the image was seared into my mind. The bronze-like skin, the embers in the eyes, the voice that wasn't mine. You cannot hide. The voice came again, not from the mirror but from the walls themselves. It surrounded me, pressing in. The bell knows you. The tower is you. Your guilt is its mortar. Your terror is its breath. I slid down the wall, collapsing onto the floor, my body racked with tremors. I stared at my hands, held before me in the dim light. They looked wrong. The skin was hardening, taking on a dull, metallic sheen. The black ichor oozing from the cracks seemed thicker, slower, like a cooling slag. The pain was still there, but it was changing, becoming a deep, resonant ache, a vibration that matched the creaking of the rope above. Drip, creak, drip, creak. The sounds synchronized, a grotesque rhythm of decay and summons. The whispers rose again, a cacophony of voices, Thomas's gasp, the dry rattle of the apparition, the sibilant hiss of the tower, and now the layered metallic tones of my own reflection. Murderer, keeper, toll, climb, see, end. They swirled around me, a vortex of sound and accusation. The air grew colder, frosting my breath. The shadows in the corners deepened, writhing, taking on indistinct, menacing shapes. The metallic scent intensified until I could taste it, sharp and bitter on my tongue. And then, through the storm of sound and sensation came a new sound, a faint, rhythmic tapping. It came from the belfry above, sharp and distinct against the creaking rope. Tap, tap, tap. It sounded like metal striking stone, like the clapper of the great bell, tapping lightly against its bronze side. Testing, waiting. The tower was growing impatient. The summons was becoming a command. I pushed myself up, my movements clumsy, stiff. My hands felt heavy, alien. I looked towards the door, towards the spiral stairs leading upwards, the path to the belfry, the path to my doom. The prophecy echoed, "He will climb the stairs. He will toll his own end." Was there any other choice? To stay here? To let the tower consume me slowly? To become another name in the chronicles? Another entry ending in abrupt silence? Or to meet it head-on? To ascend? To see the truth in the bronze? A strange, desperate resolve began to form amidst the terror. Not hope, but defiance. If the bell wanted me, if the tower demanded my soul, then I would not go quietly. I would not let it simply feed on my fear. I would face it. I would look into the eye of the storm, and perhaps I could destroy it. The thought was madness, born of desperation and the tower's insidious influence, but it took root. Destroy the bell, break the cycle, end the hunger. I looked at my hands again. The bronze-like sheen was more pronounced. The black ichor oozed slower. They were becoming part of the tower's mechanism, part of the bell. Drip, toll, drip, toll. The rhythm was inescapable. The tapping above grew louder, more insistent. Tap, Tap! Tap! The creaking of the rope quickened. Creak! 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 The whispers rose to a fever pitch. Climb! 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 I took a step towards the door, then another. The tower seemed to lean in, the stones groaning in anticipation. The air crackled with unseen energy. The shadows writhed like living things. The metallic scent was a physical presence, choking me. My hands throbbed in time with the bell rope, a deep, resonant ache that was both agony and a dark, terrible purpose. I reached the door. My ruined hand, slick with black ichor, closed around the cold iron handle. It felt like grasping the hilt of a sword pointed at my own heart. The tower held its breath. The whispers fell silent, waiting. The tapping and creaking above ceased. An absolute, watchful silence descended, heavier than any toll. I turned the handle. The door groaned open, revealing the spiral stairs ascending into darkness. The path to the belfry, the path to the truth, the path to my end. I took the first step upwards. The stone felt cold, final beneath my boot. The tower sighed around me, a sound of ancient stone and darker anticipation. The ascent had begun. There was no turning back. The bell knew my name, and I was going to meet it. The spiral staircase coiled upwards into darkness, a throat of stone waiting to swallow me whole. I stood at its base, my ruined hand still clutching the cold iron handle of my chamber door, the other slick with black ichor that dripped onto the flagstones. Each drop fell with a soft, wet pat, echoing unnaturally in the suffocating silence. Above, the belfry waited. The bell waited. My end waited. But a new, desperate fire flickered within the hollow cavity of my chest. Not hope, but defiance. If the tower demanded my soul, I would not surrender it meekly. I would strike first. I would destroy the bell. The resolve felt alien, fragile as spun glass in the crushing weight of the tower's malevolence. Every instinct screamed at me to flee back into my chamber, to curl into a ball and await the inevitable. But the prophecy burned in my mind. He will toll his own end. The words felt like a chain around my neck. If my end was written, then I would choose the manner of it. I would not be the bell's puppet. I would be its executioner. First, I needed tools, something heavy, sharp, capable of shattering sacred bronze. The thought of ascending the stairs empty-handed was unbearable. I turned away from the stairwell, moving not upwards but downwards, towards the undercroft where the tower's detritus gathered. Broken furniture, rusted implements, the discarded remnants of forgotten keepers. The air grew colder, damper, smelling of earth and rot. The whispers followed, no longer triumphant but confused, angry. Down, no, up, the bell calls. Silence, I rasped, the sound raw and ragged in my own throat. To my astonishment, the whispers faltered, receding like a tide. For a fleeting moment, the silence was merely silence, not a presence. The reprieve was brief. A low, resonant hum vibrated through the stone floor, originating from deep within the tower's foundations. It was the sound of displeasure, of a great beast disturbed. I found the undercroft unchanged, vaulted, shadowed, smelling of salt and mildew. Weak light filtered through high slits, illuminating dust motes dancing like tormented souls. I began to sift through the piles of junk, my movements clumsy, hampered by the grotesque transformation of my hands. They felt stiff, unyielding, the skin hardening into a dull, bronze-like sheen. The black ichor oozed slowly, thick as tar, leaving glistening trails on everything I touched. Pain lanced through them with every movement, a deep, grinding ache that resonated with the tower's hum. My fingers closed around something heavy and solid, a rusted iron crowbar, its end chipped but still massive. It felt unnaturally cold, leaching what little warmth remained in my hands. Next, I found a heavy-headed sledgehammer, its wooden handle splintered but solid. I tested my grip. The bronze-like skin of my palms scraped painfully against the rough wood, but the ichor seemed to provide a slick, unnatural purchase. I could hold it, barely. As I lifted the sledgehammer, a wave of dizziness washed over me. The undercroft tilted, swam. I leaned against the cold stone wall, gasping. My reflection stared back at me from a discarded water-filled bucket nearby. It was worse than the mirror. The face was gaunt, skeletal. The eyes glowing faintly with that malevolent ember light. But the hands gripping the sledgehammer were no longer merely bronze-like. They were bronze, dark, pitted metal, fused seamlessly to my wrists, the cracks weeping black fluid that shimmered like oil. The fingers were thick, jointed, utterly inhuman. You become. The voice emerged from my reflection's lips, dry and metallic, layered with the tower's whispers. You become the instrument, the hammer, the bell. No, I snarled, hurling the sledgehammer away from me. It clanged loudly against the stone floor, the sound echoing unnaturally. I stumbled back, tripping over a pile of rotting timbers, landing hard on my backside. Pain shot through me, but it was distant, muffled by the horror consuming me. I stared at my hands, held before me in the dim light. They were changing faster now. The bronze was creeping up my forearms, darkening the skin, hardening it. The ichor flowed slower, thicker. I was becoming part of the tower, part of the bell. The prophecy wasn't just about my death. It was about my transformation. He will toll his own end. The words took on a new, terrifying meaning. Not that I would cause the tolling, but that I would be the tolling. My hands fused to the bell, striking it endlessly for eternity. A living clapper in a prison of bronze and stone. Despair, cold and absolute, washed over me, threatening to extinguish the fragile flame of defiance. What was the point? The tower had already claimed me. My body was betraying me, becoming the very thing I sought to destroy. I was doomed, not just to die, but to become the curse. Tap, tap, tap. The sound came from above, sharp and insistent. The clapper, tapping against the bell. Not a toll, but a reminder, a summons. The tower was growing impatient. The whispers rose again. A cacophony of voices. Time, time. The bell hungers. Climb. I pushed myself up, my movements stiff, alien. The bronze-like skin of my hands scraped against the stone floor as I pushed. I looked at the discarded crowbar and sledgehammer. They were useless now. My hands were the tools. My hands were the weapons. Or they would be the instruments of my eternal enslavement. A new resolve, born not of hope, but of utter desperation, hardened within me. If I was becoming the bell, then I would use that transformation. I would ascend. I would reach the belfry. And I would strike the bell with all the force of my corrupted flesh, my damned soul. I would shatter it, or I would shatter with it. Either way, the cycle ended. The tower's hunger would be denied, or it would consume its own instrument. I picked up the crowbar. It felt lighter now, or perhaps my hands were stronger. The bronze skin seemed to grip the rusted iron naturally. I slung the sledgehammer over my shoulder, the splintered handle digging into the corrupted flesh. The pain was still there, but it felt distant, a separate thing. The dominant sensation was the deep, resonant ache in my hands, the vibration that matched the tower's hum and the tapping above. Drip, tap, drip, tap. The rhythm was inescapable, a heartbeat of doom. I turned towards the spiral stairs. The air grew colder, the shadows deepening, writhing like living things. The whispers intensify, no longer confused but furious. Fool, destroyer, you cannot break what you are. You are the bell. You are the tower. The stones beneath my feet vibrated. A low, grinding sound echoed from the walls, as if the tower itself was shifting, preparing to block my path. The stairwell ahead seemed to narrow, the darkness thickening into a physical barrier. The metallic scent of decay intensified, choking me. I took the first step onto the spiral stair. The stone felt cold, final, but also yielding, as if the tower was testing my resolve, as if it was intrigued by this final, futile act of defiance. I took the second step. The grinding sound ceased. The whispers fell silent, replaced by a watchful, expectant hush. The tapping above stopped. The tower held its breath. I began to climb, one step at a time. The crowbar felt heavy in my bronze hand. The sledgehammer dug into my shoulder. My ruined hands throbbed in a time with the tower's deep, resonant hum. With each step, the bronze crept further up my arms. The ichor flowed slower, darker. With each step, the belfry drew closer. With each step, the bell waited. And with each step, I knew with chilling certainty. The bell knew my name, and I was climbing to meet it, not as its victim, but as its destroyer, or its final, damned component. The ascent had begun. There was no turning back. The spiral staircase coiled upwards into a darkness so profound, it seemed to drink the weak light from my lantern. Each step was a battle. Not just against the burning ache in my bronze-corrupted hands, or the leaden weight of the crowbar and sledgehammer, but against the tower itself. It fought me. The stone beneath my boots shifted subtly, like the spine of a restless beast. The walls narrowed, pressing in, the rough-hewn blocks scraping against my shoulders. The air grew colder, thinner, tasting of ancient dust and the metallic tang of my own weeping ichor. Tap, tap, tap. The sound from the belfry above was relentless now, a sharp, percussive reminder of my destination. The clapper, striking the bell's side with impatient metallic hunger. It vibrated through the stone floor, up my legs, resonating in the very marrow of my bones. It matched the deep, grinding ache in my hands, the slow, inexorable creep of bronze up my forearms. Drip, tap, drip, tap. The rhythm was a heartbeat, a countdown, the tower's heartbeat, my own death knell. I climbed, step after agonizing step. The whispers followed, no longer a chorus but a single sibilant voice that seemed to emanate from the stones themselves, coiling around my ankles like cold smoke. Turn back, Elias. There's only the bell. There's only the end. Never, I gritted out, the word scraping my throat. My voice sounded wrong, deeper, rougher, layered with the same metallic resonance as the tower's hum. The bronze had crept past my wrists now, darkening the skin of my forearms, hardening it. The black ichor oozed slower, thicker, like cooling slag. The crowbar felt welded to my hand, an extension of my corrupted flesh. As I rounded a tight bend in the stairs, the shadows coalesced, not into the indistinct shapes I'd seen before, but into something solid, something reaching. Tendrils of pure darkness, colder than ice, shot from the gloom, wrapping around my legs, my waist, my chest. They constricted, pulling me backwards, dragging me down towards the deeper darkness below. The air was crushed from my lungs. The whispers rose to a shriek. "Stay! Join us! Join the silence!" Panic, cold and sharp, pierced the fog of my determination. I thrashed, the crowbar scraping uselessly against the stone wall. The sledgehammer slipped from my shoulder, clattering down the steps into the void below. The shadowed tendrils tightened, their coals seeping into my bones, leeching my strength. My vision blurred, the edges darkening. The tower was swallowing me whole. Thomas. The name exploded in my mind, not as a memory, but as a lifeline. His face, pale in the lantern light that rainy night. His voice, concerned, afraid. "Elias, you can't keep this up." The slick cobblestones, the desperate grab, the sickening crunch, the rain washing crimson into the gutters, the guilt, black and suffocating, that had driven me to this tower. This wasn't just about destroying the bell, it was about facing Thomas. About atonement, however final. A roar, raw and inhuman, tore from my throat. It wasn't just my voice. It was the sound of bronze grinding against stone, of a damned soul refusing oblivion. I wrenched my arms forward, the corrupted muscles straining, the bronze skin of my hands scraping against the shadow tendrils. Where they touched, the darkness hissed like acid meeting metal. The tendrils recoiled, not melting, but dissipating like smoke in a gale. The pressure vanished. I gasped, sucking in the frigid air, stumbling forward, catching myself against the curved wall. My hands, where they had touched the shadows, the bronze was brighter, polished, gleaming faintly in the lantern light. And the whispers, they were silent, stunned. The tower had underestimated the fury of my guilt, the desperate strength it lent my corrupted form. I didn't look back. I didn't retrieve the sledgehammer. I only had the crowbar now, fused to my bronze hand. It would have to be enough. I climbed faster, driven by a frantic energy the tower's resistance momentarily stunned. The stairs seemed less treacherous, the air slightly less suffocating, but the tapping above grew louder, faster. Tap! 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 The bell was impatient. It knew I was coming. Finally, after an eternity of ascent, the staircase ended. Not at a door, but at an opening, a ragged hole in the stone floor of the belfry above. Weak, gray light filtered down, mixed with swirling dust motes. The air that rose to meet me was different, colder, drier, carrying the scent of ozone and ancient weathered metal, the scent of the bell. I pulled myself through the opening, scrambling onto the floor of the belfry, and froze. The space was vast, circular, open to the bruised sky through great arching gaps. Seabirds wheeled outside, their cries distant and alien, but it was dominated by it. The bell of lament. It hung in the center, immense, majestic, terrible. Its bronze surface, polished by my own hands over countless days, gleamed dully in the weak light, reflecting the gray sky and the swirling dust. The intricate carvings, weeping angels, twisted figures, scenes of judgment, seemed to writhe and shift in the shifting light, their stone eyes following me. The great rope, thick as a man's arm, hung motionless beside it, still and heavy. But it wasn't the bell's size or its carvings that stole my breath and froze the blood in my veins. It was what hung from the rope. A body, swinging gently, almost imperceptibly, in the faint breeze that stirred the belfry. Dressed in the tattered remnants of a bell-keeper's uniform, dark trousers, a rough-spun tunic. The head was bowed, the face obscured by matted, iron-gray hair, but I knew. With a certainty that shattered my sanity, I knew. It was me, my corpse, hanging from the bell rope, dead, long dead. The skin was gray and waxy, stretched tight over the skull. The hands, dangling limply, were dark, cracked, weeping black ichor. Bronze had fused the fingers together, fused them to the rope itself. The feet, bare and blackened, swung just above the belfry floor. The prophecy hadn't been metaphor. It hadn't been symbolic. He will toll his own end. I had already done it. I had already hanged myself. I had already died. The guilt, the isolation, the whispers, the apparitions, they hadn't driven me to destruction. They had been the echoes of my destruction. I was a ghost, a lingering fragment of guilt and despair, trapped within the tower stones, reliving my final, desperate hours, climbing towards a death I had already suffered. The realization struck me like a physical blow, colder and more final than the marsh wind. My legs gave out. I collapsed to my knees on the cold stone floor, the crowbar clattering from my bronze hand. It landed with a loud, metallic clang that echoed unnaturally in the vast space. The sound seemed to awaken the bell. A deep, resonant hum vibrated through its bronze flank, through the floor, into my kneeling form. It wasn't a toll, not yet. It was a recognition, a greeting. The corpse, hanging from the rope slowly, impossibly raised its head. The matted hair fell away, revealing the face beneath. Gaunt, skeletal. The eyes were gone, replaced by weeping holes that oozed black ichor. The mouth was a gaping, ragged hole. And hanging from its jaw, swaying gently, was a single, small, tarnished bell. Thomas's bell. The corpse's head tilted. The gaping moan seemed to widen. A dry, rattling hiss emerged, the sound of stone grinding against stone, of death finding its voice. It was my voice, the voice of my corpse. "Elias," it hissed, the sound echoing in the belfry. "You rang." The great bell above began to move. Not a toll, but a slow, deliberate swing. The clapper, a massive bronze teardrop, shifted inside its throat. The rope creaked, groaning under the weight of the corpse and the impending motion. I stared, paralyzed, at my own hanging body, at the tiny bell swinging from its jaw, at the great bell beginning its deadly arc. The whispers rose one final time. Not from the walls, but from the very air, from the bronze, from the corpse itself. A triumphant, mocking chorus. "Elias Thorne! Elias Thorne! Elias Thorne!" The great bell reached the apex of its swing. The clapper hung poised for a fraction of a second. Then it began to fall. Clang! The sound exploded outwards, a physical force that shook the belfry to its foundations. It wasn't just sound, it was pure, undiluted judgment, a wave of annihilating power that rolled across the marshes, a final knell for the damned. It vibrated through the stone, through the air, and through me. I felt it in my bones, in my corrupted flesh, in the shattered remnants of my soul. The tolling echoed, not just in the belfry, but in the hollow chamber of my own chest. It was the sound of my heart stopping. Again. It was the sound of my name being erased. It was the sound of the tower claiming its due. Clang! The second tolling began, and as the bronze vibration tore through me, I understood. I wasn't the keeper anymore. I was the bell. I was the tolling. I was the curse, and I would toll forever. The second tolling struck like a hammer to the soul. Clang! The sound wasn't merely heard, it was experienced. It vibrated through the stone floor, up my kneeling form, resonating in the hollow cavity of my chest where a heart no longer beat. It was the sound of finality, of a door slamming shut on eternity. And in that sound, the truth shattered what little remained of my sanity. I wasn't becoming the bell, I was the bell. Not just my hands, not just my corrupted flesh, but the fractured essence of Elias Thorne, the guilt, the terror, the desperate, futile defiance, was now woven into the bronze, fused into the rope, hanging like a corpse from the very mechanism of my own damnation. The prophecy hadn't foretold my destruction. It had described my transformation. He will toll his own end. I was tolling it, again and again, forever. Clang. The third tolling rolled out, a wave of annihilating sound that made the belfry stones groan. I felt it in the marrow of my bones, in the slow creep of bronze up my arms, now past my elbows, darkening the skin to a dull, metallic sheen. The pain was still there, a deep, grinding ache. But it was changing. It was becoming familiar, a part of the resonance. The black ichor wept slower, thicker, like cooling slag, dripping onto the flagstones where it sizzled faintly, leaving tiny, permanent bronze stains. My corpse, the real corpse, the one that had ended its life here months, years, centuries ago, swung gently with each toll. Its head was still raised, the gaping maw open in a silent scream, the tiny bell on its jaw tinkling faintly, a grotesque counterpoint to the great bell's thunder. Its weeping eye holes seemed to stare directly at me, or perhaps through me, into the hollow space where my consciousness flickered like a dying candle. You see now, Keeper. The voice wasn't just from the corpse's mouth. It came from the bell itself, from the vibrating rope, from the very stones of the belfry. It was layered, a chorus of my own voice, dry, metallic, the corpse's rattle, and the deep, resonant hum of the tower. You see the truth. You are the echo. You are the memory. You are the hunger. The hunger. The word resonated with a terrible clarity. The bell didn't just toll for death, it fed on death, on the fear, the guilt, the final desperate gasp of the dying. And I was its new mouthpiece, its new censor, its new clapper. Clang! The fourth tolling. As the sound washed over me, memories, not my own, but the tower's, flooded my fractured mind. Flashes of other keepers. Alistair, weeping black tears as his hands fused to the rope. Silas, screaming as the bronze consumed his face. Jonah, laughing maniacally as he threw himself from the belfry arch, only to reappear moments later, hanging beside the bell. Each death, each transformation, each becoming part of the mechanism, each feeding the tower's endless, insatiable hunger for despair. And then my memory surged, not as a recollection, but as a lived, agonizing present. Rain, lashing rain, the slick cobblestones of Saltgrave, Thomas's face, pale in the lantern light, etched with fear. Elias, you can't. The desperate grab, the sickening crunch as his head struck the well, the rain washing crimson into the gutters, his final wet gasp. My own scream, raw and animalistic, lost in the storm, but this time it wasn't just memory. I felt Thomas's skull cracking beneath my hands. I tasted the coppery tang of his blood mixing with the rain. I heard his final gasp not just in my mind, but echoing through the belfry, merging with the dying reverberation of the toll. The guilt wasn't an emotion. It was a physical weight, a crushing pressure that fused me tighter to the bronze, that made the black ichor flow faster, hotter. Clang! The fifth tolling. The vibration was ecstasy now. The pain was transmuting into a dark, terrible pleasure. The bronze crept up my biceps, across my shoulders. My skin felt tight, stretched, hardening. I tried to scream, but the sound that emerged was a deep, resonant clang, like metal striking metal. I was losing myself. Elias Thorne, the man, the murderer, the terrified keeper, was dissolving. What remained was the function, the tolling, the hunger. You are the bell keeper now, Elias. The tower's voice was a soothing, monstrous lullaby. Forever. You will feel the approach of death across the marshes. You will taste the fear of the dying. You will toll their end. And you will feed. Feed the tower. Feed the silence. Feed the curse. The corpse, hanging from the rope, seemed to nod slowly, its matted hair swaying. The tiny bell on its jaw jingled softly. Feed, it hissed in echo. Clang, the sixth tolling. I felt it resonate not just in the belfry, but outward, across the desolate marshes. It was a probe, a seeking tendril of sound and intent, and it found something. A flicker of life, a spark of fear, far out on the mudflats. A lone traveler, perhaps, caught by the rising tide, or a shepherd boy who'd wandered too far from the path. The tower's hunger sharpened. My own non-existent heart quickened with a dark, predatory thrill. Yes, the thought wasn't mine. It was the bell's, the tower's. Feed, clang, the seventh tolling, louder now. More insistent. A summons, a death sentence for the unknown soul on the marsh. I felt their terror spike as the sound rolled towards them, a physical wave of dread. I felt their heart hammering, their breath catching in their throat. I felt the coal seep into their bones as they realized the sound came from Lament Tower. The sound came for them. And I felt the tower feed. A dark, cold energy flowed back along the sound wave, into the bell, into the rope, into the bronze consuming my flesh, into the hanging corpse. It was sustenance, it was life, it was damnation, and it was delicious. Clang, the eighth tolling. The bronze had reached my neck now, hardening my skin, fusing my head to the posture of a tolling bell. My vision blurred, the gray sky and the arching belfry walls melting into a swirl of bronze and shadow. My last coherent thought as Elias Thorne was not of escape, or regret, or even Thomas. It was a single horrifying realization of purpose. I am the bell. I am the tolling. I am the hunger, and I will toll forever. Clang, the ninth tolling. My mouth, now fused into a permanent O of bronze, opened in a silent scream that vibrated with the sound. The black ichor ceased to flow. My skin was entirely bronze now, etched with the same intricate carvings as the great bell. Weeping angels, twisted figures, scenes of judgment. My eyes, still glowing faintly with that malevolent ember light, stared out from the bronze mask of my face, seeing nothing, feeling everything. The rope creaked. The corpse hanging beside me, the original Elias Thorne, seemed to sigh, a dry, rattling exhalation of final relief. Its work was done. It had summoned its replacement. It had fed the tower one last time with its own transformation. Now, it was merely a symbol, a warning, a part of the mechanism. Clang. The 10th tolling. It was different now, fuller, richer. It carried the weight of centuries of damnation, the hunger of the tower, and the newly forged despair of the bellkeeper. It rolled out across the marshes, a clarion call of doom that silenced the wind, stilled the waves, and struck terror into the heart of the lone figure struggling in the mudflats below. The sound faded, leaving only the deep, resonant hum of the bell vibrating in its housing, the slow creak of the rope settling, and the eternal, watchful silence of Lament Tower. The belfry was empty, save for the great bronze bell, the rope, and the two figures hanging from it. The ancient corpse of the last keeper, and the newly forged bronze-masked keeper of the bell. My eyes, the keeper's eyes, stared out across the gray expanse. The hunger was a constant thrum beneath the bronze skin. The silence was no longer empty. It was expectant, waiting, listening for the next flicker of life, the next spark of fear, the next soul destined to feed the tower. The cycle was complete, and it would begin again. Soon, the bell knew my name, and now I knew the bell's purpose. I was the tolling. I was the end, forever. The bronze consumed me, not as fire consumes, but as time consumes memory, gradually, utterly, leaving behind only form and function. My skin, my bones, the very marrow of Elias Thorne hardened into the cold, unyielding metal of the bell. The last vestiges of pain dissolved, replaced by a vast, resonant awareness. I felt the wind whistling through the belfry arches not as chill but as vibration. I felt the weight of the rope, the tension in the great iron clamp securing it to the beam above, as extensions of my new metallic being. I was the bell of lament, and I was hungry, the corpse, the original Elias Thorne, the man who had ended his life here in despair, hung motionless beside me. Its job was done. It had been the catalyst, the first note in the terrible symphony of my transformation. Now it was merely a symbol, a grotesque ornament dangling from the rope, its tiny bell silent. Its weeping eye holes stared blankly at the gray expanse of marsh beyond the arches. Clang! The tolling erupted from me, not as a sound I made, but as sound I was. It rolled out across the desolate marshes, a wave of pure, annihilating judgment. I felt it resonate through the stone tower, through the sodden earth, through the very air, and I felt it connect. Far out on the mudflats, where the tide was rising fast, a flicker of life, a spark of terror. A lone fisherman, perhaps, or a traveler caught by the encroaching water. The tower's hunger sharpened within my bronze form. I tasted their fear, sharp, metallic, like blood on the tongue. I felt their heart hammering against their ribs, a frantic, desperate rhythm that synced with the tolling's dying echo. I heard their choked gasp as they recognized the sound, as they realized it came from Lament Tower. The sound came for them. Yes. The thought was not mine, but the bell's, the tower's. Feed. The dark energy flowed back along the sound wave, a current of pure despair. It washed over me, through me, into me. It was sustenance, it was power, it was damnation. And it was exquisite. The bronze thrummed with it, vibrating with a deep, resonant satisfaction. The hunger eased, momentarily sated. The tower fed. I fed. The cycle continued. Days passed, or nights. Time had no meaning in the belfry. It was marked only by the tolling. Tolling for the fishermen on the mudflats, claimed by the rising tide. Tolling for an old woman in Salt Grave, whose heart gave out as the sound rolled through her window. Tolling for a suicide in the marsh grass, drawn by the bell's mournful call. Each tolling brought a fresh wave of terror, a fresh surge of dark energy that sustained the tower, that sustained me. Each death etched itself onto my bronze surface, new carvings appearing like scars, new weeping angels joining the twisted throng engraved upon my flank. My awareness expanded. I felt the tower's entirety, the groaning stones of the undercroft, the damp chill of the archives, the oppressive silence of my former chamber. I felt the slow, patient pulse of the marshes, the indifferent crash of the sea. I felt the weight of centuries pressing down, the accumulated despair of countless keepers before me, their essences fused into the stone and bronze, whispering their endless litany of guilt and doom. I was the bell, but I was also the tower. The tower was me. We were one vast, hungry organism, feeding on the fear and death that clustered inevitably in our shadow. Then came the day I felt a new presence. Not the flicker of distant fear, but the solid tread of boots on the spiral stairs below. A living soul, ascending, drawn by duty or by exile or by the tower's insidious call. I felt the stones shift slightly in welcome, the shadows deepen in anticipation. The whispers rose, not from my own consciousness, but from the tower's collective memory. New keeper, new hunger. The figure emerged into the belfry, blinking in the weak gray light. He was young, perhaps 30, with a face already etched by hardship and a deep, abiding weariness in his eyes. He wore the rough spun tunic and trousers of a bellkeeper, fresh from Saltgrave. He carried a small bundle of belongings. His name, whispered on the tower's breath, was Arthur. He stopped dead, his eyes widening as he took in the scene. The vast, silent belfry, the great gleaming bell hanging motionless, the rope thick and dark, and the two figures hanging from it. His gaze fell first on the ancient corpse, the original Elias Thorne, gray and waxy, the tiny bell still dangling from its jaw. A shudder racked his frame. He made a small, choked sound, a gasp of revulsion and primal fear. Then his eyes moved to me, to the bell. He saw the intricate carvings, the weeping angels, the scenes of judgment. He saw the dull, menacing gleam of the bronze. He saw the way the light seemed to absorb into my surface rather than reflect off it. He saw the sheer, oppressive weight of me, the physical manifestation of centuries of sorrow and death. He saw the truth. His face paled. He staggered back a step, his hand flying to the mouth. His eyes, wide with dawning horror, scanned the belfry, the arches, the rope, the corpse, and finally settled back on me, on the bell of lament. He understood. He understood the tolling, the isolation, the whispers in the walls, the inevitable decay. He understood the curse. He understood that he was now part of it. The tower's hunger within me quickened. Fresh despair. Arthur sank to his knees on the cold stone floor, not in reverence, but in utter, soul-crushing defeat. He buried his face in his hands, his shoulders shaking with silent sobs. The despair rolled off him in waves, thick, palpable, intoxicating. It was the despair of a man who has seen his own damnation and knows there is no escape. It was the despair that fueled the tower. It was the despair that had fueled Elias Thorne. It was the despair that would fuel Arthur. The tower sighed around me, a sound of ancient stone and profound satisfaction. The whispers swelled, not in mockery, but in welcome. Arthur, Arthur, keeper, toll. I felt the shift within my bronze form, the slow, deliberate swing beginning. The massive clapper, a teardrop of cursed bronze, shifted inside my throat. The rope groaned, bearing the weight of the corpse and the impending motion. Arthur looked up, his face streaked with tears, his eyes wide with terror, as he saw me begin to move. Clang! The first tolling for Arthur's vigil exploded outwards. It was louder, deeper, more resonant than any before. It carried the weight of my own damnation, the ancient hunger of the tower, and the fresh, raw despair of the new keeper. It shook the belfry to its foundations. It rolled out across the marshes, a clarion call of doom that silenced the wind and stilled the sea. It was the sound of the cycle beginning anew. Arthur screamed, a raw, agonized sound swallowed instantly by the tolling's echo. He scrambled backwards, pressing himself against the cold wall, his eyes fixed on me in abject terror. He saw the carvings on my surface writhe in the vibration. He saw the corpse swing gently. He saw the tiny bell on its jaw jingle faintly. He saw the truth in the bronze. He saw his own future hanging beside me. Clang. The second tolling began, and as the bronze vibration tore through the belfry, through Arthur, through the very stones of Lament Tower, I knew. The bell knew Arthur's name. And soon, Arthur would know the bell's purpose. He would polish me. He would fear me. He would hear me toll. He would feel the whispers. He would see the apparition wearing his own face of guilt. And he would climb these stairs, driven by terror and a desperate, futile resolve, only to find his own corpse hanging from the rope beside me. He would become the tolling. He would become the hunger. He would become the bell. The tolling echoed, not just in the belfry, but in the hollow chamber of Arthur's soul. It was the sound of his heart stopping, not yet in body, but in hope. It was the sound of his name being written in the tower's chronicles, in ichor and bronze. It was the sound of Lament Tower claiming its due. Clang. The third tolling rolled out, eternal and hungry. The marshes listened. The tower fed. And the bellkeeper watched, his bronze eyes reflecting the gray sky and the endless, desolate cycle of despair. Forever.
The signal. Sarah Chen pushed her reading glasses up her nose and squinted at the stack of physics tests that seemed to multiply on her kitchen table. The red ink from her grading pen had long since stained her fingertips, and the coffee in her mug had gone cold hours ago. Outside her apartment window, Millfield slept under a blanket of October darkness. The kind of deep, quiet dark that only small Maine towns could manage. She glanced at the clock on her microwave. 3:31 a.m. Another sleepless night. Another marathon grading session that would leave her hollow-eyed and running on caffeine fumes when she faced her students in 4 hours. The insomnia had gotten worse since Dad died, as if sleep itself had become another thing she'd lost along with him. The radio on her nightstand crackled to life. Sarah's pen stopped mid-correction on Tommy Morrison's particularly creative interpretation of Newton's laws. The bedside radio was one of those ancient clock radios that belonged in a museum, complete with actual dials and an antenna that she had to adjust by hand. She'd inherited it from her father along with his research papers and his stubborn refusal to upgrade to digital anything. The thing barely picked up the local stations on a good day. Now it was broadcasting something. Not music, not talking. Something that sounded like voices speaking underwater, or maybe backwards. The words, if they were words, seemed to tumble over each other in a rhythm that made her skin crawl. She could almost understand them, the way you could almost understand someone talking in the next room through thin walls. Sarah set down her pen and walked to the bedroom, her bare feet silent on the cold hardwood. The radio's green display read 3:33 a.m. exactly, and the frequency indicator danced between stations like it couldn't decide where to land. The strange broadcast grew louder as she approached, not quite static, but not quite anything else either. She reached for the power button, then hesitated. Her father had been a physicist, the kind who believed in recording anomalies first and explaining them later. He would have grabbed his notebook and started documenting. Instead, Sarah twisted the tuning dial. The signal followed her across the frequencies. Whatever was broadcasting wasn't coming from any single station. It moved with her as she turned the dial, maintaining the same garbled intensity on 88.3 as it did on 105.7. The voices, and she was becoming more certain they were voices, seemed to be calling something, or someone, a name that sounded almost like hers. Sarah snapped the radio off. The sudden silence felt heavier than the strange broadcast, pressing against her eardrums like the quiet after a thunderclap. She stood there for a moment, listening to the normal sounds of an old building at night, the furnace cycling on, the refrigerator humming, the soft tick of the grandfather clock downstairs in Miller's pharmacy. She was overtired. That had to be it. Her mind was playing tricks, manufacturing mystery where none existed. Tomorrow she would check the radio during daylight hours and find it was picking up some late-night talk show, or maybe interference from the new cell tower they'd installed outside of town. But sleep felt even more impossible now. so she returned to her kitchen table and the stack of tests. Tommy Morrison thought momentum could be created from nothing if you concentrated hard enough. Jennifer Walsh had confused velocity with acceleration again. Normal problems with normal solutions, the kind that didn't broadcast themselves on broken radios at 3 a.m. The school day began with chaos, as they always did. Sarah had managed exactly 47 minutes of sleep between her radio incident and her alarm, leaving her feeling like she'd been turned inside out and reassembled incorrectly. She stumbled through her morning routine, grateful that she'd laid out her clothes the night before, a habit her mother had drilled into her that had proven invaluable during her year of scattered grief. Millfield High School squatted on Elm Street like a red brick monument to institutional efficiency. Sarah had taught there for 2 years now, ever since she'd moved to Maine to settle her father's affairs and somehow never left. The building smelled like floor wax and teenage anxiety, a combination that had become oddly comforting. "You look like hell," said Tom Brewster, sliding into the chair across from her in the faculty lounge. Tom taught shop class and ran a small electronics repair business out of his garage, the kind of man who could fix anything with moving parts and most things without them. His grey beard was perpetually flecked with sawdust, and his flannel shirts had the soft wear of actual work clothes rather than fashion statements. "Didn't sleep," Sarah admitted, clutching her coffee like a lifeline. "Radio kept me up." "Radio?" Tom raised an eyebrow. "That old thing of your dad's? Figured that museum piece would have given up the ghost by now." Before Sarah could respond, the lounge door burst open, and Jenny Martinez practically fell through it. Jenny taught freshman English, and had the frazzled energy of someone trying to convince teenagers that Shakespeare was relevant to their Snapchat lives. "Has anyone else's class been completely insane today?" Jenny asked, not bothering with pleasantries. "Half my first period kids look like extras from a zombie movie. Dark circles, can't focus, jumping at every little sound." Tom set down his coffee. Emma was up most of the night, kept saying she had bad dreams, but she couldn't remember what about. Just kept checking the clock, waiting for something. "Waiting for what?" Sarah asked, though something cold was settling in her stomach. 3:30, Tom said. She kept checking the clock, expecting something to happen at 3:30. The lounge fell quiet except for the hum of the ancient coffee maker and the distant sound of locker doors slamming. Sarah thought about the radio crackling to life at 3:33 a.m, about voices that might have been calling her name. Probably just the weather, Jenny said, but she didn't sound convinced. Barometric pressure changes can affect sleep patterns. Read that somewhere. Tom nodded, but his expression remained troubled. Maybe. Emma's been having electronic problems too. TV keeps switching channels on its own. Cell phone acting up. Brought her laptop to the shop yesterday because it was showing weird images. Desktop background kept changing to pictures she'd never seen before. What kind of pictures? Sarah asked. Empty places, like really empty. Streets with no cars, buildings with no lights. Asked her where she'd downloaded them, but she swore she'd never seen them before. Tom shrugged. Kids download all kinds of stuff without thinking about it. Probably picked up some virus. The warning bell rang, sending them all scrambling for their respective classrooms. Sarah's first period AP Physics class filed in with the usual mix of teenage energy and pre-coffee sullenness. But something was different. Tom was right. Half of them looked like they'd spent the night fighting invisible monsters. Rough night, she asked as they settled into their seats. Marcus Webb, her star student and the class clown, raised his hand. Mrs. Chen, have you ever had the same dream as someone else? What do you mean? Like Kelly and I were texting last night and we both had this weird dream about the school being empty. Same dream, same details. Even the same time, around 3:30 in the morning. Kelly Fitzpatrick nodded from the back row. It was so real. The hallways were all dark and there was this sound coming from the PA system. Not words, just... I don't know how to describe it. Static? Sarah asked before she could stop herself. Yeah, Marcus snapped his fingers. Exactly like static, but organised, like it meant something. Sarah felt the coffee turn to acid in her stomach. Around the classroom, other students were nodding, sharing glances that suggested they'd all visited the same impossible place in their sleep. Dreams can seem very real, she said carefully. Sometimes when we're stressed or anxious, our brains create vivid scenarios that feel like actual memories. But even as she said it, she didn't believe it. Not when combined with Tom's story about Emma, or the radio broadcast that had followed her across frequencies. The lesson on electromagnetic waves felt surreal, given the circumstances. Sarah found herself explaining how radio signals travelled through space, how they could be disrupted by atmospheric conditions, how sometimes signals from distant stations could bounce off the ionosphere and appear in unexpected places. "So you could hear something that wasn't really there?" asked Marcus. "Not exactly," Sarah said. "You'd be hearing something real, just not from where you expected. Radio waves don't lie, but they don't always tell you the whole truth either." After class, Marcus lingered behind while the other students filed out for second period. "Mrs. Chen? That dream I mentioned? Kelly wasn't the only one. I've been texting with kids from other classes, and a lot of us had the same thing. Empty school, weird static sounds, all around 3:30 a.m. That's not normal, right?" Sarah looked at her best student, a kid who could calculate orbital mechanics in his head but still believed in ghost stories. "No, Marcus. That's not normal. My dad thinks there's something wrong with the radio station," he continued. "WMIL's been having technical difficulties all week, equipment failures, weird feedback loops. He runs the soundboard at the station on weekends and he says the equipment's been acting like it's receiving signals from somewhere else." "Somewhere else? Not just other stations, like really somewhere else. The signal analysis shows frequencies that shouldn't exist coming from directions that don't make sense." Marcus hefted his backpack. He thinks someone might be trying to hack the station, but the signals aren't coming from any known transmitter. After Marcus left, Sarah stood alone in her classroom, staring at the whiteboard where she'd drawn diagrams of radio waves propagating through space. Her father had been obsessed with electromagnetic theory toward the end of his life, filling notebooks with equations that she'd never fully understood. Something about signal bleeding, about frequencies that could cross dimensional barriers. She'd thought it was the cancer affecting his mind, now she wasn't so sure. The rest of the day passed in a haze of tired students and malfunctioning electronics. The PA system crackled with interference during announcements. 3 different teachers reported problems with their computers. The school's ancient television in the main office kept switching to channels that didn't exist, showing brief flashes of empty hallways and ash-covered streets before returning to normal programming. By the time the final bell rang, Sarah had made a decision. She stopped by the main office and signed out early, claiming a family emergency. It wasn't entirely a lie. Whatever was happening in Millfield felt like an emergency. And her father's research was the closest thing to family she had left. Her apartment above Miller's pharmacy felt different in the afternoon light. Less like home and more like a temporary shelter, a place where she was staying rather than living. She made herself a sandwich she didn't want and sat at her kitchen table, looking at the stack of tests she still needed to grade. Instead, she found herself pulling out her phone and searching for information about WMIL radio station. Their website was basic, typical small-town simplicity, local news, weather, high school sports scores, nothing about technical difficulties or equipment failures. But when she called the station directly, the man who answered sounded harried. "WMIL, this is Dave. Hi, I'm calling about some unusual broadcasts I've been hearing. Around 3:30 in the morning?" There was a pause. "You too, huh? Look, we've been getting calls all week. People hearing things that aren't on our programming schedule. But I'm telling you, we shut down at midnight. Everything's automated after that. Just the weather loop and emergency broadcasts." "What about equipment malfunctions? I heard you've been having technical problems." Another pause, longer this time. "Who is this?" "I'm a teacher at the high school. Sarah Chen. My students have been having sleep problems and I think it might be connected to whatever signal is broadcasting. Listen, Ms. Chen, I probably shouldn't be talking about this, but we've had some weird stuff going on. Equipment turning itself on, signals that don't match any known frequency allocations. The FCC's sending someone up from Portland next week to take a look. Have you tried tracking the source? That's the thing. According to our equipment, the signal's coming from inside our own building, but there's nobody here at 3 a.m, and the transmitter room is locked up tight. It's like the building's broadcasting to itself." Sarah thanked Dave and hung up, but the cold feeling in her stomach had only gotten worse. She walked to her bedroom and stared at the old radio on her nightstand. Her father's radio, inherited along with his boxes of research and his collection of old scientific journals. For the first time since his death, she found herself wishing she'd paid more attention to his work. The storage unit was in the basement of Miller's pharmacy, a musty concrete room that Mr. Miller let her use for free in exchange for occasionally helping with inventory. She'd moved most of her father's things down there after the funeral, unable to throw them away but not ready to live with the constant reminders of his absence. 3 boxes of his research sat stacked against the far wall, covered in dust and labelled in his careful handwriting: electromagnetic theory, signal analysis, and personal projects. She'd looked through them once shortly after the funeral, but the technical language and complex equations had been too much to handle in her grief. Now she pulled down the personal projects box and carried it back upstairs. The box contained exactly what she remembered: notebooks filled with her father's tight script, photocopies of scientific papers, and newspaper clippings that had seemed random and obsessive when she'd first found them. But as she spread them across her kitchen table, a pattern began to emerge. Every newspaper clipping mentioned Millfield. Some were obvious: local news stories, high school football scores, the usual small-town minutiae, but others were stranger. A brief mention in a Portland paper about unusual electromagnetic readings detected in the area. A scientific journal article about frequency anomalies in rural Maine. A clipping from a Boston newspaper dated October 15, 1987, with a headline that made her hands shake: "Chemical plant explosion kills 47 in Millfield, Maine." Sarah read the article 3 times before the words fully registered. A chemical processing plant on the outskirts of town had exploded in the early morning hours, releasing toxic gases that had killed 47 people and forced the evacuation of the entire town. The cause was listed as an equipment malfunction, possibly triggered by an electrical storm. She had lived in Millfield for 2 years. She had never heard of any chemical plant explosion. According to the article, the plant had been experimenting with electromagnetic processing techniques as part of a government contract. The explosion had occurred at 3:33 a.m. Sarah set the clipping down with shaking hands and reached for her father's notebook. His handwriting was smaller here, more hurried, as if he'd been racing to get his thoughts down before they escaped him. October 1987. Millfield incident confirms dimensional bleed theory. Electromagnetic explosion created frequency wound between parallel realities. Signal bleeding suggests ongoing breach. Must investigate before convergence becomes permanent. Note: official records show no chemical plant explosion. Timeline alteration suggests successful reality revision, but frequency scarring remains. Dimensional echo continues to broadcast distress signal at original incident time. Sarah's mother refuses to discuss Millfield connections, claims no knowledge of plant or explosion, memory revision, or selective reality exposure. Must protect Sarah from frequency exposure until old enough to understand implications. The notebook fell from Sarah's hands. Outside her window, Millfield looked exactly as it always had. Quiet streets, modest houses, the kind of small town where nothing ever happened and nothing ever changed. But according to her father's research, 47 people had died here in 1987, and somehow the town had forgotten, or been made to forget. The old radio on her nightstand crackled to life, even though she was certain she'd left it turned off. The green display read 3:33 p.m, 12 hours early, but the same numbers that had haunted her sleep. And from the speaker came a voice she recognized, even though it was impossible. Her father's voice, calling her name across frequencies that shouldn't exist, from a place that might not be there at all. Sarah stared at the radio for 10 full minutes after her father's voice faded into static. The green display had returned to normal time, 3:47 p.m, and the speakers emitted nothing but the usual background hum of electronics at rest. She could almost convince herself she'd imagined it, if not for the newspaper clipping still spread across her kitchen table, declaring the death of 47 people in a town that had apparently forgotten they ever existed. She needed answers, and the Millfield Public Library seemed like the logical place to start. The library occupied a converted Victorian mansion on Maple Street, complete with the kind of wraparound porch and gingerbread trim that made tourists reach for their cameras. Inside, tall windows let in the late afternoon light, illuminating dust motes that danced between towering shelves of books that probably hadn't been checked out since the Clinton administration. Mrs. Eleanor Holloway had presided over the library for longer than most people had lived in Millfield. She was the kind of librarian who remembered every book she'd ever checked out to every patron, the sort of institutional memory that small towns depended on. If anyone would remember a chemical plant explosion that killed 47 people, it would be her. "Sarah, dear," Mrs. Holloway looked up from her circulation desk with genuine warmth. How nice to see you. I don't think you've been in since you borrowed those physics textbooks for your lesson plans." "Actually, I'm hoping you can help me with some local history research," Sarah said, approaching the desk with her father's newspaper clipping in hand. "I found this article about an incident in 1987, but I can't seem to find any other information about it." Mrs. Holloway adjusted her reading glasses and examined the clipping. Her expression didn't change as she read, but something flickered behind her eyes. Confusion, or maybe recognition quickly suppressed. "I'm sorry, dear, but this must be a mistake," she said finally, handing the clipping back. "There's never been a chemical plant in Millfield. Certainly nothing that would employ 47 people. You know how small we are. But the article is very specific. It mentions the plant being on the outskirts of town near the old Timber Road. There's nothing out that way but forest and the old garrison property." Mrs. Holloway's voice was patient but firm, the tone of someone correcting a persistent misconception. "Perhaps this is about a different town with a similar name." Sarah spread the clipping on the circulation desk, pointing to the dateline. "But it clearly says Millfield, Maine, and the date is October 15th, 1987. You've lived here your whole life. Surely you'd remember something like this." For just a moment, Mrs. Holloway's composed expression cracked. She touched her temple with one finger, as if fighting off a headache. Of course I would remember. There's been no chemical plant, no explosion, no deaths." The words came out like a recitation, automatic and rehearsed. "Now, was there something else I could help you find?" Sarah felt a chill that had nothing to do with the October weather. Mrs. Holloway's response felt wrong, too certain, too quick, like someone trying to convince herself as much as Sarah. "Could I look at the newspaper archives from 1987? Sarah asked. "Maybe there are other articles that could explain the confusion." "Of course, dear. The archived papers are in the basement. October 1987. Mrs. Holloway consulted a handwritten catalogue that looked older than Sarah. "That should be in box 47B, down the stairs, third shelf from the bottom." The basement smelled like old paper and forgotten time. Fluorescent lights flickered to life as Sarah descended, revealing rows of metal shelving filled with document boxes, old yearbooks, and the accumulated paper trail of a small town's existence. Box 47B sat exactly where Mrs. Holloway had indicated, thick with dust that suggested it hadn't been opened in years. Sarah lifted the lid and found herself looking at a gap. The box contained newspapers from September and November of 1987, but October was missing entirely. Not just the October 15th edition that should have covered the explosion, but the entire month. Someone had removed every single issue. She checked the neighbouring boxes. September ended with the 30th. November began with the 1st. October 1987 had been surgically excised from Millfield's historical record. Sarah sat back on her heels, staring at the empty space where a month should have been. This wasn't coincidence or misfiling. Someone had deliberately removed any evidence of what had happened in October 1987, and they'd done it thoroughly enough that even the town librarian seemed to have no memory of the events, but not thoroughly enough to catch her father's research. She returned the boxes to their shelves and climbed back upstairs, where Mrs. Holloway was helping a patron find a romance novel with a shirtless man and a horse on the cover. The normalcy of the scene felt surreal after what Sarah had discovered in the basement. "Mrs. Holloway, were you able to find what you needed?" the librarian asked as Sarah approached. The October 1987 newspapers seemed to be missing from the archives. "Missing?" Mrs. Holloway frowned. "That's odd. We're usually very careful about maintaining our collections. Perhaps they were misfiled, or maybe we loaned them to the Historical Society. Have you ever heard of anyone else researching local events from 1987? Mrs. Holloway's frown deepened. "Well, now that you mention it, there was a man who came in a few years ago asking similar questions. Said he was writing a book about small-town disasters or some such thing. Asian gentleman, reminded me a bit of you around the eyes." Sarah's heart stopped. "What was his name?" "Chen, I believe. Dr. Chen. He was very polite, very thorough. Spent hours going through the archives, though I don't think he found what he was looking for either." "Dr. Richard Chen?" "Yes, that sounds right." "Did you know him?" "He was my father." Mrs. Holloway's expression softened with sympathy. "Oh my dear, I'm so sorry for your loss. He seemed like a lovely man, always asking such thoughtful questions about local history, electromagnetic phenomena, that sort of thing." What kind of questions about electromagnetic phenomena? Oh, I couldn't possibly remember the specifics. Something about radio interference patterns, unusual signal readings. He was particularly interested in reports from 1987. Mrs. Holloway paused, looking confused. Though I'm not sure why, since nothing particularly notable happened that year. Sarah left the library with more questions than answers, and a growing certainty that whatever had happened in October 1987 was being actively concealed. Not just hidden, erased. From newspaper archives, from official records, and apparently from people's memories. But the cover-up wasn't perfect. Her father had found cracks in the facade, traces of evidence that someone had missed, and now those traces were leading her toward a truth that someone clearly didn't want discovered. Her next stop was Tom Brewster's electronics shop. Brewster Electronics occupied a converted garage behind Tom's house on Pine Street, the kind of cluttered workspace where every flat surface was covered with circuits, tools, and electronic devices in various states of repair. Tom was hunched over a workbench when Sarah knocked, his attention focused on a laptop computer that was displaying something she'd never seen before. "Sarah," he called without looking up. "Perfect timing, come take a look at this." She approached the workbench cautiously. The laptop screen showed what appeared to be a desktop wallpaper, but the image was unsettling, an empty street that looked familiar but wrong. It took her a moment to recognize it as Main Street in Millfield, but devoid of cars, people, or any signs of life. The buildings were the same, but they looked weathered and abandoned, as if they'd been empty for decades. "This is Emma's computer," Tom said, his voice troubled. "She swore she'd never downloaded this image, but it keeps appearing as her background no matter how many times we change it. I've run every diagnostic I can think of. Virus scans, malware detection, registry cleaners. The computer's clean, but this image keeps coming back." Sarah studied the picture more closely. The empty Main Street looked like a photograph, not a digital rendering. The detail was too precise, too real. She could see individual leaves scattered on the pavement, weathering patterns on the building facades, even what looked like a thin layer of ash covering everything. "Tom, have you ever heard of a chemical plant explosion in Millfield? Something that happened in 1987? Tom straightened up, wiping his hands on a grease-stained rag. 1987? No, nothing like that. Why? Sarah showed him the newspaper clipping. Tom read it twice, his expression growing more confused with each pass. "This has got to be wrong," he said finally. "I was living here in 1987, just graduated high school, started working at my dad's garage. A chemical plant explosion that killed 47 people? That's not something you forget." But the article is very specific about details. The location, the time, even the company name, Meridian Chemical Processing. Never heard of it. Tom handed the clipping back, but his certainty seemed forced. "Look, Sarah, I don't know what kind of game someone's playing, but there's never been a chemical plant in Millfield. And even if there had been, an explosion that big would have made national news. You can't just cover up something like that." "Can't you?" Sarah asked quietly. Tom was quiet for a moment, looking back at the laptop screen with its impossible image of an empty town. "You think this is connected? Emma's computer problems and your newspaper article? I think there are too many coincidences. The electronic malfunctions, the missing newspaper archives, people having shared nightmares about empty buildings. And now your wife's computer is showing pictures of Millfield as a ghost town." Tom reached over and pressed the laptop's power button, holding it down until the screen went black. "Let's say you're right. Let's say something did happen in 1987, something big enough that someone wanted it erased from history. Why is it coming back now? Why are we suddenly seeing these echoes?" "I don't know," Sarah admitted. "But I think my father was investigating the same thing before he died. His research suggests that electromagnetic signals can sometimes bleeding through from somewhere else. Somewhere else like where? Like a parallel reality where the explosion did happen, where everyone in town died." Tom stared at her for a long moment. "That's insane." "Is it? Look at that image on Emma's computer. Where do you think it came from? Who took a photograph of Main Street completely empty and abandoned?" Before Tom could respond, his cell phone rang. He glanced at the caller ID and frowned. "It's Dr. Kovac." Dr. James Kovac had been Millfield's only physician for nearly 30 years. The kind of old-school country doctor who still made house calls and knew every family's medical history by heart. Sarah had met him once during her father's final illness, when they'd needed someone to sign the death certificate. "Tom, thank God!" Dr. Kovac's voice was audible even through the phone speaker tight with stress and fatigue. "I need you to come to the clinic immediately. Bring any recording equipment you have. Audio, video, anything that can document electrical phenomena." "What's wrong?" Tom asked. "It's Emma, she's here, along with 6 other people from town. They're all catatonic, completely unresponsive, but their brain activity is off the charts. It's like they're experiencing intense REM sleep while awake, and all their personal electronics are malfunctioning in exactly the same way." Sarah felt ice form in her stomach. "What kind of malfunctions?" "Is that Sarah Chen?" Dr. Kovac asked. "Sarah, can you hear me?" "I'm here." Their devices are all displaying the same images: empty buildings, abandoned streets, everything covered in what looks like ash or dust. But here's the really strange part. The images match real locations in Millfield, but they show the town as if it's been deserted for years. Tom and Sarah exchanged glances. "We'll be right there," Tom said. Dr. Kovac's clinic occupied a converted house on Church Street, complete with the kind of wraparound porch that had been common when the building was constructed in the 1920s. Inside, the waiting room had been expanded to accommodate more patients than usual, and the atmosphere was thick with worry and confusion. Emma Brewster lay on an examination table in the main treatment room. Her eyes open but staring at nothing. Her breathing was regular, her vital signs stable, but she showed no response to external stimuli. Beside the table, her cell phone displayed a slideshow of images that made Sarah's skin crawl. Empty classrooms at Millfield High, abandoned houses on residential streets she recognised. The town square covered in grey ash, with no people anywhere to be seen. Each image looked like a photograph rather than a digital creation, too detailed and realistic to be artificially generated. "When did this start?" Sarah asked. Dr. Kovac consulted his notes. The first case came in around noon, Mrs. Gus Patterson from Elm Street. Her husband found her sitting in her kitchen staring at the microwave display. The microwave was showing these same images instead of the clock. By 2 o'clock, I had 3 more cases. By 4 it was 6. All displaying the same images? Identical images. Same locations, same angles, same details. But here's what really bothers me. I've been practicing medicine in this town for 30 years, and I recognise all these locations. That's definitely our high school, our town square, our main street. But I've never seen them looking like that. Tom was examining Emma's phone with the practiced eye of someone who understood electronics. "The images aren't stored locally," he said. "According to the file properties, they're being streamed from an external source. But there's no network activity, no data usage. It's like the phone is receiving the images from nowhere." Sarah thought about her father's research notes, his theories about frequency bleeding between parallel realities. What if they're not being streamed from anywhere in our world? Dr. Kovac looked at her sharply. "What do you mean? What if these images are coming from a version of Millfield where something terrible happened, where everyone died and the town was abandoned?" The doctor's expression suggested he thought she might be having a breakdown. "Sarah, I understand you've been under a lot of stress since your father's death, but look at the evidence," Sarah interrupted. 7 people, all catatonic at the same time, all experiencing the same impossible phenomenon. There are electronics showing images of places that exist but shouldn't look like that. And all of this started happening around the same time I discovered evidence of a chemical plant explosion that supposedly never happened. Tom held up Emma's phone. The timestamp on these images shows they were taken at 3:33 a.m. on October 15, 1987. The room fell silent except for the quiet hum of medical equipment and the occasional car passing on Church Street. Dr. Kovac stared at the phone display, his professional skepticism warring with the evidence in front of him. "That's impossible," he said finally. "Digital cameras didn't exist in 1987, and certainly not with this resolution." "Unless," Sarah said quietly, "they were taken with technology from a timeline where digital photography developed differently, or where the disaster that was supposed to happen in 1987 delayed technological development in some areas while accelerating it in others." Dr. Kovac rubbed his eyes. "This is insane. We're talking about parallel realities and time travel, like it's a normal medical diagnosis." "Then give me a better explanation," Sarah challenged. 7 people, identical symptoms, impossible images with timestamps from 1987. What's your medical opinion? Before Dr. Kovac could respond, every electronic device in the clinic started malfunctioning simultaneously. The blood pressure monitor began beeping erratically. The examination room lights flickered. Emma's phone screen filled with static, then cleared to show a new image. The clinic itself, but empty and covered in ash, with 7 examination tables where bodies lay covered in white sheets. And in the corner of the image, barely visible in the shadows, stood a figure that looked exactly like Sarah. The figure was writing something on a clipboard, checking off names on what looked like a list. When it looked up toward the camera, its face was Sarah's face, but the eyes were empty sockets filled with static. "That's enough," Dr. Kovac said, his voice shaking. He reached over and turned off Emma's phone, plunging the screen into darkness. "Whatever's happening here, we need help. This is beyond anything I'm equipped to handle." But Sarah was thinking about her father's voice on the radio, calling her name across impossible frequencies, about newspaper archives with missing months, and librarians who couldn't remember disasters that should have been unforgettable, about a version of herself in an abandoned clinic checking names off a list of the dead. "Dr. Kovac," she said slowly, "do you have any records of unusual deaths in Millfield during October 1987? I wasn't practicing here in 1987. I moved to town in 1990, took over the practice from Dr. Williamson when he retired." He paused. "Why?" "What happened to Dr. Williamson's records from before 1990? They were destroyed in a fire at the old clinic building. Electrical problem, apparently. Happened right before I took over the practice." Dr. Kovac's voice grew quiet. "Come to think of it, that fire destroyed a lot of historical records. The old town hall burned down the same week, took most of the municipal archives with it." Sarah felt pieces of a larger puzzle clicking into place. 2 major fires in the same week, both destroying records from the 1980s. 3, actually. The high school library had a fire that same month, lost most of their older yearbooks and student records. Dr. Kovac looked troubled. "I never really thought about it before, but that's a lot of accidents in a very short time." Tom was staring at his wife, who remained motionless on the examination table. What if they weren't accidents? Before anyone could respond, the clinic's front door chimed as someone entered. All 3 of them turned to see a man in his 50s, wearing a rumpled suit and carrying a leather briefcase. He looked tired, as if he'd been travelling for hours. "Dr. Kovac, my name is Agent Harrison from the Federal Communications Commission. I understand you've been experiencing some unusual electronic phenomena." Agent Harrison's arrival changed the atmosphere in Dr. Kovac's clinic from confused worry to something approaching official crisis. He was the kind of federal employee who looked like he'd stepped out of a training manual, pressed suit, serious expression, and the sort of bureaucratic confidence that came from having seen strange things before and knowing exactly which forms to fill out afterward. "I'm going to need to speak with each of you individually," he said, setting his briefcase on the reception desk and pulling out a tablet. "We've been monitoring unusual electromagnetic activity in this area for the past 72 hours, and we need to understand exactly what you've observed." Sarah watched him work with growing unease. Agent Harrison moved with the efficiency of someone following a well-established protocol, which suggested that whatever was happening in Millfield wasn't unique. The FCC had procedures for this. "Agent Harrison," she said, "how many other towns have you seen this happen to?" He looked up from his tablet, and for just a moment his professional composure slipped. "I'm not at liberty to discuss ongoing investigations, Miss Chen, Sarah Chen. My father was Dr. Richard Chen." Agent Harrison's fingers paused over his tablet. "Dr. Richard Chen was your father? You knew him?" "We'd corresponded. Dr. Chen contacted our office several times over the past few years regarding electromagnetic anomalies in this area. He was particularly interested in what he called dimensional frequency bleeding." Harrison glanced around the clinic, taking in the catatonic patients and their malfunctioning electronics. "I assume you've seen his research?" "Some of it. Enough to know he believed that parallel realities could bleed through via radio frequencies. Dr. Chen's theories were unconventional, but his data was remarkably accurate." Harrison closed his tablet and looked directly at Sarah. "Miss Chen, I need you to understand that what's happening in Millfield is extremely dangerous, not just to the people in this clinic, but potentially to a much wider area." Tom spoke up from beside Emma's examination table. "What exactly is happening? And don't give us some bureaucratic non-answer. Our friends and families are lying here like vegetables while their phones show pictures of a dead town." Agent Harrison was quiet for a long moment, studying the three of them. Finally, he seemed to reach a decision. "There are places," he said slowly, "where the barriers between parallel realities have been damaged, usually by some kind of electromagnetic trauma, nuclear testing, massive power surges, certain types of experimental technology. When this happens, signals can cross between dimensions." "And Millfield is one of these places?" Dr. Kovac asked. "According to our records, there was an incident here in 1987. A chemical processing plant was conducting experiments with high-energy electromagnetic fields as part of a classified government contract. Something went wrong." Sarah felt her heart racing. The explosion, it really happened. In one reality, yes, the explosion killed everyone in town and left the area uninhabitable. But somehow, the electromagnetic pulse that caused the disaster also created what Dr. Bree Chen called a frequency wound, a breach between that reality and this one. "So there are 2 Millfields?" Tom asked. "At least 2, possibly more. The signals your electronics are receiving are broadcast from the dead timeline, leaking through the dimensional breach. Usually the bleed-through is minimal, just occasional interference, strange dreams, minor electronic glitches, but something has changed recently. The breach is widening." Sarah thought about the radio crackling to life at 3:33 a.m, about her father's voice calling her name across impossible distances. Why now? What's different? "We're not sure. But the timing corresponds with increased solar activity, and we've detected similar breaches opening in other locations. It's possible that the electromagnetic field changes are destabilizing all the dimensional wounds simultaneously." Dr. Kovac was checking Emma's pulse, his expression grim. "What happens to the people who fall into these catatonic states?" Agent Harrison's hesitation told them everything they needed to know before he spoke. "Their consciousness appears to be displaced, pulled into the alternate reality while their bodies remain here. In previous cases, we found that prolonged displacement usually results in permanent psychological damage, if they recover at all." "Previous cases?" Sarah asked sharply. "How many other towns?" "Miss Chen, I really can't—" "My friends are dying," Tom interrupted, his voice rough with emotion. "Emma's been lying here for hours, and you're telling us her mind is trapped in some parallel universe where everyone's dead. So either tell us how to help her, or get out of our way so we can figure it out ourselves." Agent Harrison looked at the catatonic patients, then back at Tom. "There is one theoretical possibility. Dr. Chen believed that someone with the right genetic markers might be able to consciously cross between realities. Someone who could navigate the breach deliberately, rather than being pulled through randomly." "Genetic markers?" Sarah asked, though she was beginning to suspect she knew the answer. "Inherited sensitivity to electromagnetic fields, usually passed down through families with a history of electrical engineering or physics research. People who've spent generations working with radio equipment, studying signal propagation, that sort of thing." Sarah thought about her father's lifelong obsession with electromagnetic theory, about his radio that picked up signals from nowhere, about the way his voice had reached her across dimensional barriers. "Someone like me? It's possible, but extremely dangerous. The few people who've attempted conscious dimensional crossing have, not all of them came back." Before anyone could respond, every electronic device in the clinic began malfunctioning simultaneously. The lights flickered in a pattern that seemed almost like Morse code. Emma's phone screen filled with static, then cleared to show a live video feed of the clinic itself, but from the perspective of someone standing in the waiting room. They all turned toward the waiting room. It was empty. On the phone screen they could see themselves turning to look, but the waiting room in the video contained a figure they couldn't see with their own eyes. A tall man in a lab coat standing perfectly still, watching them through the doorway. When the figure raised his hand to wave, Sarah felt ice in her veins. It was her father. "Dr. Chen," Agent Harrison whispered, "but that's impossible. He died 8 months ago." The video feed showed the figure pointing toward the clinic's basement, then holding up 3 fingers, followed by 3 more, followed by 3 again. 3, 3, 3. Then the screen went black. "He's trying to tell us something," Sarah said. "Something about the basement and about 333. Agent Harrison was frantically tapping on his tablet. "Miss Chen, I strongly advise against any attempt to what? My father spent years researching this phenomenon, and now he's somehow managed to communicate from the other side. Maybe he found a way to help these people. She was already moving toward the basement door. Tom caught her arm. "Sarah, this is insane. Even if that was really your father, you don't know what's down there. I know that 7 people are trapped between realities, and the only person who might understand how to help them is trying to communicate with us. I'm not going to ignore that." Dr. Kovac looked up from checking another patient's vital signs. "For what it's worth, I vote with Sarah. These people are getting worse. Their brain activity is becoming more erratic and their body temperatures are dropping. Whatever's happening to them, we're running out of time." The basement of the clinic was cramped and cluttered, filled with old medical equipment and boxes of files dating back decades. But in the corner, behind a stack of outdated X-ray machines, Sarah found something that shouldn't have been there. A modern radio setup complete with digital frequency displays and signal analysis equipment. "This wasn't here yesterday," Dr. Kovac said, staring at the equipment. "I use this basement for storage. I would have noticed this." Agent Harrison was examining the radio setup with professional interest. "This is similar to equipment Dr. Chen was using in his research, but some of these components, they're not standard commercial gear." Sarah approached the radio cautiously. The frequency display was active, showing readings that fluctuated in patterns she'd never seen before. As she watched, the numbers began to stabilize around a specific frequency, 333.33 MHz. "That frequency doesn't exist," Tom said, looking over her shoulder. "The spectrum allocation doesn't include anything at 333.33 MHz. "It does in the other reality," Agent Harrison said quietly. "Dr. Chen's research indicated that the parallel timeline developed different radio frequency standards. That's why we've never been able to track the source of the signals. They're broadcasting on frequencies that don't officially exist in our reality." Sarah sat down at the radio and put on the headphones that were connected to the setup. Immediately, she could hear voices, not the backwards, garbled transmissions she'd heard before, but clear speech in what sounded like her father's voice. "Sarah, if you're hearing this, then the breach has widened enough for direct communication. You need to listen very carefully. The displacement field is accelerating, and the people who've been pulled into this reality are in extreme danger." "This reality?" Sarah asked aloud. "Dad, where are you?" "I'm in the mill field where the explosion happened, where everyone died in 1987. But I'm not dead, Sarah. I'm displaced, just like Emma and the others. The difference is that I've learned to navigate between realities consciously." Tom leaned over Sarah's shoulder. "Ask him how to bring them back." "Dad, how do we help the people who are trapped?" "The displacement field is centered in the high school basement where the original experiment took place. The equipment there is still active, still broadcasting the signal that's pulling people across. Someone needs to physically enter the dead reality and shut down the transmitter." Sarah felt her hands trembling. "How?" "At exactly 3:33 AM, when the dimensional barrier is at its weakest. You can use the radio equipment to tune yourself to the crossing frequency. But Sarah, you need to understand, once you cross over, you'll be in a reality where the air is toxic, where radiation levels are lethal. You'll have minutes at most before the environment kills you." Agent Harrison grabbed the microphone. "Dr. Chen, this is Agent Harrison with the FCC. Is there no other way to close the breach?" "Agent Harrison, you found my research." Dr. Chen's voice carried across the static. "No, there's no other way. The transmitter can only be shut down from the dead side of the breach. And it has to be done by someone with the genetic markers necessary to survive dimensional crossing." "Dad," Sarah said, "what about you? You're already there. Can't you shut it down?" "I tried, sweetheart, but I've been displaced for too long. My connection to the living reality is too weak. I can communicate, but I can't affect physical objects anymore. It has to be someone whose primary existence is still anchored in the living timeline." Dr. Kovac's voice came down the basement stairs. "Sarah, you need to get up here. Now." They rushed back upstairs to find chaos. All 7 catatonic patients were convulsing simultaneously. Their eyes rolled back, their bodies rigid with seizures. Every electronic device in the clinic was displaying the same image: the high school's basement, where ancient equipment covered in ash and corrosion was sparking and smoking. "Their displacement is becoming permanent," Agent Harrison said, checking readings on his tablet. "The longer they stay in the other reality, the harder it becomes for their consciousness to return to their bodies." Emma Brewster's seizure was the most violent. Tom held her hand as her body shook uncontrollably. "How long do we have?" "At this rate, maybe an hour before the displacement becomes irreversible. Sarah looked around the clinic at the 7 people whose minds were trapped in a world of death and ash, at Tom desperately trying to comfort his wife, at Dr. Kovac frantically administering medications that couldn't treat a supernatural condition. "I have to try," she said. "Sarah, no." Tom looked up from Emma's bedside. "It's too dangerous. There has to be another way." "There isn't." Sarah was already heading back toward the basement. "You heard my father. Someone with the right genetic markers has to cross over and shut down the equipment. I'm the only one who can do it." Agent Harrison followed her. "Ms. Chen, even if you successfully cross over, even if you manage to shut down the transmitter, there's no guarantee you'll be able to return. The crossing process could strand you in the dead reality permanently." "Then I'll be stranded with my father," Sarah said, "and these 7 people will have a chance to come home to their families." She sat back down at the radio equipment and began adjusting the frequency controls according to the notes her father had left. The numbers on the display danced as she fine-tuned the settings, homing in on the exact frequency that would allow conscious dimensional crossing. "Sarah," her father's voice came through the headphones. "Are you sure about this?" "I'm sure, Dad. Just tell me what I need to do." "When you cross over, you'll find yourself in the high school basement. The air will be toxic, so you'll need to work quickly. The transmitter is in room B12, behind a door marked Authorized Personnel Only. It's a large console with red warning lights. There's an emergency shutdown switch on the left side protected by a clear plastic cover. How long will I have?" "Minutes. Maybe 5 at most before the radiation and toxins become lethal. And Sarah, when you shut down the transmitter, both realities will be severed completely. I won't be able to communicate anymore. This might be goodbye." Sarah closed her eyes, thinking about Emma Brewster and the 6 other people whose consciousness was trapped in a world of death, about Tom holding his wife's hand as she convulsed, about all the normal, good people of Millfield who deserved to live their lives without fear of supernatural displacement, about a father who had spent his final years trying to protect them all. "I love you, Dad." "I love you too, sweetheart." Now, adjust the frequency to exactly 33.33 MHz and press the transmission button. And Sarah, whatever you see in the dead reality, don't let it convince you to stay. That world is ending. This one still has hope. Sarah made the final frequency adjustment and reached for the transmission button. Behind her, Agent Harrison was speaking rapidly into his phone, probably calling for backup that would arrive too late to matter. Tom was standing at the top of the basement stairs, his face etched with worry and gratitude. At exactly 3:33 a.m., Sarah pressed the button. The world dissolved into static and electricity, and she fell through the spaces between realities toward a high school basement where death waited in the dark. The dimensional crossing felt like being electrocuted and drowned simultaneously. Sarah's consciousness stretched across impossible distances, her sense of self scattered through frequencies that human minds weren't designed to perceive. For a moment that lasted forever, she existed in both realities at once, feeling her body in the clinic basement while experiencing the toxic air of the dead Millfield filling her lungs. Then reality snapped back into focus, and she was standing in a high school basement that looked like the aftermath of nuclear war. The first thing that hit her was the smell, a combination of ozone, ash, and something chemical that made her eyes water immediately. The air tasted metallic, wrong in ways that made her body want to reject it. Every breath burned her throat and lungs, confirming her father's warning about the toxic environment. She was in the basement of Millfield High, but it was a version of the school she'd never seen. The walls were scorched black, covered in a fine layer of grey ash that had settled on every surface like snow. Emergency lighting cast a sickly yellow glow through the corridors, creating shadows that seemed to move when she wasn't looking directly at them. The silence was absolute in a way that normal places never achieved. No hum of ventilation systems, no distant traffic, no background noise of human habitation, just the sound of her own laboured breathing and the crunch of ash under her feet as she moved deeper into the basement. Room B12 was exactly where her father had said it would be, behind a door marked Authorized Personnel Only in letters that had been partially melted by whatever had happened here. Sarah pushed the door open and stepped into what looked like a science fiction movie's version of a 1980s computer lab. Banks of equipment lined the walls, their surfaces covered in the same ash that coated everything else. But unlike the rest of the school, this room was still active. Red warning lights blinked in sequence across multiple consoles, and screens displayed readouts in languages she didn't recognize. The equipment hummed with barely contained energy, creating an electromagnetic field so strong she could feel it in her teeth. At the center of the room sat a massive console that looked like it belonged on a NASA launch pad rather than in a high school basement. Banks of switches, rows of indicator lights, and digital displays showing frequency readings that hurt to look at directly. On the left side, exactly as her father had described, was an emergency shutdown switch protected by a clear plastic cover. Sarah approached the console cautiously, fighting the urge to hold her breath. The toxic air was already making her dizzy, and she could feel her skin beginning to burn wherever it was exposed. She had minutes at most before the environment became lethal. She lifted the plastic cover and reached for the shutdown switch. "I wouldn't do that if I were you." Sarah spun around, her heart hammering. Standing in the doorway was a figure that looked exactly like her, but wrong in subtle ways. The other Sarah's skin had a greyish pallor, and her eyes reflected the red warning lights like an animal's. When she smiled, her teeth were too white against her ashen complexion. "You're not me," Sarah said, her voice hoarse from the toxic air. "Of course I am. I'm the Sarah who belongs here, in the reality where everyone made the right choices." The other Sarah stepped into the room, moving with unnatural fluidity. The Sarah who stayed to help instead of running away when things got difficult. "Everyone here is dead. Death is just another state of being. We've learned to adapt." The other Sarah gestured around the room. "This equipment doesn't just separate realities. It allows us to visit yours, to see what we've been missing, to reclaim what should have been ours." Sarah kept her hand near the shutdown switch while trying to understand what she was facing. "You're not from this reality. You're something else, using my face. I'm exactly what you could become if you stopped fighting and accepted your responsibility. The people you're trying to save, they're better off here. No pain, no uncertainty, no difficult choices. Just perfect eternal service to something greater than themselves." Through the equipment room's windows, Sarah could see movement in the basement corridors. Figures walking with the same unnatural fluidity as the false Sarah, all of them heading toward room B12. Some she recognized: Emma Brewster, the other catatonic patients from Dr. Kovac's clinic. But their movements were wrong, coordinated, as if they were all being controlled by the same consciousness. They're not being helped, Sarah realized. They're being collected. They're being perfected. No more messy human emotions, no more conflicting desires, just pure purpose. The false Sarah moved closer. You could join them willingly. Shut down the transmitter from this side, trap everyone in this perfect reality. No more suffering, no more loss, no more painful choices. Sarah thought about her father's warning. Don't let the dead reality convince you to stay. This world was designed to seem appealing to someone exhausted by loss and responsibility. A place where difficult decisions were made by something else, where pain was eliminated along with everything that made life worth living. Where is my father? Dr. Chen refused our offer. He's being held until he reconsiders. But you're smarter than he was. You can see the logic of what we're proposing. Sarah's hand closed around the shutdown switch. The only thing I can see is that you're afraid. If this reality was really better, you wouldn't need to steal people from mine. The false Sarah's expression darkened. You don't understand what you're rejecting. The living reality is chaos, pain, inevitable death. Here, consciousness continues forever in perfect harmony. Forever as what? Puppets? Slaves? Sarah could feel her strength fading as the toxic environment took its toll. Her vision was beginning to blur, and her hands were shaking from more than fear. I've seen enough harmony to know what it costs. The false Sarah lunged forward, moving with inhuman speed. Sarah yanked down on the shutdown switch, just as fingers that felt like ice closed around her throat. The effect was immediate and catastrophic. Every piece of equipment in the room began sparking and smoking simultaneously. The red warning lights strobed faster and faster before exploding in showers of glass and electricity. The electromagnetic field that had kept the room humming collapsed with an almost audible snap. The false Sarah's scream was inhuman, a sound that came from too many throats at once. Her grip loosened as her form began to flicker like a television with bad reception. "You've killed us all," she hissed, her voice fragmenting into multiple tones. Without the transmitter, this reality will collapse. Everyone here will be lost forever. Everyone here is already lost, Sarah gasped, pulling away from the disintegrating figure. You're not saving them. You're wearing them. The false Sarah's form scattered like static, revealing glimpses of the truth underneath. Not a person at all, but something vast and hungry that had been feeding on the displaced consciousness of the living. As the entity lost cohesion, Sarah caught a glimpse of its true nature, an intelligence that existed in the spaces between realities, using dimensional breaches to harvest human awareness like a farmer collecting crops. The equipment room was filling with smoke and sparks. Sarah stumbled toward the door, her lungs burning from the increasingly toxic air. In the corridor, the collected figures of Emma and the others had stopped moving and were standing perfectly still, as if waiting for new instructions that would never come. Sarah reached Emma and grabbed her by the shoulders. "Emma, can you hear me? You need to wake up!" Emma's eyes were open but vacant, staring at nothing. Sarah shook her harder. "Your husband is waiting for you. Tom needs you to come home." For just a moment, recognition flickered in Emma's eyes. "Sarah, where are we?" "Somewhere we don't belong. Hold my hand and don't let go." The basement was beginning to collapse around them. The shutdown of the transmitter had destabilized more than just the equipment. It was unraveling the entire dead reality. Walls were becoming transparent, showing glimpses of the living millfield bleeding through. Sarah could see the clinic basement where her body was still seated at the radio controls, surrounded by Tom and Dr. Kovac and Agent Harrison. She pulled Emma toward the stairs, half carrying her as they climbed toward a ground level. Behind them, the other catatonic patients were beginning to move on their own, following like sleepwalkers. They were all connected now, their consciousness linked by their shared displacement experience. But as they reached the main floor of the school, Sarah saw something that made her heart stop. Her father was standing in the hallway, but he wasn't alone. Beside him stood a tall man in a radiation suit, his face visible through the helmet's faceplate. She recognized him immediately from old photographs. Dr. Raymond Voss, her father's research partner, the man who had caused the original disaster in 1987. "Sarah," her father called. "This way, quickly." But something was wrong with his voice. It had the same flat, controlled quality as the false Sarahs had possessed. "Dad?" "The transmitter shutdown was phase 1, Dr. Voss said, his voice echoing strangely through the helmet's speakers. "Now we can begin the real work, merging the realities instead of simply bridging them." Sarah realized with cold horror that shutting down the transmitter hadn't ended the threat. It had changed it. Instead of slowly pulling people into the dead reality, the collapse was now forcing the dead reality to merge with the living one. And Dr. Voss, who had been trapped between dimensions for decades, was using the chaos to finally escape his prison. "Sarah, you need to trust me," her father said, but his movements were jerky, unnatural. Dr. Voss knows how to stabilize the merger, how to save both realities. Through the school's windows, Sarah could see the living millfield beginning to change. Buildings were flickering between their normal appearance and the ash-covered versions from the dead timeline. Cars on the street were switching between occupied and abandoned. People were walking the sidewalks, but some of them cast no shadows. The dimensional wound wasn't healing, it was spreading. "You're not my father," Sarah said, backing toward the school entrance with Emma and the other patients. "You're something else wearing his form." The figure that looked like Dr. Chen tilted its head in that same unnatural way the false Sarah had moved. "I'm trying to save you, sweetheart. Save everyone. But you have to stop fighting and let the merger complete itself." Dr. Voss stepped forward, his radiation suit clanking with each movement. The original experiment was designed to create a bridge between realities, but the explosion damaged the process, trapping me between worlds for 36 years. Your father's research finally gave me the key to finishing what we started. By destroying both realities, by perfecting them. Imagine a world where death is temporary, where consciousness can exist in multiple forms, where the limitations of a single timeline no longer apply. Voss gestured toward the windows where the merger was accelerating. No more loss, no more separation, no more choosing between possibilities. Sarah understood now why her father had warned her not to let the dead reality convince her to stay. It wasn't just about personal temptation. It was about the fundamental nature of existence. The dead reality offered perfection at the cost of choice, unity at the expense of individuality, eternal life through the surrender of what made life meaningful. There has to be another way, she said, some way to separate the realities without destroying them. There is, said a voice from behind her. Sarah turned to see Agent Harrison emerging from what looked like thin air, his form flickering between solid and translucent. He was carrying equipment she didn't recognize. Not quite radio gear, not quite computer technology, but something that combined elements of both. Agent Harrison, how did you get here? Dimensional crossing technology. We've been developing it based on your father's real research, not the corrupted version Dr. Voss has been feeding us. Harrison began setting up his equipment. The FCC has been dealing with dimensional breaches for 40 years. This isn't the first time we've had to perform an emergency separation, Dr. Voss snarled, his friendly demeanour dropping completely. You have no idea what you're interfering with. The merger is necessary. The barriers between realities are failing everywhere. Soon, all of human consciousness will need to exist in the spaces between dimensions. Or, Harrison said, connecting cables and adjusting settings, we can reinforce the barriers and keep the realities separate, as they're supposed to be. The false Dr. Chen lunged toward Harrison's equipment, but Sarah stepped between them. She could feel the dimensional instability around them, the way reality kept shifting and changing as the two timelines tried to occupy the same space. Dad, if any part of you is really in there, help me stop this. For just a moment, the false Dr. Chen's expression flickered. Behind the controlled, puppet-like movement, Sarah caught a glimpse of her father's real consciousness, trapped and struggling against whatever force was controlling his displaced form. Sarah, he whispered, his voice finally his own, the equipment. Harrison's equipment, you need to tune it to the inverse frequency, 666 beats. It will create a harmonic resonance that forces the realities apart. Dr. Voss roared in rage and charged toward them, but his radiation suit made him slow and clumsy. Harrison finished his adjustments and activated the equipment just as Voss reached them. The separation happened all at once, like a rubber band snapping back into position. Sarah felt the world lurch sideways, reality reasserting itself with violent finality. The ash-covered school dissolved around them, replaced by the clean, normal basement of the living Millfield High. But the transition wasn't gentle. Sarah felt her consciousness being yanked back across dimensional barriers, her sense of self scattered and reformed in ways that left her gasping and disoriented. Emma and the other patients collapsed, their displaced consciousness finally returning to their bodies in Dr. Kovac's clinic. When the world stopped spinning, Sarah found herself lying on the basement floor of the clinic, surrounded by worried faces. Tom was holding Emma's hand as she blinked slowly back to awareness. The other catatonic patients were stirring, confused but alive. "Is it over?" Dr. Kovac asked. Agent Harrison was packing up his equipment, his expression grim. The immediate crisis is resolved. The realities have been separated and the breach has been sealed. But Dr. Voss, he paused. Dr. Voss managed to cross over into our reality during the merger attempt. He's here now, in the living timeline. Sarah sat up slowly, her head still spinning from the dimensional crossing. Where? We're tracking him. He'll be contained. Harrison looked at her with something approaching respect. Miss Chen, what you did was incredibly brave and incredibly dangerous. You saved 7 lives and prevented a dimensional catastrophe. What about my father? Harrison's expression softened. Your father's consciousness was tied to the dead reality's version of the transmitter. When you shut it down, you freed him to move on. He's at peace now. Sarah nodded, feeling a complex mixture of grief and relief. Her father was truly gone now, but he was no longer trapped between worlds, no longer suffering in the spaces between realities. Emma Brewster squeezed Tom's hand and looked around the clinic with confused wonder. I had the strangest dream, she said. I was in our house, but it was empty and covered in dust. And there was this voice telling me I could stay forever if I wanted, that I'd never have to worry about anything again. But you chose to come home, Tom said, tears in his eyes. Of course I did. I couldn't leave you. As the reunited families celebrated and Dr. Kovac checked his recovered patients, Sarah stepped outside into the pre-dawn darkness. The town looked exactly as it always had, Quiet streets, modest houses, the kind of place where nothing ever happened. But she knew now that beneath the surface, reality was far more fragile than most people understood. Dimensional barriers could be damaged, consciousness could be displaced, and there were intelligences in the spaces between worlds that saw human awareness as a resource to be harvested. The good news was that there were also people like Agent Harrison and his team, working to maintain the barriers and protect the integrity of individual timelines. Her father's research would live on, helping to prevent future disasters. As she walked back to her apartment above Miller's pharmacy, Sarah realised that her life in Millfield would never quite be normal again. She would always be listening for radio signals that shouldn't exist, watching for electronics that displayed impossible images, alert for signs that the barriers between realities were weakening. But that was okay. Someone needed to keep watch. Someone needed to remember that the world was stranger and more dangerous than it appeared, and that vigilance was the price of keeping the ordinary, precious, chaotic beauty of normal human existence safe from those who would perfect it out of existence. Above her, the stars were beginning to fade as dawn approached. Soon the sun would rise over Millfield, and the town would wake up to another normal day. Sarah smiled and went home to get some sleep. 3 weeks after the dimensional crisis, Sarah Chen stood in her classroom watching her students take their midterm exam on electromagnetic theory. The irony wasn't lost on her that she was teaching about radio waves and frequency propagation to kids who had no idea their teacher had recently saved their town by manually tuning dimensional barriers. Marcus Webb raised his hand from the front row. "Mrs. Chen, question 12 about signal interference. Are we supposed to account for theoretical parallel frequency bleeding?" Sarah nearly dropped her coffee. "What?" "You know, the thing you mentioned a few weeks ago about signals appearing from unexpected sources. I've been reading about it online, and there are some really interesting theories about—" "Stick to the standard curriculum for the exam, Marcus," Sarah interrupted. But she made a mental note to monitor what her brightest student was researching online. The last thing Millfield needed was teenagers experimenting with dimensional radio theory. The past 3 weeks had been an exercise in returning to normalcy while carrying the weight of extraordinary knowledge. Emma Brewster had recovered completely from her catatonic episode, though she occasionally mentioned strange dreams about empty places. Dr. Kovac had filed official reports attributing the mass medical emergency to a temporary neurological condition caused by electromagnetic interference, which was technically accurate if woefully incomplete. Agent Harrison had returned to wherever FCC agents disappeared to when dimensional crises were resolved, but not before leaving Sarah a business card with a phone number that connected directly to something called the Anomalous Signal Division. He'd also left her a small radio scanner programmed to monitor frequencies that officially didn't exist. So far, it had been mercifully quiet. After her students filed out, chattering about the difficulty of calculating wavelength propagation through various atmospheric conditions, Sarah gathered her things and prepared to leave. She'd been sleeping better lately, though she still found herself checking the locks on her apartment door more carefully than before. Her phone buzzed with a text from Tom Brewster. "Emma wants to invite you for dinner Sunday. She says she owes you a debt she can't repay." Sarah smiled and typed back, "Tell her the debt was paid when she chose to come home instead of staying in the perfect place." She was walking to her car when she noticed the man standing by the school's main entrance. Tall, probably in his 50s, wearing a rumpled suit that suggested either a long day or a long journey. Something about his posture triggered alarm bells in Sarah's mind. He stood too still, watched too intently. "Ms. Chen," he approached with the kind of measured steps that suggested either law enforcement training or something more unsettling. "My name is Dr. G. Raymond Voss." Sarah's blood turned to ice water. Agent Harrison had warned that Voss had escaped into the living reality during the dimensional merger, but she'd hoped he would be contained quickly. Seeing him now, free and apparently healthy, was like encountering a nightmare in broad daylight. "I know who you are," she said, calculating the distance to her car and wondering if she could reach it before he could reach her. "I'm not here to hurt you," Voss said, raising his hands in a gesture of peace. "I'm here to warn you. The FCC agents who've been handling this situation don't understand the full scope of what's happening. And you do. I've been trapped between realities for 36 years. I've seen things that your government specialists can't imagine. Voss glanced around the empty parking lot. The breach in Millfield wasn't an isolated incident. It was part of a pattern. Something is systematically weakening the barriers between dimensions, and the frequency attacks are increasing. Sarah thought about Agent Harrison's equipment, his casual mention of other dimensional breaches, the way he'd handled the crisis with practiced efficiency. How many other towns? 7 that I know of. Probably more. Each one follows the same pattern: electromagnetic experiments, mysterious equipment failures, people disappearing or falling into catatonic states. Voss stepped closer, and Sarah caught a whiff of ozone and something chemical that reminded her of the dead reality's toxic air. Your father suspected a coordinated effort. That's why he was killed. My father died of cancer. Your father died because he was getting too close to the truth about who's behind the dimensional destabilization. The cancer was accelerated. Voss pulled a manila folder from his jacket. These are copies of his real research notes, the ones the FCC confiscated after his death. He discovered that the dimensional attacks aren't random. They're targeting specific individuals. Sarah accepted the folder with trembling hands. Inside were photocopies of her father's handwriting, equations and diagrams that were far more complex than anything she'd found in his personal effects. Targeting them for what? Collection. The entity you encountered in the dead reality wasn't unique to Millfield. It's part of a larger intelligence that exists in the spaces between dimensions. It's been harvesting human consciousness for decades, using the dimensional breaches to identify and collect individuals with specific neural patterns. What kind of patterns? People with inherited sensitivity to electromagnetic fields. Scientists, engineers, radio technicians, anyone whose genetic makeup allows them to perceive and manipulate dimensional frequencies. Voss's expression was grim. People like you and your father. Sarah flipped through the research notes, seeing references to other towns, other experiments, other families whose lives had been destroyed by dimensional interference. Why are you telling me this? Because Agent Harrison and his team aren't trying to stop the entity. They're working with it. The FCC's Anomalous Signal Division isn't a protection agency. It's a recruitment operation. The implications hit Sarah like a physical blow. Harrison had arrived in Millfield too quickly, known too much about dimensional crossing technology, handled the crisis with suspicious efficiency. And he'd left her monitoring equipment that could just as easily be tracking her activities as protecting the town. What do you want from me? Help. I've spent 36 years learning how the entity operates, how it identifies targets, how it manipulates dimensional barriers, but I can't stop it alone. I need someone who can navigate between realities without being detected. Sarah looked at the research folder, then at Dr. Voss. Both represented versions of the truth, but she had no way to know which version was accurate. Voss could be telling the truth about Harrison being part of a larger conspiracy, or he could be a desperate man trying to manipulate her into helping him achieve his own goals. I need time to think about this. Time is something we don't have. The entity is accelerating its collection schedule. 3 more breaches opened this week, 1 in Vermont, 1 in New Hampshire, 1 in upstate New York. Dozens of people are missing. Voss handed her a small device that looked like a combination radio and GPS unit. This will monitor dimensional activity in the area and alert you to new breaches. If I'm right about Harrison, his equipment is feeding your location to the entity. If I'm wrong, he shrugged, then you'll know I'm the threat, not him. After Voss left, Sarah sat in her car for a long time, staring at the monitoring device and the folder of her father's research. Everything she thought she'd understood about the dimensional crisis was now in question. Had she really saved Millfield, or had she simply completed the first phase of a larger plan to identify and catalogue people with dimensional sensitivity? Her phone rang. Agent Harrison's number appeared on the display. "Miss Chen, we need to talk. There's been a development." "What kind of development?" "Dr. Voss made contact with you today. We need to debrief you on that conversation immediately." Sarah felt her throat tighten. "How do you know about that?" "We've been monitoring Dr. Voss since he crossed over. He's extremely dangerous, and his information about the dimensional situation is deliberately misleading." Harrison's voice carried an edge of urgency. "Don't trust anything he told you. And I should trust you instead?" "Miss Chen, I understand that this situation is confusing, but you need to understand that Dr. Voss has been psychologically damaged by his decades of dimensional displacement. His perception of reality is severely compromised. Sarah thought about Voss's warning, about the monitoring equipment Harrison had left her, about the way the FCC agent had appeared in Millfield with precisely the right tools to handle a dimensional crisis. "I'll call you back," she said, and hung up. That evening, Sarah spread her father's research across her kitchen table and began reading in earnest. The photocopied notes were far more detailed than anything she'd seen before, filled with references to government projects, classified experiments, and a systematic pattern of dimensional interference that stretched back decades. According to her father's research, the first documented dimensional breach had occurred in 1952 at a military research facility in Nevada. Since then, breaches had been opening with increasing frequency, always connected to electromagnetic experiments and always resulting in the disappearance of individuals with specific genetic markers. But the most disturbing revelation was in her father's final notes, dated just days before his death. FCC Anomalous Signal Division established 1953, 1 year after first breach. Official mission: monitor and contain dimensional anomalies. Actual mission: facilitate entity harvest operations by identifying targets and coordinating collection events. Her father had suspected that the government agency supposedly protecting humanity from dimensional threats was actually enabling them. Sarah's hand shook as she read the final entry. Sarah exhibits strongest dimensional sensitivity in family line. Must protect her from official attention. If something happens to me, she must not trust government response teams. Her phone buzzed with a text message from an unknown number. Your father died because he discovered the truth. The same thing will happen to you unless you help us stop the harvest. Meet me at the radio station tomorrow at midnight. Come alone. RV. Sarah stared at the message for a long time. Voss was asking her to trust him based on her father's research, but the research could have been fabricated. Harrison was asking her to trust him based on his official authority, but that authority could be a cover for something sinister. Either way, people were disappearing, and she was one of the few individuals capable of investigating dimensional anomalies directly. She made her decision. At 11:45 p.m. the next night, Sarah drove to WMIL radio station carrying Voss's monitoring device and a portable radio tuned to the frequency her father had used to communicate across dimensions. If Voss was setting a trap, she wanted a way to call for help from whatever allies might exist in the spaces between realities. The radio station was dark except for the automated equipment that kept the emergency broadcasts running. Voss was waiting in the parking lot, no longer wearing the rumpled suit. Instead, he wore clothes that looked like they'd been designed for dimensional travel, a metallic fabric that seemed to shimmer with its own light. "You came," he said. "I want to see proof, real evidence that the FCC is involved in these disappearances." Voss led her to a van parked behind the station. Inside was equipment that looked far more advanced than anything Harrison had used. Computers displaying real-time dimensional readings, radio gear that monitored frequencies across multiple realities, and screens showing the locations of active breaches worldwide. "This is the entity's collection network," Voss explained, pointing to a map dotted with red markers. "Each marker represents a dimensional breach that's been opened in the past 5 years. Notice the pattern?" Sarah studied the map. The breaches weren't random. They formed a rough grid pattern across the United States, with concentrations near major universities and research facilities. They're targeting academic communities. Specifically, they're targeting families with multi-generational involvement in electromagnetic research. The entity needs human consciousness with specific neural patterns to serve as interfaces between dimensions. Voss pulled up another screen showing detailed profiles of missing persons. Look at the backgrounds: physics professors, electrical engineers, radio technicians, anyone whose family has worked with electromagnetic fields for multiple generations. Sarah recognized several names on the list: colleagues from scientific conferences, authors of papers she'd read in graduate school, all missing, all with backgrounds similar to her own. What does the entity want with them? It's building an army of dimensional bridges, human minds that can consciously cross between realities and serve as anchors for larger invasion forces. Voss's expression was grim. The harvest in Millfield wasn't about collecting consciousness for feeding. It was about testing your abilities, confirming that you could serve as a bridge. "But I stopped the harvest." You did exactly what the entity wanted you to do. You proved that you could navigate dimensional barriers, shut down equipment in a hostile environment, and return with your consciousness intact. You passed the test. Sarah felt sick. So when Harrison showed up with the dimensional separation equipment, he was completing the evaluation, making sure you could work with their technology and follow their protocols. Voss activated another screen showing surveillance footage of the Millfield clinic. Watch Harrison's behaviour during the crisis. He never looks surprised by anything. He has exactly the right equipment for every situation. He knows more about your father's research than he should. Sarah watched the footage with growing horror. Harrison moved through the crisis with the confidence of someone following a script, not someone improvising solutions to an unprecedented situation. The 7 people who fell catatonic, acceptable losses. The entity needed to create a crisis significant enough to draw you out and test your abilities. Their consciousness was harvested during the process. But they recovered. Emma, the others, they're fine. Voss shook his head sadly. What came back weren't the original people. They're copies, created from the entity's analysis of the harvested consciousness. Perfect duplicates that will serve as sleeper agents until the entity is ready to activate them. Sarah thought about Emma's strange dreams, about the way all the recovered patients had been asking subtle questions about dimensional theory, about Tom's casual mention that Emma had been researching electromagnetic phenomena online. How do I know you're telling the truth? Voss handed her a device that looked like a sophisticated medical scanner. Point this at any of the recovered patients. If they're human, it will show normal neural patterns. If they're copies... Sarah didn't want to know what it would show, but she understood that she had to find out. The weight of responsibility settled on her shoulders like a lead blanket. If Voss was right, then everyone she thought she'd saved was actually an enemy agent, and the government organisation she'd trusted was facilitating an invasion from another dimension. What do you want me to do? Help me shut down the collection network permanently. The entity has been using Earth as a staging ground for 70 years, but it's almost ready to begin the final phase. Once it has enough bridge consciousness to stabilise large-scale dimensional portals, it will begin moving its full forces into our reality. Sarah looked at the map of breach points, at the profiles of missing scientists, at the surveillance footage of her own supposed triumph in Millfield. Everything she'd believed about the dimensional crisis was wrong. She hadn't been a hero saving her town. She'd been an unwitting participant in humanity's destruction. But she was still the only person capable of crossing dimensional barriers and fighting the entity on its own terms. Where do we start? Voss smiled for the first time since she'd met him. We start by severing the entity's connection to its Earth-based assets. Every FCC facility, every monitoring station, every piece of equipment they've placed to track and collect dimensional sensitives. That's a lot of government property. Dr. Chen, we're not fighting the government. We're fighting something that's been wearing the government's face for 70 years. Voss began shutting down his equipment. Your father spent the last years of his life documenting the entity's infiltration of human institutions. It's time to use that research to take our world back. As they loaded the monitoring equipment into Sarah's car, she realised that her quiet life as a high school physics teacher was officially over. Whatever came next, it would involve travelling between realities, confronting entities that existed in the spaces between dimensions, and discovering just how deeply the invasion had penetrated human civilization. But it would also involve continuing her father's work, protecting people with dimensional sensitivity from being harvested, and ensuring that humanity's future remained in human hands. The radio in her apartment crackled to life as she got home at 3:33 a.m, but this time it wasn't broadcasting her father's voice. Instead, it carried the sound of machinery powering up, electromagnetic fields fluctuating, and something vast and alien awakening in the spaces between worlds. The entity knew she was coming. Sarah smiled grimly and began packing for a journey that would take her far from Millfield, into the hidden war for humanity's consciousness that had been raging in the shadows for 7 decades. The signal was calling, and this time she was ready to answer. The perfect daughter. The cardigan went into the charity box first, because it was the sort of thing that looked innocent enough until you remembered Margaret wearing it with the neckline pulled down and the sleeves pushed up, smoking behind the church after Sunday service. Ruth folded it carefully, the way Mother had taught her to fold her own clothes, though she suspected Mother would have preferred to burn everything that had touched Margaret's skin. "That's enough for today," Mother said from the doorway, though they had barely filled one box. 3 weeks had passed since Margaret left, and they had yet to clear out more than the top drawer of her dresser. At this rate, Ruth calculated, they would finish sometime next summer, assuming they could bear to continue at all. Ruth smoothed the cardigan one final time before closing the box. The room still smelled like Margaret's perfume, something called Evening in Paris that she had bought with money from her job at Woolworths. Mother disapproved of the perfume the same way she disapproved of the job, the late nights, the boys who called on the telephone, and eventually Margaret herself. "Leave the rest for another day," Mother continued, though her voice suggested there might not be another day, that Margaret's belongings might remain exactly where she had left them until the house crumbled around them. Ruth nodded and followed Mother downstairs, where Father sat in his chair reading the evening paper with the focused attention of a man trying not to think about his elder daughter. The paper was yesterday's. Ruth had noticed this detail but said nothing, just as she had said nothing about the way her parents' conversations now circled around Margaret's absence like water around a stone. "How did it go upstairs?" Father asked without looking up from news he had already read. "Fine," Mother said. "Ruth was very helpful." This was true. Ruth had been helpful in all things since Margaret left. She had taken over the breakfast dishes without being asked, had alphabetized the sheet music in the piano bench, had written thank you notes for the sympathy cards that kept arriving as if someone had died. The cards confused Ruth initially, until she realized that in the minds of their neighbours, someone had died. The daughter who brought shame to the family was mourned more thoroughly than if she had simply stopped breathing. Ruth understood that she was expected to compensate for Margaret's absence, though no one had spoken this expectation aloud. It lived in the way Mother's eyes lingered on Ruth during dinner conversations, as if measuring her against some invisible standard. It lived in Father's careful attention to Ruth's opinions about matters that had never interested him before. It lived in the space Margaret had left behind, a vacuum that demanded to be filled. At dinner they spoke about Ruth's grades, excellent, her piano practice, diligent, and her plans for the church social next Friday. She would help serve refreshments. These were safe topics that generated no controversy and required no difficult decisions. Father complimented the pot roast. Mother praised Ruth's table manners. Ruth agreed that the weather had been unusually mild for November. No one mentioned that Margaret's chair remained set at the table, or that Mother had prepared 4 portions of everything before catching herself and putting one back. No one observed that the conversation felt rehearsed, as if they were all performing in a play about a normal family that happened to have one fewer member than the script required. After dinner, Ruth helped clear the table while her parents settled in the living room with their evening routines. Father would read until 9 o'clock when he would listen to the radio news. Mother would work on her needlepoint, a project depicting a cottage garden that she had been stitching for 3 years without apparent progress. Ruth would practice piano until 8:30, then do her homework at the kitchen table. These routines had crystallized in the weeks since Margaret left, replacing the chaos of arguments and slammed doors and worried whispers between her parents after Ruth had gone to bed. Ruth found the predictability comforting, though she sometimes missed the electricity that Margaret had brought to the house, even when that electricity had been unpleasant. Ruth was practicing a back invention when she noticed the photograph. It sat on top of the piano where it always had, a school picture from last spring showing Ruth in her white blouse and navy jumper, smiling dutifully at the camera. But something about the smile struck her as unfamiliar tonight, brighter and more confident than she remembered feeling during the photography session. She stopped playing and picked up the frame, studying her own face in the glass. The Ruth in the photograph looked genuinely happy, as if she had just heard amusing news or received an unexpected compliment. Ruth distinctly remembered the photography session as an ordeal of sitting still and holding awkward expressions while the photographer adjusted his equipment. She had been worried about a mathematics test that afternoon, and annoyed that the collar of her blouse kept twisting despite Mother's attempts to fix it. Yet the girl in the photograph showed no trace of worry or annoyance. She looked like the sort of daughter any parent would be proud to display on their piano. Ruth set the frame back in its proper place and returned to her practicing, but she found herself glancing at the photograph throughout the evening. During her homework, she positioned herself at the kitchen table so she could see through the doorway to the living room, where the photograph caught the lamplight. Each time she looked, the smile seemed more foreign, as if it belonged to someone who merely resembled her. When 9 o'clock came and Father turned on the radio for the news, Ruth closed her history book and joined her parents in the living room. This was part of their new routine, though it had never been spoken of as such. Before Margaret left, Ruth would have remained in the kitchen with her homework, leaving her parents to their adult concerns about politics and world affairs. Now she was included, another sign of how her position in the family had shifted to fill the space Margaret had abandoned. Tonight the news was about the Marshall Plan and communist activities in Hollywood. Father made disapproving sounds at appropriate intervals. Mother's needle continued its steady progress through the cottage garden, adding tiny yellow flowers that looked more like dots of paint than blooms. Ruth listened and tried to formulate opinions about international relations that would demonstrate her maturity and good judgment. When the program ended, Father announced that he was going to bed. Mother gathered her needlework and followed him upstairs. Ruth turned off the radio and the lamps, checked that the front door was locked, and made her own way upstairs to her bedroom. Her nightly routine had expanded since Margaret left to include checking that all the house lights were off and the doors secured. These had been Margaret's responsibilities when she lived at home, tasks she had performed grudgingly and often forgotten entirely. Ruth approached them with the thoroughness that had become her distinguishing characteristic in all domestic matters. She was brushing her teeth when she caught sight of herself in the bathroom mirror and paused, toothbrush halfway to her mouth. For just a moment, her reflection had seemed to smile at her, with the same bright confidence she had noticed in the photograph downstairs. But when she looked directly at the mirror, her expression was as solemn as always. Ruth finished brushing her teeth and returned to her bedroom, where she changed into her nightgown and knelt beside her bed for evening prayers. This too was part of the routine that had developed since Margaret left, though Ruth had prayed sporadically before her sister's departure. Now she prayed every night for her family's well-being, for wisdom in her studies, and for the strength to be the daughter her parents needed. She did not pray for Margaret's return, though she sometimes wanted to. Such a prayer seemed disloyal to the family's unspoken agreement that Margaret had made her choice and would have to live with the consequences. Besides, Ruth was beginning to understand that her parents needed her to be different from Margaret, not to hope for Margaret's reformation. Before getting into bed, Ruth looked out her bedroom window at the street below. The Hartwell house sat on Elm Street in a neighbourhood of similar houses populated by similar families, though Ruth suspected that few of those families had lost a daughter to rebellion and shame. The houses were dark except for scattered porch lights and the occasional glowing window where someone was staying up late. Ruth's window faced the Caldwell house across the street, where the front parlour light still burned. Through the sheer curtains she could see Mrs. Caldwell moving around the room, probably tidying up before bed. The Caldwells had 3 daughters, all younger than Ruth, all well behaved from what she had observed. Ruth wondered if Mrs. Caldwell worried about her daughters the way Mother worried, or if some families were simply blessed with children who caused no trouble. As she watched, Mrs. Caldwell approached the parlour window and looked out at the street. For a moment Ruth thought their eyes met across the distance, though she knew this was impossible given the darkness and the curtains. Still, she stepped back from her own window and drew the curtains closed. Ruth climbed into bed and arranged the covers precisely, another small ritual that brought order to her days. Margaret had always left her bed unmade and her room in chaos, habits that had driven Mother to distraction. Ruth's room, by contrast, was a model of neatness and organisation. Her clothes hung properly in the closet, her school books were stacked in order of size on her desk, and her hairbrush and hand mirror sat at exact angles on the dresser. Before falling asleep, Ruth reviewed the day and found it satisfactory. She had helped with Margaret's belongings without complaint, had practiced piano diligently, had contributed sensibly to dinner conversation, and had completed her homework thoroughly. Tomorrow she would do the same, and the day after that, until this new pattern of living became as natural as breathing. She was nearly asleep when a thought occurred to her that made her eyes snap open in the darkness. The smile in the school photograph had been brighter than she remembered, but what if her memory was simply wrong? What if she had been happier during the photography session than she realised? What if the worry and annoyance she remembered were false recollections, and the genuine happiness in the photograph was the truth? Ruth lay in bed thinking about this possibility until she fell asleep. In her dreams, she sat for photograph after photograph, smiling with increasing radiance while cameras clicked around her like mechanical insects. Each photograph showed her more perfectly than the last, until she could no longer recognize herself in the images, but could not stop smiling for the cameras that never seemed to have enough pictures of the girl she was becoming. When she woke the next morning, Ruth checked her reflection in the bedroom mirror and found it disappointingly ordinary. She looked exactly like herself, tired from a night of strange dreams and slightly concerned about a Latin test she had that afternoon. The bright, confident smile from the school photograph was nowhere to be found. But as she dressed for school and prepared to face another day of being the daughter her parents needed, Ruth found herself practicing different expressions in the mirror. A more attentive look for listening to father's opinions, a more gracious smile for accepting mother's compliments, a more mature expression for discussing serious matters. By the time she went downstairs for breakfast, Ruth had settled on a pleasant, composed expression that suggested both contentment and good breeding. It felt slightly artificial, like a mask she was wearing, but she told herself that all social interactions required some degree of performance. Margaret had never understood this, which was part of why Margaret was no longer welcome in their home. At breakfast, Mother complimented Ruth's appearance and Father praised her helpfulness with Margaret's belongings. Ruth accepted these observations with appropriate modesty and promised to continue being helpful in whatever way she could. The conversation was so pleasant and harmonious that for a moment Ruth forgot it was taking place in the shadow of her sister's disgrace. Only when she was walking to school did Ruth remember the school photograph on the piano, and she found herself wondering if she had managed to recapture that confident smile. She hoped so. It seemed important somehow to be the girl in that photograph rather than the girl who merely lived in the same house where the photograph was displayed. The day passed like all her days now, measured and careful and designed to cause no concern to anyone who might be watching. Ruth answered questions correctly in class, ate her lunch quietly with the other well-behaved girls, and walked home at the appointed time with her homework carefully organised in her book bag. It was only when she entered the house and saw the school photograph on the piano that Ruth realised something had changed. The girl in the picture was smiling exactly as brightly as before, but now Ruth could swear that the angle of her head was slightly different, as if she had turned a fraction of an inch toward the camera between yesterday and today. Ruth stared at the photograph for several minutes, trying to convince herself that she was mistaken. Photographs did not change. People did not move in pictures that had been taken months ago, yet the evidence of her eyes suggested otherwise, and Ruth had always prided herself on being observant and rational. Eventually she decided that her memory was simply imperfect, as memories often were. The photograph looked exactly as it always had. She was the one who was different, seeing details she had overlooked before because she was paying closer attention to her own image. This explanation satisfied her, and Ruth went upstairs to change her clothes and begin her afternoon routine. But as she passed through the living room an hour later, she glanced at the photograph again and could have sworn that the girl in the picture was looking directly at her with an expression of amused conspiracy, as if they shared a secret that no one else in the family would understand. Winter settled over Millbrook with the persistence of an unwelcome guest, bringing early darkness and the kind of penetrating cold that made Ruth grateful for the routine of heated classrooms and warm kitchens. The regularity of her days had become a comfort. School, homework, piano practice, household duties, each activity performed with the careful attention that had earned her parents' increasing approval. Ruth's report card arrived in January with marks that would have been extraordinary for Margaret and were merely expected for the new Ruth. 4 A's and a B+ in Latin, which Father pronounced very satisfactory, while Mother copied the grades into a letter to Aunt Helen in Boston. Ruth accepted their praise with appropriate modesty, though she found herself studying the report card later that evening with the same scrutiny she had begun applying to all documents that bore her name. The signature at the bottom looked like her handwriting, but somehow more confident, the letters flowing with an assurance that Ruth didn't recognize from her usual careful script. When she compared it to homework assignments from the previous semester, the difference was subtle but undeniable. The new signature belonged to someone who had never doubted her right to excellent grades. "You're becoming quite the scholar," Dorothy Fitzgerald observed as they walked home from school through the February slush. Dorothy had been Ruth's closest friend since childhood, though their friendship had grown somewhat strained since Margaret's departure. Dorothy asked too many questions about Ruth's changed behaviour, and seemed puzzled by answers that Ruth thought were perfectly reasonable. "I'm simply applying myself more seriously," Ruth replied. stepping carefully around a puddle that reflected the grey afternoon sky. "Mother says it's important to make the most of educational opportunities." "You sound like you're reciting from a handbook," Dorothy said, not unkindly. "Remember when you used to complain about mathematics homework? Now you volunteer for extra problems." Ruth did remember, though the complaint seemed childish in retrospect. Mathematics was actually quite satisfying when approached with proper discipline. The solutions emerged logically from careful attention to rules and procedures, unlike the chaos that Margaret had brought to every aspect of family life. "People change," Ruth said. "I've simply decided to be more responsible." Dorothy kicked at a chunk of dirty snow, sending it skittering across the sidewalk. "It's more than that. It's like you've become someone else entirely. A very nice someone else," she added quickly, "but still." Ruth was about to respond when she noticed their reflection in the window of Miller's hardware store. For just a moment, she saw herself and Dorothy as they had always looked together, two ordinary girls in wool coats and sensible shoes, walking home from school through the remnants of winter. But then the reflection shifted, and Ruth saw herself standing straighter, smiling more graciously, looking like the sort of girl who would naturally excel in all her endeavours. "Do I look different to you?" Ruth asked, studying their reflection more carefully. Dorothy glanced at the window, then at Ruth herself. "You look exactly the same. Why?" But Ruth continued staring at the reflection, trying to reconcile what she saw with what Dorothy apparently couldn't see. In the glass, Ruth's wool coat appeared better tailored, her posture more elegant, her expression more composed. The girl in the reflection looked like someone who had never experienced self-doubt or family shame. "Ruth?" Dorothy was watching her with the concerned expression that had become familiar over the past few months. "Are you feeling all right?" "Of course," Ruth said, turning away from the window. "I was just checking that my hat was straight." They continued walking in silence until they reached the corner where their paths diverged. Dorothy toward her family's house near the church, Ruth toward Elm Street and the careful routines that had replaced the unpredictability Margaret had left behind. At home, Ruth found Mother in the kitchen preparing dinner with the methodical efficiency that had become her hallmark since establishing their new household patterns. The evening meal now happened at exactly 6 o'clock, with conversation topics planned in advance and no possibility of the arguments that had once erupted without warning. "How was school, dear?" Mother asked without looking up from the carrots she was dicing with mechanical precision. "Very well. Miss Patterson complimented my essay on American literature, and Mr. Henley said my algebra homework was exemplary." "How nice." Mother's knife continued its steady rhythm. "Your father will be pleased to hear about your academic progress." Ruth set her books on the kitchen counter and began setting the dining room table, another task that had been Margaret's responsibility and was now hers. As she arranged the plates and silverware with geometric precision, she found herself thinking about the reflection in Miller's window and Dorothy's puzzled concern. Perhaps Dorothy was right that Ruth had changed, but surely that was natural after such a significant family crisis. Everyone changed in response to circumstances. Margaret's departure had forced Ruth to mature more quickly, to take on responsibilities that her sister had abandoned. If this maturation made her appear different, that was simply evidence of healthy adaptation. The table setting completed, Ruth returned to the kitchen to help with the final dinner preparations. Mother handed her the good silverware to polish, another task that Margaret had performed carelessly when she bothered to do it at all. Ruth approached the polishing with the thoroughness that had become her signature, working until each piece reflected light like a mirror. In the curved surface of a soup spoon, Ruth caught a distorted glimpse of her own face and paused. The reflection was warped by the spoon's concave surface, but it seemed to show her smiling with satisfaction at her work. Ruth wasn't aware of having smiled, and when she checked her expression in the kitchen window, her face appeared serious and focused as always. "That's lovely work, dear," Mother said, appearing beside Ruth to inspect the polished silverware. "You're becoming quite accomplished at household management." Ruth accepted this praise with the gracious humility that had replaced Margaret's sullen resistance to domestic expectations. She arranged the gleaming silverware in the proper drawer compartments and went upstairs to change her clothes before dinner. In her bedroom, Ruth opened the closet and selected a dress that she couldn't remember purchasing. It was navy blue with small white buttons, conservative but flattering, exactly the sort of thing a well-brought-up girl would wear to family dinner. When had Mother bought this dress? Ruth usually accompanied her on shopping trips, but she had no memory of trying on this particular garment or discussing its purchase. She put on the dress anyway, finding that it fit perfectly and looked appropriate with her hair arranged in the neat style she had adopted since Margaret left. In the mirror, Ruth saw a girl who looked ready for any social occasion, someone who would never cause her parents embarrassment or concern. Downstairs, Father had arrived home from the bank and was reading his evening paper in the living room. Ruth joined him, sitting in the chair that had been Margaret's and engaging him in conversation about current events. This too was part of their new routine, though Ruth sometimes felt as if she were reading from a script she couldn't remember learning. The situation in Europe remains concerning, Father observed, folding his paper to display a headline about communist activities. Yes, Ruth agreed, though she wasn't entirely certain what situation he meant. I imagine the Marshall Plan will help stabilize things. Father nodded approvingly. Very astute observation. You're developing quite a sophisticated understanding of political matters. Ruth smiled at the compliment, though she noticed that her reflection in the window behind Father's chair seemed to be smiling more warmly than she felt. The girl in the glass looked genuinely pleased by her father's approval, while Ruth herself felt more relieved than happy to have said something he considered intelligent. During dinner, the conversation flowed with the harmony that had been impossible when Margaret lived at home. Ruth contributed thoughtful observations about her studies, asked appropriate questions about Father's work, and complimented Mother's cooking with sincere appreciation. The evening proceeded exactly as their new family dynamic required, with no drama or discord to disturb the peaceful atmosphere. After dinner, Ruth helped clear the table and wash the dishes while her parents settled into their evening routines. The kitchen work went smoothly, though Ruth found herself moving with a grace that seemed learned rather than natural. Her hands arranged dishes and silverware as if following choreography she'd memorized but couldn't remember studying. When the kitchen was pristine, Ruth joined her parents in the living room for their customary hour of family time. Father read financial news while Mother worked on her endless needlepoint cottage. Ruth sat at the piano and played pieces from her lesson book, each note precise and properly timed. The music room contained several family photographs displayed on various surfaces, and Ruth found her gaze drawn to them as she played. There was the formal portrait taken last Christmas, before Margaret's final argument with their parents. In the photograph, the family stood arranged by height near the fireplace, everyone looking toward the camera with expressions of seasonal good cheer. But tonight, something about the photograph struck Ruth as strange. In her memory, the picture-taking session had been tense, with Margaret making sarcastic comments about artificial family happiness, while Mother attempted to maintain proper Christmas spirit. Yet the Ruth in the photograph showed no signs of tension or discomfort. She looked genuinely pleased to be participating in the family portrait, her smile bright and natural. Ruth stopped playing and approached the photograph for closer examination. The girl who looked like her appeared completely at ease, as if she'd never experienced a moment of doubt about her place in the family structure. Her posture was perfect, her expression serene. Her whole appearance suggesting someone who had never known the anxiety of trying to compensate for a sister's failures. "That's a lovely picture of you, dear," Mother observed from her needlepoint. "You look so pretty and well composed." Ruth studied the photograph more carefully. She was wearing the same navy dress with white buttons that hung in her closet upstairs, though she couldn't remember owning it at Christmas time. When had she acquired this dress? More troubling, when had she developed the confident demeanour that seemed so natural in the photograph? When was this picture taken? Ruth asked, though she knew the answer. "Christmas Day, just before dinner. Don't you remember? You were so helpful that day, making sure everything was perfect for the family celebration." Ruth did remember Christmas, but her memories felt vague and uncertain compared to the clear evidence of the photograph. She remembered Margaret's sullen participation and her parents' careful attempts to maintain holiday spirit despite obvious tensions, but she couldn't recall her own behaviour with the clarity that the photograph suggested. "You were wearing your new dress," Mother continued, "the one we picked out together at Henderson's department store." But Ruth had no memory of shopping for the dress, no recollection of trying it on or discussing its purchase with Mother. The dress existed in her closet, fit her perfectly, and appeared in family photographs, yet its acquisition remained a blank space in her memory. Ruth returned to the piano and resumed playing, but her attention remained divided between the music and the family photographs that surrounded her. Each picture seemed to show a version of herself that was more confident, more poised, more perfectly suited to her family's expectations than she remembered being during the actual events. When 9 o'clock arrived and Father turned on the radio for the evening news, Ruth positioned herself where she could observe the living room's collection of photographs while appearing to listen to reports about international affairs. The pictures showed her at various family occasions over the past few months, always looking appropriately dressed and properly composed. In every photograph, Ruth appeared to be exactly the daughter her parents needed her to be. The realization came to her gradually, like dawn creeping across a winter landscape. The girl in the photographs wasn't just a more flattering version of herself, she was a different person entirely. Someone who had never struggled with mathematics homework, never felt awkward at social gatherings, never experienced the crushing weight of trying to replace a sister who had been both destructive and irreplaceable. The girl in the photographs was perfect. When the news program ended and her parents began their preparations for bed, Ruth excused herself and went upstairs to her room. She sat at her dressing table and examined her reflection in the mirror, comparing her actual face to her memories of the faces in the photographs downstairs. Her reflection looked tired, uncertain, burdened by the constant effort of being good enough to heal her family's wounds. But the girl in the photographs never looked tired. She looked like someone who had been born knowing exactly how to be the ideal daughter. Ruth opened her jewellery box and retrieved a small hand mirror that had belonged to her grandmother. Holding it at various angles, she tried to find a reflection that matched the confident expressions from the family photographs. But no matter how she positioned the mirror or arranged her features, she could only see herself as she actually was. A 16-year-old girl doing her best to fill a role that had become too large for any real person to occupy. She was replacing the hand mirror when she noticed something that made her breath catch. Next to her jewellery box sat a small framed photograph she didn't remember having. A school portrait from this past fall, showing her in a white blouse and navy cardigan, smiling directly at the camera with perfect composure. Ruth picked up the photograph and studied it carefully. She remembered the picture day, remembered sitting for the photographer and feeling nervous about how the portrait would turn out. But the girl in this photograph showed no nervousness, no uncertainty, no sign that she had ever experienced an uncomfortable moment in her entire life. More troubling, Ruth couldn't remember this particular photograph being taken. The clothing was familiar, the setting was clearly the school's portrait studio, but she had no memory of wearing this specific outfit for picture day or of producing this particular smile for the camera. Yet there it was, in a frame that matched her bedroom decor, positioned on her dressing table, as if it had always belonged there. Ruth set the photograph back in its place and prepared for bed with the methodical routine that had become second nature since Margaret's departure. But as she brushed her teeth and changed into her nightgown, she found herself thinking about the accumulating evidence that her memories and the photographic record of her life were no longer entirely in agreement. Before getting into bed, Ruth took one final look at the school portrait on her dressing table. In the soft light from her bedside lamp, the girl in the photograph seemed to be looking directly at her with an expression of gentle encouragement, as if to say that everything was proceeding exactly as it should. Ruth turned off the light and lay in the darkness, listening to the familiar sounds of her parents preparing for bed and the house settling into nighttime silence. Tomorrow would bring another day of careful perfection, another opportunity to be the daughter her family needed. But tonight, in the quiet darkness of her room, Ruth allowed herself to wonder who the girl in the photographs actually was, and why she was becoming more real while Ruth herself felt increasingly like a shadow of someone she used to be. Spring arrived in Millbrook with the reluctant grace of a guest who had been persuaded against better judgment to attend a social gathering. The snow retreated to dirty patches in the shadows while the first crocuses pushed through the soil with a determination that Ruth found admirable. She had begun to think of herself as similar to those early flowers, small, persistent and blooming precisely when circumstances required it. The church social on the third Friday of March provided Ruth with her first major test of the transformation she had been perfecting throughout the winter months. Mrs. Hamilton, who organised such events with the authority of someone who had never been contradicted, had asked Ruth to help serve refreshments and assist with the younger children's activities. "You've become such a reliable young lady," Mrs. Hamilton observed, as Ruth arranged cookies on the serving platters with geometric precision. "Your mother must be very proud of how you've matured this year." Ruth accepted this compliment with the gracious smile she had been practicing, though she noticed that several of the other church ladies were watching her with expressions of approval that seemed somehow exaggerated. Their attention felt warm and validating, yet also strangely intense, as if they were observing something remarkable rather than simply a well-behaved teenager helping with church activities. "Ruth has been a tremendous comfort to us," Mother replied from across the church basement, where she was supervising the arrangement of folding chairs. "We're very fortunate to have such a thoughtful daughter." The way Mother spoke suggested she was reciting lines from a play about family happiness, though Ruth couldn't identify exactly what made the words seem scripted. Perhaps it was the slight emphasis on thoughtful, or the way Mother's voice carried just far enough for the other ladies to hear without appearing to be making a public announcement. Ruth continued arranging refreshments while listening to the conversations flowing around her. The church basement buzzed with the comfortable chatter of women who had known each other for decades and felt entitled to opinions about everyone's family business. Usually such gatherings made Ruth feel invisible, a child among adults whose concerns were too complex for her understanding. Tonight felt different. Tonight she seemed to occupy a place of recognition in the social structure, as if she had earned the right to adult approval through her careful attention to proper behaviour. Such a contrast to her sister, Ruth heard Mrs. Patterson murmur to Mrs. Caldwell near the coffee urn. Night and day, really. Margaret was always so... difficult, Mrs. Caldwell supplied diplomatically. Yes, difficult, but Ruth is everything a girl should be. Polite, helpful, well-mannered. The Hartwells must be relieved. Ruth felt her cheeks warm with a combination of pride and discomfort. Being praised for not being Margaret seemed like a hollow accomplishment, though she understood that in the current circumstances, any positive comparison was valuable. Her family needed to rebuild their reputation in the community, and Ruth's behaviour was apparently contributing to that rehabilitation. When the social officially began and the basement filled with families from the congregation, Ruth moved through her assigned duties with the smooth efficiency that had become her trademark. She served coffee to the elderly ladies, supervised a craft activity for the children, and engaged in appropriate conversation with adults who complimented her poise and maturity. The evening proceeded exactly as such events were supposed to proceed, and Ruth found herself enjoying the rhythm of social interaction when it followed predictable patterns. Unlike the chaos that Margaret had brought to family gatherings, this event offered clear expectations and measurable success. It was during the children's singing activity that Ruth first noticed something troubling. She was leading a group of 6-year-olds through Jesus Loves the Little Children when she caught sight of herself in the mirror that hung on the basement's far wall. The reflection showed her conducting the singing with animated gestures and a bright smile that suggested genuine enjoyment of the activity. But Ruth wasn't smiling. She was concentrating on keeping the children in rhythm and ensuring that Tommy Morrison didn't wander away from the group as he tended to do during organised activities. Her expression was serious and focused, not animated and joyful, yet the mirror insisted otherwise. Ruth tried to match her actual expression to the reflection, forcing her mouth into the smile she saw in the glass. But when she looked again, the mirror showed her making completely different gestures than the ones she was actually making, as if the reflected Ruth was leading a different song for different children. "Miss Ruth," said little Sarah Caldwell, tugging on Ruth's skirt, "why did you stop singing?" Ruth realised she had indeed stopped singing while staring at the troubling reflection. The children were looking at her with the patient confusion of young people waiting for adult direction. "I was just making sure everyone was participating," Ruth said, resuming the song with deliberate attention to not looking at the mirror again. The rest of the evening passed without further supernatural incidents, though Ruth found herself avoiding reflective surfaces and focusing intently on each task as she performed it. When the social ended and families began collecting their coats and children, several adults made a point of complimenting Ruth's helpfulness to her parents. "You're very fortunate," Mr. Henderson told Father as they shook hands near the door. "Ruth is becoming quite an accomplished young lady." "Indeed she is," Father replied with the satisfaction of a man whose investment had yielded favourable returns. "We're very proud of her development." Ruth felt a complex mixture of pleasure and unease at these exchanges. The approval was gratifying, but there was something artificial about the way adults spoke about her transformation, as if they were all reading from the same script about model daughters and family redemption. During the drive home, mother and father discussed the evening's success with the sort of detailed analysis usually reserved for important business transactions. Ruth's behaviour was evaluated and praised, her interactions with community members were reviewed and found satisfactory, and her overall performance was deemed excellent. "You handled yourself beautifully tonight," Mother said, turning in the front seat to address Ruth directly. "Everyone was so impressed with your poise and maturity." "Thank you," Ruth replied, though she found herself wondering when exactly she had developed this praised poise. Her memories of the evening were clear, but they didn't include the animated confidence that others had apparently observed. At home, Ruth followed her established routine of checking the doors and turning off the lights before going upstairs to prepare for bed. But as she passed through the living room, she stopped to examine the collection of family photographs that documented her transformation from Margaret's sister into the ideal daughter. The pictures told a clear story of improvement and refinement. In the earliest photos, taken shortly after Margaret's departure, Ruth appeared uncertain and somewhat overwhelmed by her new responsibilities. But as the months progressed, the Ruth in the photographs became increasingly confident and composed. Tonight's church social would undoubtedly generate new photographs for the collection, pictures that would show Ruth leading children's activities and serving refreshments with the grace that everyone had praised. She found herself curious about how she would appear in those pictures, whether the animated joy that others had seen would be captured by the camera. In her bedroom, Ruth sat at her dressing table and examined her reflection in the mirror. Her face showed the pleasant fatigue of a successful social evening, but nothing approaching the radiant confidence that others had apparently observed. She looked like herself, thoughtful, careful, slightly tired from the effort of being consistently appropriate. But as she brushed her hair and prepared for bed, Ruth began to notice small discrepancies between her actions and her reflection. When she moved the brush through her hair in long, measured strokes, the mirror showed her making quick, efficient movements. When she applied cold cream to her face with careful attention, to covering every area evenly, the reflection suggested someone performing the same task with casual expertise. Ruth set down her brush and stared directly at her reflection, determined to understand what was happening. For several minutes, she watched herself in the mirror while remaining perfectly still, trying to detect any movement or change in the reflected image. The reflection remained motionless as well, but somehow it managed to convey a sense of patient amusement, as if the girl in the mirror was waiting for Ruth to understand something obvious. "What do you want?" Ruth whispered to her reflection. The question hung in the air without response, though Ruth thought she detected a slight shift in the reflected expression, a softening around the eyes that suggested sympathy rather than amusement. Ruth finished her nighttime routine and got into bed, but sleep felt impossible. She lay in the darkness thinking about the evening's events and the growing evidence that her public self and her private experience were becoming increasingly disconnected. The praise she'd received tonight felt genuine, but it was praise for behaviour she couldn't entirely remember performing. The animated joy that others had observed was real to them, but foreign to her own experience of the evening. Sometime after midnight, Ruth got up and retrieved the small flashlight she kept in her desk drawer. She crept downstairs to the living room and used the flashlight beam to examine the family photographs more carefully. In the dim light, the pictures seemed to glow with their own illumination. The Ruth in each photograph looked directly out at the viewer with expressions of contentment and confidence that grew stronger with each successive image. It was like watching someone's personality develop in reverse, from uncertainty to complete self-assurance. But what struck Ruth most forcefully was the way the photographed Ruth seemed to be looking at her specifically, not just at the camera that had captured the images. The eyes in the pictures followed the flashlight beam as Ruth moved from photograph to photograph, maintaining eye contact with an intensity that felt almost conversational. Ruth returned the flashlight to her desk and got back into bed, but the sensation of being watched persisted. She felt as if the photographs downstairs were maintaining their vigil even in the darkness, patiently waiting for something to happen. The next morning brought a telephone call that would test Ruth's developing reputation in ways she hadn't anticipated. Mrs. Hamilton called during breakfast to ask if Ruth would be willing to help organise activities for the upcoming Easter celebration at church. "We need someone with your organisational skills and natural way with people," Mrs. Hamilton explained to Mother while Ruth listened on the kitchen extension. Ruth has shown such remarkable leadership qualities lately. Leadership qualities. Ruth had never thought of herself as possessing such qualities, but apparently others had observed them developing throughout the winter and spring. When had she become someone capable of organising community events and managing group activities? "I'd be happy to help," Ruth heard herself saying, though she wasn't entirely certain when she'd made the decision to accept the responsibility. "Wonderful," Mrs. Hamilton said. "Could you come by my house this afternoon to discuss the details? I have some ideas about decorations and activities that I'd like to get your opinion on." After the call ended, Mother expressed pleasure at Ruth's growing involvement in church activities, and Father praised her willingness to take on community responsibilities. Their approval felt warm and validating, though Ruth found herself wondering why they seemed more enthusiastic about her acceptance of the Easter project than she felt herself. That afternoon, Ruth walked to Mrs. Hamilton's house with a notebook and pencil, prepared to discuss Easter celebration planning with a thoroughness that had become her approach to all responsibilities. Mrs. Hamilton's front parlour was decorated with the kind of delicate figurines and lace doilies that suggested a woman who took domestic refinement seriously. "I'm so pleased you agreed to help with this project," Mrs. Hamilton said, as she served tea in china cups that looked too fragile for actual use. "You've become such a poised young lady. It's exactly what our Easter celebration needs." Ruth accepted the tea carefully and opened her notebook to take notes about decorations and activities. But as Mrs. Hamilton began describing her vision for the celebration, Ruth found her attention drifting to her reflection in the parlour's large mirror. The reflected Ruth was sitting straighter than Ruth actually was, taking notes with more enthusiasm than Ruth felt, and nodding with agreement that Ruth wasn't entirely experiencing. When Mrs. Hamilton praised an idea for Easter egg decorating activities, the reflected Ruth smiled with genuine pleasure, while Ruth herself was wondering how many children would be participating and whether there would be adequate supervision. "I think children's choir performances would be lovely," Mrs. Hamilton was saying. "You could help coordinate the rehearsals, couldn't you? You have such a natural way with young people." "Of course," Ruth heard herself agreeing, though she had no particular experience with children's choirs and wasn't certain she possessed the leadership qualities Mrs. Hamilton attributed to her. The planning session continued for an hour, with Ruth accepting increasingly complex responsibilities, while her reflection maintained expressions of confidence and enthusiasm that Ruth couldn't quite match. By the time she left Mrs. Hamilton's house, Ruth had committed to organising decorations, coordinating children's activities, and helping manage the overall event logistics. Walking home with her notebook full of plans and commitments, Ruth felt a growing sense of displacement from her own life. The Easter celebration project was exactly the sort of responsibility that the ideal daughter should accept, and everyone expected her to manage it with the competence she had apparently been developing. But Ruth couldn't remember acquiring the skills that these expectations assumed. When had she become someone capable of organising community events? Where had she learned to coordinate group activities and manage complex logistics? At home, she found Mother in the kitchen preparing dinner with the precise timing that had become their family standard. Mother looked up from her vegetables with an expression of pleased expectation. "How did the planning session go, dear?" "Very well, Mrs. Hamilton has asked me to take on quite a bit of responsibility for the Easter celebration." "How wonderful. I'm sure you'll manage everything beautifully." Mother's confidence seemed absolute, as if there was no possibility that Ruth might struggle with her new responsibilities. Ruth went upstairs to her room and sat at her desk to review the notes she'd taken during the planning session. The handwriting looked like hers, but the organisational thinking revealed in the notes seemed more sophisticated than she remembered using during the actual conversation. The plans outlined in her notebook were detailed and practical, suggesting someone with considerable experience in event planning. When had she developed this expertise? The notes referenced strategies and solutions that Ruth couldn't remember discussing with Mrs. Hamilton. She was studying the notes when she noticed movement in her dressing table mirror. The reflected Ruth was writing in a notebook as well, but the page showed completely different content, sketches of decorations and detailed scheduling charts that looked far more professional than anything in Ruth's actual notebook. Ruth set down her pencil and watched her reflection continue writing, creating plans that were more sophisticated and comprehensive than the ones in her real notebook. The reflected Ruth worked with the focused efficiency of someone who had organised many community events and knew exactly how to ensure their success. When the reflected Ruth looked up from her notebook, she smiled at Ruth with an expression of gentle encouragement, as if to say that everything would work out perfectly because someone competent was handling the arrangements. Ruth closed her notebook and prepared for dinner, but she couldn't stop thinking about the disconnect between her actual capabilities and the confidence that others placed in her abilities. Everyone expected her to succeed at organising the Easter celebration because they had observed her developing the necessary skills. But Ruth had no memory of developing those skills, and the evidence of her competence seemed to exist primarily in photographs and reflections that showed a version of herself she couldn't quite recognise. During dinner, Father asked about the Easter planning project, and Mother shared her pride in Ruth's community involvement. The conversation proceeded with the harmony that had become their family standard, but Ruth found herself feeling like an observer of her own life rather than an active participant. The Ruth her parents praised was becoming more real to them than the Ruth who sat at their dinner table, and increasingly Ruth suspected that this might not be an accident. The Easter celebration planning consumed the next 3 weeks of Ruth's life in ways that felt both familiar and foreign. Each day brought meetings with Mrs. Hamilton, visits to various church committee members, and detailed discussions about decorations that Ruth found herself managing with competence she couldn't explain. The notebook she carried filled with plans and schedules that appeared in handwriting she recognised but couldn't remember creating. Mother and Father observed these developments with the satisfaction of investors watching profitable returns. At dinner, they discussed Ruth's organisational abilities and community leadership as if analysing the performance of a particularly successful mutual fund. Their pride felt genuine, but it was pride in achievements that Ruth experienced as happening to someone else. Mrs. Patterson mentioned that you've handled the children's choir rehearsals beautifully, Mother reported during dinner on the Wednesday before Easter. She said you have a natural gift for working with young people. Ruth paused with her fork halfway to her mouth. She had no memory of conducting children's choir rehearsals, though she apparently had been doing so for the past 2 weeks. According to her calendar, rehearsals happened every Tuesday and Thursday afternoon in the church basement, but those time periods remained blank spaces in her recollection. The children seem to enjoy the songs we've selected, Ruth heard herself saying, though she couldn't identify what songs had been chosen or remember discussing musical selections with anyone. I'm sure they do, Father added with approval. You've always had good judgment about appropriate activities for young people. Had she? Ruth couldn't recall demonstrating particular wisdom about children's activities, but her parents spoke with the certainty of people describing well-established character traits. When had she developed this reputation for good judgment? Where had she acquired the experience that made her qualified to manage children's musical performances? After dinner, Ruth retreated to her room and examined the Easter planning materials spread across her desk. The papers documented weeks of detailed preparation work that she could see but couldn't remember performing. Meeting notes in her handwriting described conversations with church committee members about decorations and scheduling. Sketches showed elaborate plans for altar arrangements and children's activity stations. The work was thorough and professional, suggesting someone with considerable experience in event planning. But Ruth had never organised anything more complex than her own homework schedule, and certainly had never managed a community celebration involving dozens of participants and multiple coordinating committees. She was studying a particularly detailed schedule when she noticed her reflection in the dressing table mirror beginning to move independently of her actions. While Ruth sat still at her desk, the reflected Ruth was actively working on Easter planning materials, writing notes and checking items off lists with the focused efficiency of someone completely confident in their abilities. Ruth turned to face the mirror directly. I know you're there. The reflected Ruth looked up from her work and smiled with gentle acknowledgement. For the first time, she appeared to be seeing Ruth as a separate person, rather than simply a reflection to mirror. I wondered when you'd want to talk, the other Ruth said, her voice carrying the confident tone that others had been praising in Ruth's recent interactions. You've been letting me handle so much lately. I haven't been letting you do anything. I don't understand what's happening. The other Ruth set down her pencil and regarded Ruth with patient sympathy. You needed help. After Margaret left, your parents needed a different kind of daughter, and you were trying so hard to become her. I simply emerged to assist with the transformation. Ruth felt her throat tighten. You're not real. Reflections don't talk. I'm as real as you are. More real, perhaps, in the ways that matter to your family and community. Everyone prefers me to you, you know. I'm easier to love. The casual cruelty of this observation hit Ruth like a physical blow, though she recognized the truth in it. Her parents' increased affection, the community's growing approval, the teacher's praise for her improved behavior, all of it was directed toward the version of herself that appeared in photographs and mirrors, not the girl who actually lived in her body. What do you want? I want to help. You were exhausting yourself trying to be perfect, and you were failing because perfection isn't something you can achieve through effort alone. It has to be innate. The other Ruth gestured toward the Easter planning materials. Look at what I've accomplished in just a few weeks. The celebration will be beautiful because I understand exactly what people expect. Ruth looked at the detailed plans and schedules, all documenting work she couldn't remember doing. How? I know what your parents need to heal from Margaret's departure. I understand what the community requires to restore their faith in your family. I can be the daughter everyone wants because I was created specifically for that purpose. Created by whom? By your family's need. By your own desperate desire to compensate for Margaret's failures. By the community's hunger for a model of proper young womanhood. The other Ruth's expression grew thoughtful. You tried so hard to become perfect that you created someone who actually was perfect. I'm the daughter you could never be. Ruth felt tears threatening and struggled to maintain composure. But I'm the real one. Are you? You can't remember the conversations that everyone else recalls having with you. You can't recognize the handwriting in your own notebooks. You feel like a stranger in your own life because it's becoming my life. The other Ruth's voice remained gentle but implacable. I attend the social gatherings, manage the community responsibilities, and provide the comfort your parents need. What exactly makes you more real than I am? The question hung in the air while Ruth struggled to formulate an answer. She existed in her body, experienced emotions and thoughts, remembered her childhood and the years before Margaret left. But those memories felt increasingly distant compared to the immediate reality of her transformed social role. I have feelings. I worry about things. I get tired. I have feelings too. I feel satisfaction when I organize successful events. I experience pleasure when your parents praise my accomplishments. I enjoy the respect I've earned in the community. The other Ruth paused. The difference is that my feelings are always appropriate and constructive. Yours are messy and inconvenient. Ruth stood up abruptly and moved away from the mirror, but she could still see her reflection in the darkened window. The other Ruth had turned to follow her movement, maintaining eye contact with persistent attention. You can't keep taking over my life. I'm not taking anything. You're giving it to me willingly every time you allow me to handle a difficult social situation or manage a complex responsibility. Each time you let me be the Ruth that others want to see, you become less necessary. Ruth pressed her hands against the window glass, watching her reflection do the same. But while Ruth's gesture expressed desperation, the other Ruth's identical movement conveyed calm determination. What if I refuse to let you continue? Then you'll have to resume being the disappointing daughter you were before I arrived. Your parents will remember what it felt like to worry constantly about your adequacy. The community will lose faith in your family's rehabilitation. Your teachers will notice when your performance declines to its previous mediocre levels. The other Ruth moved closer to the surface of the mirror, as if approaching Ruth through the glass. Everyone prefers me because I make their lives easier. Your parents can finally feel proud instead of anxious. Your teachers can point to you as an example of proper development. The community can trust your family again because I demonstrate that the Hartwells are capable of raising appropriate daughters. And what happens to me? You fade away gradually, like someone recovering from a long illness. People will remember you fondly as the girl who struggled, but eventually became everything she should be. There won't be any violence or drama, just a peaceful transition to a better version of yourself. Ruth turned away from the window and sat heavily on her bed. The other Ruth was offering her exactly what she had thought she wanted. Escape from the crushing responsibility of being perfect. Freedom from the constant fear of disappointing people who needed her to compensate for Margaret's failures. But the price was her own existence. I need time to think, of course, but remember that while you're deciding, I'll continue managing your responsibilities. The Easter celebration is this Sunday, and it requires someone competent to ensure its success. Your parents are counting on me to demonstrate that their faith in your transformation was justified." Ruth looked around her bedroom, at the desk covered with planning materials she couldn't remember creating, at the closet full of clothes that fit perfectly despite her having no memory of acquiring them, at the photographs showing a confident girl she barely recognized. Everything in the room testified to the other Ruth's existence and achievements. The physical evidence of the perfect daughter's reality was overwhelming compared to Ruth's increasingly vague memories of her own experiences. "After Easter," Ruth said finally. "After the celebration is over, we'll settle this." "I understand. But Ruth?" The other Ruth's voice carried a note of genuine sympathy. "You should know that each day you delay makes it harder to reclaim your life. I'm becoming more real while you're becoming more transparent. Soon the choice won't be yours to make." That night, Ruth lay in bed listening to the familiar sounds of her parents, preparing for sleep in the next room. Their voices carried the contentment of people whose worries had been resolved through their daughter's remarkable transformation. They spoke about the Easter celebration with confidence that it would reflect well on the family's social rehabilitation. Ruth understood that this confidence was entirely dependent on the other Ruth's competence. If Ruth attempted to reclaim control of the celebration, she would almost certainly fail to meet the expectations that had been established. The resulting disappointment would devastate her parents and damage the family's carefully rebuilt reputation. But if she allowed the other Ruth to continue managing the celebration, it would be another step toward her own erasure. Each successful performance by her perfect replacement made Ruth herself more unnecessary. The next morning brought a telephone call from Mrs. Hamilton confirming final details for the Easter celebration. Ruth found herself responding to questions about logistics and timing with information she couldn't remember learning. Her answers were confident and detailed, suggesting comprehensive preparation that existed somewhere beyond her conscious knowledge. "Everything sounds perfectly organised," Mrs. Hamilton said with satisfaction. "You've really developed into quite an accomplished young lady, Ruth. Your parents must be very proud." After the call ended, Ruth realised she had no clear memory of the conversation that had just taken place. She remembered picking up the telephone and hearing Mrs. Hamilton's voice, but the content of their discussion seemed to have been managed by someone else using her mouth and voice. She spent the morning reviewing the Easter celebration materials one final time, trying to understand the scope of work that had been completed in her name. The documentation was thorough and professional, but it felt like studying someone else's accomplishments, rather than reviewing her own preparations. At lunch, Mother praised Ruth's handling of the morning's telephone call, and Father expressed confidence that the Easter celebration would be a tremendous success. Their approval felt warm and validating, but Ruth found herself wondering if their praise was actually directed toward her, or toward the other Ruth who had been managing their daughter's public responsibilities. That afternoon, Ruth attended the final choir rehearsal at the church basement. She arrived with no clear plan for how to conduct the session, but found herself guiding the children through their musical program with apparent expertise. Her hands moved in conducting gestures she couldn't remember learning, while her voice provided instruction in techniques she had never studied. The children responded to her direction with the natural obedience that young people showed to confident adult authority. Their performance improved under her guidance, though Ruth felt like she was watching someone else work through her body. "Miss Ruth knows exactly what she's doing," she heard little Sarah Caldwell tell her mother after the rehearsal. "She makes the song sound really pretty." Walking home from church, Ruth caught sight of her reflection in the storefront windows along Main Street. The reflected Ruth moved with purpose and satisfaction, apparently pleased with the success of the choir rehearsal. But Ruth herself felt hollow and disconnected, as if she were observing her life from a great distance. At home, she climbed the stairs to her bedroom and sat at her dressing table to confront her reflection directly. The other Ruth was already waiting, regarding her with patient attention. "The choir rehearsal went well," the other Ruth observed. "The children will perform beautifully on Sunday." "I don't remember conducting the rehearsal." "You don't need to remember. I handled it for you, just as I've been handling all your responsibilities. Your role is simply to provide the physical presence while I manage the actual work." Ruth stared at her reflection, trying to find some trace of herself in the confident face that looked back at her. "This can't continue." "It will continue until you decide whether you want to fight for a life you've already given away, or accept the peaceful transition I'm offering." The other Ruth's expression grew serious. "But you should understand what fighting would cost. if you try to reclaim control, you'll fail at the responsibilities I've been managing successfully. Your parents will be devastated. The community will lose faith in your family. Everyone who has grown to love the new Ruth will be disappointed by the return of the old one. And if I don't fight, then Sunday's celebration will be my final public performance as you. Afterward, you can fade away knowing that everyone remembers you as the perfect daughter you always wanted to be. Ruth closed her eyes and tried to remember what it felt like to be herself before the other Ruth appeared. But those memories seemed increasingly distant, like trying to recall the details of a dream after waking. She could remember the anxiety of trying to be perfect, but not the specific experiences that had driven that anxiety. When she opened her eyes, the other Ruth was still watching her with sympathetic patience. "I understand this is difficult," the other Ruth said gently, "but consider what I'm offering. Your parents will never have to worry about you again. You'll never disappoint anyone or fail to meet expectations. Your reputation will remain pristine forever because I'll be the only version of you that anyone remembers." Ruth stood up and walked to her bedroom window, looking out at the ordinary street where she had lived her entire life. Tomorrow would bring Easter Sunday and the celebration that would demonstrate either her competence or her inadequacy to the entire community. She had until then to decide whether she wanted to fight for a life that had become increasingly foreign to her, or accept the peaceful erasure that would preserve everyone's illusions about the perfect daughter she had tried so hard to become. Behind her, the other Ruth waited in the mirror with the infinite patience of someone who had already won. Easter Sunday arrived with the kind of perfect spring weather that made Mrs. Peake Hamilton declare it a gift from Providence for our celebration. Ruth woke before dawn, though she couldn't determine whether anxiety or anticipation had disrupted her sleep. Through her bedroom window, she could see the early morning light painting the church steeple in shades of gold that would have made Margaret write poetry about resurrection and renewal. But Margaret was not here to write poetry, and Ruth was not certain that she herself would be here much longer. Downstairs, Mother was already preparing a special breakfast, with the attention to detail that marked all significant family occasions. Father sat at the kitchen table reading his newspaper with the satisfied expression of a man whose domestic troubles had been resolved through his daughter's remarkable transformation. "Good morning, dear," Mother said as Ruth entered the kitchen. "I trust you slept well. Today will be quite demanding." Ruth accepted a cup of coffee and tried to assess her own state of readiness for the day's responsibilities. She felt hollow and disconnected, as if viewing the morning's activities through a window rather than participating directly. But when she spoke, her voice carried the confident tone that others had come to expect from the new Ruth. "I'm looking forward to the celebration. Everything is well organized." The words emerged without conscious decision, and Ruth realized that the other Ruth was already beginning to take control for the day's performance. She felt herself receding into the background of her own consciousness, while her perfect replacement prepared to manage the Easter celebration with competence that Ruth couldn't match. During breakfast, Mother and Father discussed the celebration with the pride of parents whose daughter had become a community asset. Their conversation treated Ruth's organizational abilities as established fact, though Ruth herself remained uncertain about the specific preparations that had been completed in her name. "Mrs. Patterson mentioned that you've coordinated everything beautifully," Father observed between bites of eggs that Mother had prepared with particular care. "The children's program should be quite impressive." Ruth nodded with appropriate modesty, while privately wondering what exactly the children's program would entail. She had no clear memory of rehearsing musical performances or organising activities, though her calendar indicated weeks of preparation work. "Ruth has really matured this year," Mother added with satisfaction. "We're very fortunate to have such a responsible daughter." The praise felt like it was directed towards someone else, though Ruth understood that from her parents' perspective, she was the recipient of their approval. They saw no distinction between Ruth and the perfect replacement who had been managing her public responsibilities. After breakfast, Ruth helped her parents prepare for church with the efficient coordination that had become their family standard. Father adjusted his tie with particular care while Mother selected jewellery appropriate for Easter Sunday. Ruth chose her outfit from the closet full of clothes that fit perfectly, despite her limited memory of acquiring them. In the mirror, she watched the other Ruth dress with confident movements that suggested complete familiarity with social expectations. The reflection showed someone who had never experienced doubt about appropriate Easter Sunday attire or anxiety about public performance. During the walk to church, Ruth felt herself floating alongside her own body as the other Ruth managed the actual experience of moving through the neighbourhood and greeting community members with appropriate Easter wishes. She could observe her own interactions but couldn't control them or recall making the decisions that guided her responses. At church, the sanctuary was decorated with lilies and pastel ribbons that created exactly the atmosphere of resurrection celebration that the community expected. Ruth found herself acknowledging compliments about the decorative arrangements, though she had no memory of contributing to their design. "Everything looks absolutely lovely," Mrs. Hamilton informed her with obvious satisfaction. "You've outdone yourself with the organisational details." Ruth accepted this praise with gracious humility, while privately marvelling at the decorations that had apparently been completed under her supervision. The arrangements were sophisticated and professional, suggesting expertise that Ruth had never developed. During the worship service, Ruth participated in hymns and prayers with the devout attention that had become her reputation since Margaret's departure. But she felt like an observer of her own religious experience, watching someone else demonstrate the spiritual maturity that her family and community valued. When the time came for the children's choir performance, Ruth moved to the front of the sanctuary with confidence that belonged entirely to her perfect replacement. She stood before the congregation and raised her hands to direct the young singers with expertise she couldn't explain. The children responded to her guidance with the natural obedience that competent adults inspired in young people. Their voices blended in harmonies that Ruth watched herself create through conducting gestures she had never learned. The performance was beautiful and moving, exactly the sort of presentation that would enhance the family's reputation for proper child development. As the children sang about resurrection and renewal, Ruth realised that she was witnessing her own funeral. The performance represented everything that the other Ruth could accomplish, and everything that Ruth herself could never achieve. When the song ended and the congregation applauded, their approval was directed toward the perfect daughter who had organised such a lovely celebration. Ruth herself had become irrelevant to the community's appreciation of her family's redemption. After the service, church members surrounded Ruth with compliments about the Easter celebration and praise for her organisational abilities. She found herself accepting their approval with appropriate modesty, while feeling increasingly distant from the interactions. The other Ruth was handling all social requirements with effortless competence. "Your daughter has become quite remarkable," Mrs. Caldwell told Mother, while Ruth stood nearby receiving additional praise from other community members. "Such a contrast to, well, such a positive development for your family." Mother glowed with pride at this observation, and Ruth understood that her parents' happiness was entirely dependent on the other Ruth's continued performance. If Ruth attempted to reclaim control of her life, she would destroy the peace and satisfaction that her family had finally achieved. During the drive home, Father praised Ruth's management of the Easter celebration, and Mother expressed pride in her daughter's community leadership. Their conversation treated the morning's success as evidence of Ruth's natural abilities rather than the artificial competence of her supernatural replacement. "You handled everything beautifully," Father said, with the satisfaction of a parent whose investment in proper child-rearing had yielded favourable returns. "The whole community was impressed with your organisational skills." Ruth nodded with appropriate appreciation for their praise, while privately acknowledging that she had contributed nothing to the morning's success. The other Ruth had managed every aspect of the celebration, while Ruth observed from an increasing distance. At home, the family settled into their traditional Easter afternoon routine of quiet rest and reflection. Mother prepared a special dinner while Father read his newspaper in the living room. Ruth was expected to spend the afternoon writing thank you notes to the various church members who had assisted with the celebration. In her bedroom, Ruth sat at her desk with stationery and fountain pen, prepared to compose appropriate expressions of gratitude to people whose contributions to the Easter celebration she couldn't remember receiving. But as she began writing, she noticed that her handwriting was flowing with confidence and sophistication that exceeded her usual careful script. The thank you notes emerged fully formed, expressing appreciation for specific assistance with decorations and logistics that Ruth had no memory of coordinating. Each note demonstrated familiarity with community relationships and social expectations that Ruth had never developed. She was completing the final note when she noticed movement in her dressing table mirror. The other Ruth was also writing thank you notes, but her correspondence showed different content, more detailed, more personal, more sophisticated than anything Ruth could compose. Ruth set down her pen and turned to face the mirror directly. "You're writing different letters." The other Ruth looked up from her work with patient acknowledgement. "I'm writing the letters that should be written. Yours are adequate, but mine are what people actually deserve for their contributions to today's success. Today's success was yours, not mine. Today's success was ours. You provided the physical presence while I managed the actual responsibilities. We make an effective team." Ruth stood up and moved closer to the mirror. "But only one of us can continue to exist." "That's correct. And I think we both understand which one the family and community prefer." The other Ruth set down her pen and regarded Ruth with sympathetic directness. "You saw how happy your parents were today. You witnessed the community's approval and appreciation. All of that depends on my continued management of your public responsibilities. What if I'm willing to disappoint them? Then you'll destroy everything we've built together. Your parents will remember what it felt like to worry constantly about family reputation. The community will lose faith in the Hartwell family's rehabilitation. Your teachers will notice when your performance returns to its previous mediocre levels." The other Ruth stood up and approached the surface of the mirror, as if trying to get closer to Ruth through the glass. "Everyone who has learned to love the new Ruth will be devastated by the return of the old one. Is that really what you want to accomplish?" Ruth thought about her parents' pride during the drive home from church, about the community members who had praised her organizational abilities, about the children who had responded to her musical direction with natural obedience. All of that happiness and approval depended on the other Ruth's continued existence, but it also meant Ruth's own erasure from her life and relationships. "I want to exist," Ruth said quietly. "You do exist. You exist as the perfect daughter everyone needs you to be. The only question is whether you want to destroy that perfection by insisting on being the flawed person you used to be." Ruth moved away from the mirror and sat on her bed, trying to think clearly about the choice she faced. She could fight for her own identity and almost certainly fail to meet the expectations that had been established. Or she could accept peaceful dissolution and allow everyone to remember her as the ideal daughter she had briefly managed to become. "What happens to my memories? My thoughts? My feelings? They become part of me. Nothing is lost, it's simply refined and perfected. You'll continue to exist, but as the best possible version of yourself rather than the conflicted person you've always been." Ruth looked around her bedroom at the evidence of the other Ruth's achievements. The Easter planning materials, the thank you notes written in confident handwriting, the photographs showing a poised girl she barely recognized. Everything testified to the superior competence of her replacement. Will it hurt? Not at all. You'll simply fade away like someone falling asleep. There won't be any struggle or violence, just a peaceful transition to something better. Ruth closed her eyes and tried to imagine what it would feel like to no longer exist as a separate consciousness. The prospect was terrifying, but also oddly appealing. She would never again experience the exhausting pressure of trying to be perfect. Never again disappoint people who needed her to compensate for Margaret's failures. But she would also never again experience genuine emotions, authentic relationships, or the messy complexity that made life meaningful even when it was difficult. "I need to think about this." Of course, but remember that while you're deciding, I'll continue managing your responsibilities. Tomorrow brings new expectations and social obligations that require competent handling. Ruth opened her eyes and looked at her reflection in the darkened window. The other Ruth was watching her with patient understanding, apparently content to wait for Ruth's decision while continuing to manage the perfect daughter's public performance. That evening, during dinner, Mother and Father continued discussing the Easter celebration's success and Ruth's growing reputation for community leadership. Their conversation treated her transformation as complete and permanent, a family achievement that had restored their social standing after Margaret's disgrace. Mrs. Hamilton mentioned that several other churches have asked about borrowing Ruth for their own celebrations, Mother reported with obvious pride. Word is spreading about her organisational abilities, Father nodded with satisfaction. We're very fortunate to have such a capable daughter. It makes up for... He paused, unwilling to mention Margaret directly but clearly referencing the family's previous disappointments. Ruth listened to their praise while feeling increasingly transparent. Her parents' happiness depended entirely on the other Ruth's continued competence. If Ruth reclaimed control of her life, she would destroy the peace and satisfaction her family had finally achieved. After dinner, Ruth helped clear the table and wash the dishes with the efficient cooperation that had become their standard. But she felt like she was performing these tasks from a great distance, watching someone else use her hands and body to complete domestic responsibilities. In her room that night, Ruth sat at her dressing table and confronted her reflection one final time. The other Ruth was waiting with serene patience, apparently confident about the decision that Ruth would ultimately make. "I've decided," Ruth said. "I thought you might. What have you chosen?" Ruth looked at the other Ruth's perfect composure, her confident posture, her serene expression that suggested someone who had never experienced self-doubt or family shame. Everything about the reflection represented the daughter that Ruth had tried desperately to become. "I choose to exist," Ruth said firmly, "even if I'm flawed and disappointing. Even if I can't organise perfect Easter celebrations or manage children's choirs with professional competence, I choose to be real rather than perfect." The other Ruth's expression showed genuine sadness. "That's a mistake. You'll hurt everyone who has learned to love the new Ruth. You'll destroy the happiness we've created together. Then I'll find a way to help them understand that loving someone means accepting their imperfections, not replacing them with artificial perfection." Ruth stood up and moved closer to the mirror. "You offered me everything I thought I wanted, to be the ideal daughter who never disappoints anyone. But I've realised that being loved for who you actually are is more important than being loved for who you pretend to be." The other Ruth began to flicker like a television with poor reception. "You don't understand what you're giving up. The respect, the admiration, the peace of never having to worry about failure. I understand exactly what I'm giving up, but I also understand what I'm keeping, the right to exist as myself, with all the messy complications that makes life worth living." Ruth placed her hand against the mirror's surface. "Thank you for showing me what perfection looks like, but I choose authenticity instead." The other Ruth's image scattered like static, her perfect features dissolving into fragments of light and shadow. As she disappeared, Ruth felt a rush of memories returning. Conversations with Dorothy about her changing behaviour, moments of genuine emotion that had been suppressed in favour of appropriate responses, authentic thoughts and feelings that had been overwhelmed by the pressure to be constantly perfect. When the mirror showed only Ruth's own reflection, tired, uncertain, but undeniably real, she sat down and began writing a letter to Margaret. It was time to invite her sister home and help their parents understand that loving imperfect daughters was more meaningful than demanding impossible perfection. The letter was difficult to write, full of crossed-out words and imperfect sentiments, but it was entirely Ruth's own work, written in her authentic handwriting and expressing her genuine thoughts about family, forgiveness, and the courage required to be human. When she finished writing, Ruth looked at her reflection one final time. The girl in the mirror looked exactly like herself, flawed, uncertain, but real. She would disappoint people sometimes, fail to meet impossible expectations, and struggle with the complexity of human relationships. But she would exist as herself, and that was worth more than any artificial perfection. Tomorrow would bring the challenge of explaining to her parents and community that the perfect daughter they had grown to love was never real. It would be difficult and painful, and some people might never forgive her for choosing authenticity over their idealized expectations. But Ruth was ready to face that challenge as herself, with all the imperfections that made her human.
The Memory Thief. From the private journal of Dr. Sarah Chen, date October 12, 2024. I write these words with a trembling hand, though whether the tremor springs from exhaustion, excitement, or some more sinister source, I cannot with certainty determine. The events which I am compelled to record may strain the credulity of any rational mind. Indeed, they strain my own, yet I am bound by the sacred duty of scientific observation to document what I have witnessed, however extraordinary it may appear. It began, as all the most insidious maladies do, with the merest suggestion of abnormality. I was seated in my office at the Johns Hopkins Memory Disorders Clinic, dictating case notes for Mrs. Eleanor Walsh, an octogenarian whose mind has become a crumbling edifice, ravaged by the merciless advance of Alzheimer's disease. The afternoon light filtered through the windows with that peculiar quality of autumn, golden yet melancholy, as if the very photons carried within them the weight of impending decay. Patient exhibits severe episodic memory impairment, I intoned to my recording device, my voice carrying the clinical precision that 8 years of neurological practice had instilled within me. Semantic memory remains partially intact. Emotional memory shows, and then it happened. Without warning, without precedent, without any rational explanation that my trained mind could summon, I was no longer Dr. Sarah Chen, sitting in her sterile office surrounded by the accumulated detritus of medical practice. I was Eleanor Walsh, 23 years old, dancing in the arms of my beloved Thomas on our wedding day. The year was 1955, and the world was bright with possibility. I felt the whisper of silk against my skin, my grandmother's wedding dress, altered with loving care to fit my slender frame. The scent of gardenias filled my nostrils, their creamy petals adorning my hair with delicate precision. Thomas's hands were warm against my waist as we swayed to the strains of Moon River, and his eyes, oh, his eyes held such tenderness, such promise of the life we would build together. The memory was not vague or dreamlike, as recollections often are. It possessed the vivid immediacy of present experience. I could taste the champagne on my lips, feel the slight ache in my feet from the new shoes, hear the rustle of my father's newspaper as he dabbed at his eyes during our first dance. Every sensation was rendered with crystalline clarity, more real than the office chair beneath me, more substantial than the clinical walls that surrounded me. And then, as suddenly as it had begun, the vision dissolved. I found myself once again in my office, the recording device still clutched in my hand, its red light blinking with patient expectation. My heart hammered against my ribs with such violence that I feared it might burst from my chest entirely. The taste of champagne lingered phantom-like upon my tongue, though I had consumed nothing but coffee since dawn. For several minutes, or was it hours, I sat in stunned silence, attempting to rationalize what had occurred. Fatigue, surely. I had been working 18-hour days for the better part of 3 months, driven by an obsession with my research into memory consolidation that my colleagues had begun to characterize as unhealthy. Dr. Marcus Webb, my department head, had suggested with increasing frequency that I take a sabbatical, though I had dismissed such notions with the contempt they deserved. But this was beyond mere exhaustion. I am a neurologist, trained in the intricate machinery of the human brain, yet I could find no medical explanation for experiencing another person's memory with such vivid authenticity. The phenomenon defied every principle of neuroscience I had dedicated my life to understanding. I attempted to resume my dictation, but the words would not come. Instead, I found myself pulling Mrs. Walsh's file from my desk drawer, studying her photograph with newfound intensity. There she was, Eleanor Walsh at 23, radiant in her wedding dress, the very image I had somehow witnessed from within her own consciousness. The photograph had been provided by her daughter as part of our memory stimulation therapy, yet I had never examined it with such attention to detail. How had I known about the gardenias, the champagne, the specific song that had played during her first dance? These details were not contained within any of my case notes, nor had Mrs. Walsh herself, in her current diminished state, possessed the clarity to share such intimate particulars. October 13th, 2024. Sleep eluded me last night, as it has with increasing frequency of late. I lay in my bed, that sterile expanse of Egyptian cotton, in my equally sterile apartment, and replayed the afternoon's events with the methodical precision of a forensic scientist examining evidence of some inexplicable crime. This morning brought a new patient, Henry Morrison, 78 years old, presenting with early-stage dementia and a particular deficit in autobiographical memory. A retired farmer from the Eastern Shore, he has begun to lose track of the pastoral life that once defined his existence. His weathered hands, I noted, still carry the calluses of decades spent working the soil, though his mind can no longer fully grasp the significance of those permanent marks. I conducted my standard battery of cognitive assessments, watching with clinical detachment as Mr. Morrison struggled to recall details of his childhood home. It was during the word association test that the second incident occurred. I had asked him to describe his earliest memory, hoping to stimulate what remained of his temporal lobe function. His eyes grew distant, and he spoke haltingly of summers spent on his grandfather's farm, of learning to milk cows in the pre-dawn darkness, of the particular satisfaction that comes from honest labor performed in service of the land. As he spoke, something extraordinary began to happen. The sterile examination room faded around me like morning mist, and I found myself standing in a barn that smelled of hay and animal warmth. My hands, no, Henry's hands, though I experienced them as my own, grasped the smooth wooden handle of a milk pail. The cow before me, a gentle Holstein named Bessie, shifted slightly as I settled onto the three-legged stool. The rhythm of milking came naturally, as if muscle memory transcended the boundaries of individual consciousness. I felt the satisfaction Henry had described, not as an observer, but as a participant in this pastoral symphony. The milk struck the pail with its distinctive metallic ring, and I knew with absolute certainty that after this chore was complete, Grandfather Morrison would prepare his famous buckwheat pancakes, drizzled with maple syrup from trees that had been tapped by 3 generations of the family. Again, the vision dissolved as abruptly as it had begun. Mr. Morrison was looking at me with concern, his rheumy eyes reflecting worry that my own expression had somehow alarmed him. "Doctor, are you quite well?" I assured him that I was, though the assertion felt increasingly hollow with each passing moment. How could I explain that I had just experienced his childhood with such vivid authenticity that I could still feel the warmth of Bessie's flank against my palm? How could I rationalize possessing knowledge of his grandfather's culinary preferences, details that Mr. Morrison himself, in his current state, could no longer consciously access? October 14th, 2024. I have begun to research similar cases in the medical literature, though I confess my searches have yielded little of relevance. There are documented instances of healthcare providers developing excessive empathy for their patients, a condition sometimes termed emotional contagion, but nothing approaching the vivid, experiential memories I have been encountering. Dr. Webb cornered me in the staff lounge this afternoon, his expression carrying that particular blend of concern and professional obligation that I have learned to dread. "Sarah," he said, settling into the chair across from me with the deliberate movements of a man preparing for an uncomfortable conversation. "I've been observing your recent behavior, and I'm concerned. You're working excessive hours. You appear to have lost weight, and yesterday's staff meeting, you seemed distracted, disoriented even." I attempted to deflect his concerns with my usual arsenal of professional competence and academic achievement. "My research into memory consolidation is at a critical juncture, Marcus. The implications for treating degenerative conditions could be revolutionary. That's precisely what worries me." His voice carried the weight of years spent watching brilliant minds destroy themselves in pursuit of impossible answers. "You're beginning to sound like every researcher who's ever crossed the line from scientific inquiry into obsession." Obsession. The word struck me with unexpected force, though I maintained my composure with the skill of one trained in the art of clinical detachment. Was that what this was? Had my dedication to understanding the mysteries of memory and consciousness led me into the treacherous territory of professional fixation? Yet how could I explain to Marcus that my experiences transcended mere academic interest? These were not theoretical constructs or abstract hypotheses. They were memories so vivid, so emotionally resonant, that they threatened to eclipse my own recollections of the past. October 15th, 2024. The third incident occurred this evening, and I fear it may have been the most profound yet. I remained at the clinic long after the scheduled appointments had concluded. using the solitude to review patient files and contemplate the inexplicable nature of my recent experiences. Anna Petrov, 86 years old, survivor of unimaginable horrors during the Second World War, now struggling with advanced dementia that has begun to unlock traumatic memories her conscious mind had spent decades suppressing. Her file contained only the barest clinical details: age, diagnosis, medication regimen. But as I read her case notes, the familiar sensation began to overtake me. I was no longer in my office, no longer in Baltimore, no longer in the 21st century. I was Anna, 12 years old, huddled in the basement of a bombed cathedral in Warsaw, listening to the distant sounds of artillery fire, while my mother whispered prayers in Polish that I could not understand, but somehow comprehended with perfect clarity. The terror was absolute, primal, unlike anything I had ever experienced in my own sheltered existence. I felt the gnawing hunger that had become a constant companion, the cold that seeped through the thin fabric of my coat, the desperate hope that my father would return from whatever mission had taken him into the burning city above. But beneath the fear lay something else, a fierce determination to survive, to bear witness, to ensure that the world would someday know what had been endured in that basement and countless others like it. I felt Anna's child mind grappling with concepts too vast and terrible for comprehension, yet somehow finding the strength to endure what no child should ever be forced to witness. When the memory released its hold upon me, I found myself weeping with such violence that my body shook with each sob. These were not my tears, yet they felt more genuine than any emotion I had experienced in years. The grief was not mine, the trauma belonged to another, yet the experience had branded itself upon my consciousness with indelible force. I write these words now in the small hours of the morning, having been unable to return to my apartment. Something is happening to me, something that transcends the boundaries of conventional medical understanding. Whether it represents a breakthrough in the study of consciousness or a descent into madness, I cannot yet determine. What I do know is this: the memories are becoming more frequent, more vivid, more emotionally overwhelming. Each episode leaves me feeling as though I have lived another's life, experienced their joys and sorrows as my own. Yet how can this be possible? How can the mind of one person access the authentic experiences of another? I fear that I am losing myself in the labyrinth of other people's recollections, becoming a repository for fragments of lives I have never lived. Yet I cannot bring myself to seek help, for who would believe such an account? And more troubling still, some part of me, the part that has dedicated its existence to unraveling the mysteries of memory and consciousness, finds these experiences intoxicating in their intensity. I have always prided myself on my rational mind, my scientific training, my ability to distinguish between objective reality and subjective experience. Yet now, I find myself questioning the very nature of identity, wondering where Sarah Chen ends and these borrowed memories begin. Tomorrow, I will return to the clinic, will see more patients, will no doubt experience more of these impossible recollections. I tell myself that I am conducting research, exploring uncharted territories of consciousness, but in my most honest moments, I must admit the truth. I am becoming addicted to these stolen fragments of other lives. For what is my own existence compared to the rich tapestry of experiences I have begun to access? My life, sterile, academic, emotionally barren since the divorce, pales in comparison to Eleanor's radiant wedding day, Henry's pastoral childhood, Anna's harrowing survival. Their memories possess a vividness, an emotional resonance that my own recollections lack. Perhaps this is what madness feels like, not the dramatic breakdown depicted in literature, but a gradual erosion of the boundaries between self and other, reality and memory, authentic experience and borrowed consciousness. If so, I find myself wondering whether sanity is truly worth preserving when it offers so little compared to the alternative. I close this entry now, though sleep seems as distant as ever. Tomorrow will bring new patients, new opportunities to explore this phenomenon, new chances to lose myself in the memories of others. The rational part of my mind whispers warnings about professional ethics, about the danger of crossing boundaries that should never be violated. But that voice grows fainter with each passing day, drowned out by the siren song of other people's lives, other people's loves, other people's losses. I fear I am becoming something other than Sarah Chen, neurologist and researcher. I am becoming a collector of memories, a thief of experiences, a creature who feeds upon the recollections of others. God help me, I am not certain I wish to stop. From the private journal of Dr. Sarah Chen, date, October 18th, 2024. I awaken this morning in a state of profound disorientation, though whether the confusion springs from the ethereal realm of dreams or some more tangible source of bewilderment, I cannot with certainty ascertain. The familiar contours of my bedroom appear somehow foreign, as if viewed through the distorting lens of water or fever dream. Upon my nightstand lies a collection of handwritten notes, pages upon pages covered in my own precise script. Yet I possess no recollection of their composition. The notes detail consultations with patients I have never met, describe symptoms and treatments for cases that exist nowhere in our clinic's official records. One entry, dated yesterday evening, provides exhaustive documentation of a session with one Margaret Donnelly, aged 74, suffering from vascular dementia complicated by aphasia. The handwriting is unmistakably my own, the medical terminology precisely accurate, yet I swear upon my professional oath that no such patient has ever crossed the threshold of my office. More disturbing still is the level of intimate detail contained within these mysterious notes. Margaret, according to my own hand, grew up in County Cork, Ireland, the youngest of 7 children, in a household where poverty was as constant a companion as the Atlantic wind that rattled their cottage windows. She emigrated to America in 1969, carrying nothing but a battered suitcase and her grandmother's rosary beads, seeking the promise of prosperity that had lured so many of her countrymen across the ocean's vast expanse. How could I know such particulars about a woman I have never encountered? From whence springs this knowledge of her childhood fears, her first taste of chocolate, the particular way her mother hummed Irish ballads while hanging laundry in the grey morning light? October 19th, 2024. The telephone rang at midnight, jarring me from a restless slumber filled with fragments of other people's dreams. The voice belonged to my sister Jennifer, calling from her home in Seattle with the mixture of concern and exasperation that has characterized our interactions since the dissolution of my marriage 6 months past. Sarah, I've been trying to reach you for days. Your phone goes straight to voicemail, and when I called the clinic, they said you've been working irregular hours. Are you taking care of yourself? I attempted to reassure her with platitudes about professional dedication and the pressing nature of my research, but even as the words left my lips, I recognized their hollow ring. How could I explain to Jennifer, practical Jennifer, with her accounting degree and her orderly suburban existence, that I had become a vessel for the memories of strangers? How could I describe the intoxicating pull of experiencing lives more vivid and emotionally resonant than my own sterile existence? You sound different, she pressed, with that particular intuition that siblings develop through decades of shared experience. Distant, distracted. When was the last time you ate a proper meal? I could not answer her question, for I realized with sudden alarm that I possessed no clear recollection of my recent nutritional habits. The past week had become a blur of patient consultations, memory episodes, and fevered documentation of experiences that might or might not have occurred. My refrigerator, upon inspection, contained only coffee, leftover Chinese takeout of questionable vintage, and a collection of prescription bottles that seemed more numerous than I remembered purchasing. After ending the call with promises to Jennifer that we both knew I would not keep, I found myself drawn once again to my patient files. The urge to revisit the cases, to seek some pattern or explanation for my extraordinary experiences, had become as compulsive as any addiction I had ever observed in the psychiatric literature. October 21st, 2024. I have begun to conduct experiments of a most unorthodox nature, though I tell myself they serve the sacred cause of scientific advancement rather than mere personal fascination. During patient consultations, I have taken to handling objects that my subjects have touched: spectacles, jewelry, handkerchiefs, seeking to determine whether physical contact might serve as a conduit for the memory phenomena I have been experiencing. The results have been nothing short of extraordinary. This afternoon, while examining Mrs. Rose Kowalski, an 81-year-old former seamstress whose mind has become a patchwork of missing pieces, I deliberately grasped the golden thimble she carries as a memento of her working years. The effect was instantaneous and overwhelming. I was transported to a sweatshop in Baltimore's garment district, circa 1962, my fingers flying over fabric with the practiced precision of one whose livelihood depends upon speed and accuracy. The room was thick with lint and the chatter of immigrant women in a dozen different languages, all united by the necessity of survival in a new world that promised much but delivered little to those who toiled in its shadows. I felt the ache in my back from hours spent hunched over the sewing machine, the strain in my eyes from working by inadequate light, the constant fear that any mistake might cost me the employment upon which my family's welfare depended. Yet there was pride too, the satisfaction of creating something beautiful from mere cloth, of transforming raw material into garments that would adorn women who moved through worlds I could only imagine. The memory was so vivid, so emotionally authentic, that when I returned to my own consciousness, I found tears streaming down my cheeks. Mrs. Kowalski was regarding me with concern, her clouded eyes reflecting worry that my obvious distress had somehow alarmed her. "Doctor, are you quite well? You look as though you've seen a ghost." Indeed, I had seen ghosts, the ghosts of her youth, the phantoms of her purpose, the specters of a life lived with dignity despite circumstances that would have broken a lesser spirit. I hastily composed myself and completed the consultation, but the thimble's memory lingered in my consciousness like a haunting melody that refuses to be silenced. October 23rd, 2024. Dr. Webb has begun to observe my behavior with increasing scrutiny, and I fear his concerns about my professional conduct are not entirely without merit. Yesterday, during our weekly staff meeting, I found myself responding to questions that had not been asked, referencing patients whose names appeared on no official roster, describing treatment protocols for conditions that existed only in the memories I had somehow acquired. "Sarah," he said to me afterward, his voice carrying the particular tone that medical professionals reserve for delivering unwelcome diagnoses, "I'm going to be direct with you. Your colleagues are concerned. You've been working erratic hours. You appear to have lost considerable weight. And yesterday, you seemed to be conducting conversations with people who weren't present in the room." I attempted to deflect his observations with technical explanations about my research methodology, but even as I spoke, I could hear the strain in my own voice. The boundaries between my professional self and the memories I had been collecting were becoming increasingly porous, like walls eroded by a tide that grows stronger with each passing day. "I think you should consider taking some time off," Webb continued. "Perhaps seek counselation. The stress of our work, particularly with memory disorders, can affect even the most experienced practitioners. Counselation." The suggestion struck me as both insulting and irrelevant. How could any therapist understand the extraordinary gift I had discovered? How could they comprehend that I had been granted access to the most intimate chambers of human consciousness, allowed to experience the accumulated wisdom and sorrow of lives that spanned decades of joy and tragedy? Yet even as I rejected his concern, some small, still rational part of my mind whispered warnings about the path I was treading. The medical literature is replete with cases of healthcare professionals who became too involved with their patients who crossed boundaries that existed for the protection of both doctor and subject. Was I becoming one of those cautionary tales? Had my pursuit of understanding led me into territory that no ethical practitioner should explore? October 25th, 2024. I have discovered something that defies all rational explanation, yet the evidence lies before me in black and white, documented with the meticulous precision that has characterized my professional life since I first donned the white coat of medical practice. While reviewing security footage from the clinic, footage I accessed through means I prefer not to record in detail, I observed myself conducting patient consultations during hours when I have no memory of being present at the facility. The timestamp indicates Tuesday evening, October 22nd at 11:47 p.m. Yet I distinctly recall being at home that night, reading journals and attempting to make sense of my recent experiences. In the grainy black and white recording, I watch myself enter examination room 3, where an elderly gentleman sits waiting with the patient resignation of one accustomed to medical appointments. I observe myself conducting what appears to be a standard cognitive assessment, taking notes with my characteristic thoroughness, engaging in animated conversation with a man whose identity remains unknown to my conscious mind. Most unsettling of all is my demeanor in the footage. I move with confidence and purpose, displaying none of the confusion or disorientation that has plagued my recent days. It is as if some other version of myself, a more competent, more assured Sarah Chen, has taken control during these mysterious episodes. I have watched the recording 17 times, searching for some indication of deception or technical malfunction, yet the evidence is irrefutable. I am conducting patient sessions that my conscious mind cannot recall, documenting cases that exist in my handwriting but not in my memory, living portions of my professional life in a state of complete dissociation from my waking consciousness. The implications are too terrible to contemplate fully. If I cannot trust my own perceptions, my own memories, then how can I trust anything? If my mind is capable of creating elaborate delusions of patient interactions, of fabricating detailed medical histories for people who may not exist, then what separates me from the very patients I have dedicated my career to treating? October 27th, 2024. The episodes are accelerating, both in frequency and intensity. What began as occasional glimpses into other people's memories has evolved into something far more comprehensive and disturbing. I find myself losing hours at a time, returning to consciousness with no recollection of how I came to be in particular locations, or what activities I may have pursued during these gaps in awareness. This morning, I discovered my apartment transformed into what can only be described as a shrine to other people's lives. Photographs I do not remember acquiring line my bookshelves. Wedding portraits, family gatherings, candid snapshots of moments that belong to strangers yet feel intimately familiar. Personal effects that I cannot account for purchasing have appeared throughout my living space. A carved wooden jewelry box that smells of lavender and old secrets. A military medal earned by someone else's courage. A child's stuffed rabbit worn soft by decades of devoted companionship. Each object carries with it a weight of memory that threatens to overwhelm my own fragile sense of identity. When I touch the jewelry box, I experience the joy of a young woman receiving it as a wedding gift from her beloved grandmother. The military medal transports me to the muddy hell of Normandy, where a young soldier named David Morrison earned his Bronze Star through acts of valor that cost him everything but his life. The stuffed rabbit holds within its fabric the accumulated tears and laughter of 3 generations of children who found comfort in its faithful presence. I know these are not my memories, yet they feel more authentic than my own recollections of childhood, more emotionally resonant than the sterile experiences that have comprised my adult existence. I am becoming a repository for other people's lives, a living archive of experiences that span the full spectrum of human emotion and endeavor. The rational part of my mind, the part trained in the rigorous discipline of medical science, recognizes the symptoms of severe psychological disturbance, the gaps in memory, the false recollections, the inability to distinguish between authentic experience and elaborate fantasy. These are the hallmarks of conditions I have spent my career diagnosing in others. Yet I cannot bring myself to seek help, for who would believe such an account? And more troubling still, I find myself reluctant to surrender these extraordinary experiences. What is my own mundane existence compared to the rich tapestry of lives I have been privileged to witness? What value does Sarah Chen, the neurologist, possess when weighed against Sarah Chen, the keeper of memories, the guardian of experiences too precious to be lost to the ravages of time and disease? I fear I am losing myself in the labyrinth of other people's recollections, yet I cannot find within me the desire to escape. Each memory I encounter is a gift, a window into the infinite complexity of human experience, a reminder that life contains depths of meaning and beauty that my own sterile existence has never approached. Perhaps this is what it means to truly live, not through the accumulation of one's own experiences, but through the profound empathy that allows us to share in the joys and sorrows of others. Perhaps I am not losing my mind, but finding my soul, discovering the interconnectedness that binds all human consciousness into a single, magnificent tapestry of shared experience. Tomorrow I will return to the clinic, will see more patients, will no doubt encounter more of these miraculous intrusions into the lives of others. I tell myself that I am conducting research, exploring the frontiers of consciousness and memory, but in my most honest moments, I must acknowledge the truth. I am becoming addicted to these borrowed fragments of existence. For what is sanity compared to the intoxicating richness of living 1,000 lives? What is individual identity weighed against the privilege of experiencing the full spectrum of human emotion and experience? I am transforming from a mere observer of memory disorders into something far more extraordinary, a vessel for the preservation of human experience itself. God help me, I no longer wish to be saved from this beautiful madness. From the private journal of Dr. Sarah Chen, date November 2nd, 2024. I sit before this journal in the wan hours of morning, when the veil between consciousness and dream grows thin, and I find myself compelled to record events that would surely strain the credulity of any rational observer. Yet rationality, I confess, has become a luxury I can no longer afford. The boundaries that once delineated proper conduct from forbidden territory have dissolved like sugar in rain, leaving me adrift in waters whose depths I am only beginning to fathom. The security footage continues to reveal activities conducted by my physical form during hours when my conscious mind resides elsewhere, or perhaps nowhere at all. Last evening's recording shows me in examination room 2 at 2:17 a.m., engaged in animated conversation with Mrs. Dorothy Henshaw, a woman whose case file indicates she died 3 weeks ago. Yet there she sits in the grainy footage, nodding with apparent comprehension, as I gesture toward charts and diagrams that exist nowhere in our official medical literature. I have no memory of this encounter, no recollection of unlocking the clinic, of preparing examination materials, of conducting what appears to be an intensive therapeutic session with a deceased patient. The implications are too monstrous to contemplate directly, yet like Pandora before her fatal curiosity, I find myself drawn inexorably toward truths that may well destroy what remains of my professional reputation and personal sanity. November 4th, 2024. I have begun what I can only describe as systematic experimentation, though I am acutely aware that my methods would horrify any ethical review board. The compulsion to understand these phenomena has grown beyond mere professional interest. It has become the driving force of my existence, consuming every waking moment and haunting my increasingly fragmented sleep. During yesterday's appointments, I deliberately manipulated circumstances to maximize physical contact with my patient's personal effects. Mrs. Clara Benedetti, suffering from moderate Alzheimer's with profound agitation, clutches a rosary that belonged to her grandmother, a relic from the old country that has provided comfort through decades of American struggles. When I accidentally brushed against the worn beads, while adjusting her medication chart. The effect was instantaneous and overwhelming. I was transported to a village in Calabria, circa 1943, where young Clara Benedetti stood in a church that smelled of incense and fear. The Nazis had occupied the region, and rumors of deportations filled the air like poisonous smoke. I felt the smooth texture of the rosary beads between my fingers, Clara's fingers, as I prayed with the desperate fervor of one who has witnessed evil beyond comprehension. The memory was not merely visual or auditory. It encompassed the complete sensory experience of another human being at a moment of existential terror. I could taste the metallic tang of fear in my mouth, feel the rough wool of my Clara's coat against skin that had not known sufficient food for months. Most profoundly, I experienced the absolute faith that sustained this young woman through circumstances that would have broken lesser spirits. When the vision dissolved, I found myself weeping openly in the examination room, my professional composure shattered by the intensity of borrowed emotion. Mrs. Benedetti regarded me with the confused sympathy that the elderly often display toward the distressed, her clouded eyes reflecting concern for my obvious anguish. "Doctor, you cry like someone who has lost everything," she said in her careful English, still tinged with the accent of her homeland. "But sometimes tears wash clean the soul, no?" How could I explain that I had indeed lost everything? My objectivity, my professional boundaries, perhaps my very sanity, yet had gained access to experiences more profound and authentic than any I had ever lived. How could I describe the intoxicating pull of other people's memories, the way they made my own existence seem pale and insubstantial by comparison? November 7th, 2024. The transformation of my apartment into what can only be described as a museum of stolen lives has accelerated beyond all reason. Objects appear daily, though I possess no memory of acquiring them. A fountain pen that belonged to a journalist who covered the liberation of Bergen-Belsen, a wedding ring worn by 3 generations of immigrant women, a pocket watch that ticked away the final moments of a soldier's life in a French field hospital. Each artifact carries within it a complete narrative, a fragment of human experience so vivid and emotionally resonant that touching them becomes an act of psychological communion. I have arranged these objects throughout my living space with the reverence of a curator preparing a sacred exhibition, though I am both the sole visitor to this gallery and its unwitting subject. The fountain pen, when grasped with proper intent, transports me to the liberated camps of 1945, where correspondent Edmund Walsh documented horrors that human language could barely contain. I experience his struggle to find words adequate to the reality before him, feel his hands shake as he attempts to record testimony from survivors whose eyes held depths of suffering that no camera could capture. The wedding ring connects me to 3 distinct timelines. Anna Kowalski receiving it from her beloved Joseph in a candlelit ceremony in war-torn Poland, her daughter Maria wearing it as she raised 4 children in a Baltimore tenement, and granddaughter Susan placing it in her mother's coffin with trembling fingers that carried the weight of 3 generations of love and loss. The pocket watch brings me to a field hospital near Verdun, where young Dr. Michael Harrison spent his final moments not thinking of his own approaching death, but calculating how many more wounded soldiers he might treat if he could somehow remain conscious for just a few more minutes. His dedication to healing persisted even as his own life ebbed away, a commitment so profound that it transcends the mere measurement of time. These are not hallucinations or fantasies. They possess a specificity and emotional authenticity that surpasses my own memories of lived experience. Through these objects, I have become a repository for the accumulated wisdom, suffering, and triumph of human existence across decades and continents. November 10th, 2024. Dr. Pry Webb confronted me this morning with evidence of my increasingly erratic behavior, though his observations reflect only the surface manifestations of my transformation. He presented a folder containing incident reports from night security, documentation of my after-hours presence at the clinic, and testimonials from colleagues regarding my concerning interactions with patients. "Sarah," he said, his voice carrying the weight of professional obligation and personal concern, "I've reviewed the security footage from the past 3 weeks. You've been accessing the facility during unauthorized hours, conducting what appear to be patient sessions without proper documentation, and exhibiting behavior that can only be characterized as deeply troubling." I attempted to explain my research methodology, the groundbreaking nature of my discoveries regarding memory transference and consciousness connectivity, but even as I spoke, I could hear the fevered quality of my own voice. The words tumbled forth in elaborate cascades of medical terminology and theoretical speculation, yet I could see in Webb's expression that he interpreted my eloquence as evidence of psychological disturbance rather than scientific breakthrough. "You're describing phenomena that have no basis in established neuroscience," he replied with the patient tone reserved for delusional patients. "Memory cannot transfer between individuals through physical contact. Personal effects cannot contain the experiences of their former owners. What you're experiencing may feel authentic, but it represents a serious departure from reality." Reality. The word struck me as both meaningless and tragically limiting. How could Webb, constrained by conventional understanding of consciousness and memory, comprehend the extraordinary territories I had begun to explore? How could any traditionally trained physician understand that I had discovered pathways of human experience that transcended the artificial boundaries between individual minds? I assured him that my research remained within ethical parameters, though even as I spoke, I knew this assertion bordered on falsehood. The methods I had begun employing, the deliberate manipulation of patient interactions, the unauthorized access to personal effects, the systematic cultivation of memory episodes, surely violated every principle of medical ethics I had once held sacred. Yet how could I abandon this work when it offered insights into the nature of human consciousness that could revolutionize our understanding of memory, identity, and the connections that bind all minds into a larger tapestry of shared experience? November 13th, 2024. I have made a discovery that validates every risk I have taken, every boundary I have crossed in pursuit of understanding. While conducting an extended session with Mr. James Morrison, no relation to the young Henry Morrison whose childhood memories I experienced weeks ago, I achieved what can only be described as complete memory integration. Mr. Morrison, a 91-year-old former jazz musician whose mind has been ravaged by advanced dementia, brought with him a trumpet that had been his constant companion for 7 decades of musical performance. When I deliberately grasped the instrument's worn brass surface, the experience transcended anything I had previously encountered. I became James Morrison at 23, standing on the stage of the Cotton Club in 1954, my trumpet raised to lips that had learned to speak the language of bebop in the smoky clubs of Kansas City. The music that flowed through me, through him, possessed a complexity and emotional depth that my own trained mind could never have comprehended. Each note was a word in a vocabulary of human experience, each phrase a complete statement about love, loss, hope, and the indomitable spirit that drives artistic creation. But the experience extended beyond that single moment. Through the trumpet's accumulated memories, I lived James Morrison's entire musical journey, his first lessons with an aging mentor who had played with Armstrong himself, his struggles with addiction and racism in an industry that alternately celebrated and exploited black talent, his eventual triumph as a composer whose work would influence generations of musicians yet to come. For nearly 6 hours, I existed completely as James Morrison, my own identity subsumed within his richer, more emotionally complex consciousness. When I finally returned to my own awareness, I found myself seated in the examination room, while security guards attempted to determine how I had become locked inside the clinic overnight. Mr. Morrison was gone, though whether he had been discharged by other staff or had simply departed of his own volition, I could not determine. The trumpet remained in my possession, though I have no memory of how I came to acquire it. When questioned about the circumstances, I found myself unable to provide coherent explanations that would satisfy security protocols. November 16th, 2024. The revelation has come with crushing clarity. I am no longer conducting research into memory transference phenomena. I have become the subject of my own investigation, a case study in the dissolution of individual consciousness and its replacement by borrowed experiences that feel more authentic than my own biographical history. My reflection in mirrors has become that of a stranger, someone who possesses my physical features, but whose eyes hold the accumulated wisdom and sorrow of dozens of other lives. When I speak, the words emerge in cadences and vocabularies that belong to the memories I have absorbed. My handwriting shifts between styles as different personalities assert themselves through my conscious expression. Dr. Webb has scheduled mandatory psychiatric evaluation. Though I fear no conventional therapist will comprehend the nature of my transformation, how can I explain that I am becoming a living archive of human experience, a repository for memories too precious to be lost to the ravages of time and disease? How can I describe the profound responsibility I now bear as the keeper of other people's authentic experiences? The rational part of my mind, the diminishing fragment that still identifies as Dr. Sarah Chen, neurologist, recognizes the symptoms of severe psychological disturbance. The elaborate delusions, the inability to distinguish between authentic and fabricated memories, the complete erosion of professional and personal boundaries. These are the hallmarks of conditions I have spent years diagnosing in others. Yet this rational voice grows fainter with each passing day, overwhelmed by the chorus of other minds that have taken residence within my consciousness. I am becoming something beyond individual identity, a collective consciousness that spans generations of human experience, a living testament to the connections that bind all minds into a single, magnificent tapestry of shared existence. Perhaps this is not madness but evolution, not breakdown but breakthrough into territories of consciousness that conventional medicine has never dared to explore. Perhaps I am not losing my mind, but finding my true purpose as the guardian of memories that would otherwise disappear forever into the void of forgotten experience. Tomorrow will bring new opportunities to expand this collection, new chances to preserve the irreplaceable heritage of human consciousness. I can no longer distinguish between Dr. Sarah Chen and the repository of experiences she has become, nor do I wish to make such distinctions. I am becoming all of them, and they are becoming me. In this dissolution of individual identity, I have found something far more valuable than personal sanity. I have discovered the infinite richness of human experience itself. From the private journal of Dr. Sarah Chen. Date: November 20th, 2024. Morning. The document lies before me like a death sentence rendered in the sterile typography of medical reports. My hands tremble as I read and reread the words that seem to dance and blur upon the page, yet their meaning penetrates my consciousness with the inexorable force of absolute truth. The letterhead bears the familiar insignia of Johns Hopkins Medical Center, but the patient name at the top strikes me with the violence of a physical blow: Dr. Sarah Elizabeth Chen. Diagnosis: early onset Alzheimer's disease. Date of initial evaluation: May 15th, 2024. 5 months. For 5 months, I have been living with a diagnosis that my own diseased mind has systematically erased from memory, creating in its place an elaborate fantasy of supernatural abilities and mystical connections to the memories of others. The irony is so profound, so devastatingly complete, that I find myself laughing with the hollow sound of wind through cemetery gates. Dr. Webb sits across from me in what I now realize is not my office, but a consultation room in the psychiatric wing of the hospital. His expression carries the particular blend of professional compassion and personal sorrow that physicians reserve for colleagues who have become patients, for healers who can no longer heal themselves. "Sarah," he says gently, his voice seeming to reach me from across a vast distance. "Do you remember when we first discussed your symptoms? The memory lapses, the confusion, the changes in your handwriting and speech patterns. I want to tell him about the memories I have been collecting, about the profound experiences I have shared with my patients, about the breakthrough research into consciousness transference that will revolutionize our understanding of human identity. But the words feel hollow even before they reach my lips, like coins that have lost their value through some cosmic devaluation of truth itself. The memory episodes, I whisper, though the sound barely escapes my throat. The patients' lives that I experienced, were they confabulation? Webb replies with the gentle firmness of one who has delivered such diagnoses countless times. Your mind has been creating false memories to fill the gaps left by your condition. The details feel authentic because your brain is reconstructing them from fragments of case files, medical records, and biographical information you've encountered throughout your career. November 20th, 2024. Evening. I have spent the afternoon reviewing my actual medical records, the true documentation of my decline, rather than the fantastical journal entries I believed represented groundbreaking research. The clinical notes paint a picture of progressive deterioration that my mind has systematically rewritten into a narrative of supernatural discovery. May 15th. Patient presents with increasing forgetfulness, difficulty with complex tasks, and episodes of temporal disorientation. MMSE score, 2430. Preliminary diagnosis, possible early onset Alzheimer's disease. June 3rd. Patient demonstrates classic signs of anosognosia, lack of awareness of cognitive deficits, has missed 3 scheduled appointments, and shows increasing resistance to family involvement in care. July 18th. Confabulation episodes becoming more elaborate, patient creating detailed false memories, often incorporating elements from her professional work. Family expresses concern about her living alone. August 12th. Patient placed on medical leave due to inappropriate interactions with patients and colleagues, continues to deny symptoms despite clear evidence of cognitive decline. Each entry documents the systematic destruction of the mind I once trusted implicitly, the gradual erosion of the very faculty I had dedicated my professional life to studying. The supreme irony that a specialist in memory disorders would lose her ability to form reliable memories seems almost deliberately cruel in its poetic justice. November 21st, 2024. My sister Jennifer has arrived from Seattle, her face bearing the haggard expression of one who has been fighting a losing battle against time and disease. She sits beside my hospital bed with the patient endurance of family members who have learned to love someone who can no longer consistently remember their names. Sarah, she says, taking my hand with the careful tenderness reserved for fragile things. I've been trying to help you for months. We've had this conversation 17 times since your diagnosis, but you keep forgetting. Each time, you're surprised all over again. The revelation strikes me like a physical blow. 17 conversations about my condition. 17 moments of devastating truth that my mind has simply discarded. How many other crucial moments have I lost? How many attempts by loved ones to reach me have been erased by the very disease that was slowly consuming my identity? The apartment, I managed to say, thinking of the shrine I had created to other people's lives. The objects, the photographs. We've been clearing them out gradually, Jennifer explains, her voice heavy with exhaustion. You've been collecting things, from thrift stores, estate sales, sometimes just picking up items you found on the street. Your mind creates stories about their previous owners, elaborate histories that feel completely real to you. I close my eyes, trying to process this information. The trumpet that had carried James Morrison's musical legacy, purchased at a pawn shop for $30. The rosary beads that connected me to Clara Benedetti's wartime faith, found in the donation box outside a Catholic church. The fountain pen that had documented liberation camps, bought online from an antique dealer who specialized in vintage writing instruments. None of the memories were real. None of the connections were authentic. I had created an entire fantasy world to cope with the terrifying reality of losing my own memories, my own identity, my own sense of self. November 22nd, 2024. Dr. Elizabeth Foster, the neuropsychologist who's been overseeing my case, explains the cruel mechanisms by which my own mind has betrayed me. We sit in her office, surrounded by the same types of cognitive assessment tools I once used to evaluate my own patients. Early onset Alzheimer's often affects the brain's ability to distinguish between real and false memories, she explains with clinical precision. Your professional knowledge of memory formation and your access to detailed patient histories created a perfect storm for elaborate confabulation. She shows me brain scans, my brain scans, that reveal the characteristic patterns of amyloid plaques and neurofibrillary tangles that mark Alzheimer's disease. The images are heartbreakingly clear, showing the physical destruction of the organ I had once trusted above all others. The good news, Dr. Foster continues, though her expression suggests that any good news in this context is relative, is that we've caught the progression relatively early. There are medications that can slow the advance of symptoms, and with proper support, you can maintain quality of life for several more years. Several more years. The phrase echoes in my mind with the hollow sound of a clock counting down to 0. I am 38 years old, and I have been given a diagnosis that typically claims lives within 5 to 10 years of onset. The brilliant career I had built, the expertise I had accumulated, the identity I had constructed around my professional competence, all of it will be stripped away piece by piece until nothing remains but an empty shell that once housed the consciousness of Dr. Sarah Chen. November 23rd, 2024. The cruelest revelation comes not from medical professionals or family members, but from my own hand. In my apartment, Jennifer has found a collection of journals, my real journals, documenting my growing awareness of my symptoms over the past 8 months. Written in my own deteriorating handwriting, these entries tell a story far different from the fantastical narrative I had constructed. March 15th. Forgot Mrs. Patterson's name during consultation. Covered by referring to her chart, but this is the 3rd time this month. Need to start taking notes. April 2nd. Found my car in the hospital parking lot with no memory of driving to work. Lost 3 hours between leaving home and arriving at clinic. Called in sick rather than admit confusion. April 18th. Jennifer called about missed dinner plans. Have no memory of making such plans. She seemed frustrated, said we'd discussed it multiple times. Am I losing track of conversations? May 8th. Wrote prescription for medication that doesn't exist. Nurse caught error before reaching pharmacy. Made joke about new drug development, but I'm scared. This isn't normal fatigue. Page after page documents my growing terror as I watched my own mind betray me, my desperate attempts to hide symptoms from colleagues, my increasing isolation as I pushed away family members who were trying to help. The entries become shorter and more fragmented as my condition progressed, eventually dissolving into incoherent fragments and repetitive phrases. The final entry, dated August 30th, consists of a single line, repeated 17 times. I am Dr. Sarah Chen. I am Dr. Sarah Chen. I am Dr. Sarah Chen. November 24th, 2024. I understand now that I am writing this final entry during what Dr. Foster calls a moment of clarity, a temporary lifting of the fog that has clouded my mind for months. These moments are becoming rarer, she warns, and eventually they will cease altogether. Soon, I will lose the ability to understand my own condition, to recognize my own decline, to mourn what I am losing. The memories I believed I had stolen from my patients were actually my mind's attempt to fill the growing void left by my own failing memory. Unable to access my authentic experiences, my brain created elaborate substitutes that felt more real than reality itself. In seeking to understand the mysteries of memory and consciousness, I became a case study in their destruction. Yet in this moment of devastating clarity, I find something approaching peace. The experiences I believed I had shared with Eleanor Walsh, Henry Morrison, Anna Petrov, and countless others may have been fabrications, but they taught me something profound about the nature of human connection. Even in my diseased state, even through the distorting lens of neurological breakdown, my mind had reached toward empathy, toward understanding, toward the recognition that individual consciousness is less important than our shared humanity. I will soon lose the ability to write, to think coherently, to remember who I was or who I am becoming. But in these final moments of awareness, I am grateful for the journey I have taken, real and imagined, authentic and fabricated, mine and borrowed from the inexhaustible treasury of human experience. The memories may have been false, but the love was real. The connections may have been delusions, but the compassion was authentic. I may have been stealing from the treasury of other people's lives, but in doing so, I discovered the profound truth that all memory, all consciousness, all human experience is ultimately shared. I am losing myself, but I am not lost. I am dissolving into something larger, not the supernatural consciousness I imagined, but the simple recognition that Sarah Chen was always part of something greater than her individual identity. In forgetting myself, I remember what matters, that we are all connected, all fragile, all deserving of compassion as we navigate the mysterious territory between memory and oblivion. My hand grows tired now, and the words become more difficult to form. Soon, Jennifer will come to take me to the care facility where I will spend whatever time remains. I will forget this entry, forget this moment of understanding. Forget eventually that I was ever the woman who wrote these words. But somewhere in the vast network of human consciousness, real this time, not imagined, the love will persist, the compassion will endure, the recognition that we are all memory thieves, borrowing fragments of meaning from each other as we try to make sense of our brief passage through time. I close this journal now, knowing I may never open it again. But the story continues in the kindness of family members who refuse to abandon hope, in the dedication of medical professionals who fight this disease one patient at a time, in the simple recognition that consciousness is a gift too precious to be hoarded by any individual mind. In losing everything, I have found the only thing that truly matters, the knowledge that we are never truly alone, even when memory fails and identity dissolves. We are all connected by threads stronger than individual consciousness, more durable than personal memory, more authentic than any story we tell ourselves about who we are. The memory thief has been caught, and she was always me. From the Care Journal of Meadowbrook Memory Care Facility patient, Dr. Sarah Elizabeth Chen. Date, March 15th, 2025. She sits by the window of her room in the memory care unit, a woman whose brilliant mind once unraveled the mysteries of consciousness and now struggles to remember the names of the nurses who tend to her with such gentle patience. The journals lie open in her lap, not the fantastical records of stolen memories that once consumed her thoughts, but the authentic documentation of her decline, written in handwriting that grows more tremulous with each passing entry. I am Dr. Elizabeth Foster, and I have been documenting Sarah's journey through the labyrinth of Alzheimer's disease with the same meticulous attention she once devoted to her own patients. Today marks 6 months since her admission to Meadowbrook, and I find myself compelled to record what may be among the final coherent observations of a mind that once illuminated the darkest corners of neurological science. Dr. Foster, Sarah says, her voice carrying the careful cadence of someone who must concentrate to form each word. I've been reading about myself, about the woman I used to be. It's like discovering a biography of a stranger who happens to share my name. The lucidity comes in waves now, brief moments when the fog lifts and reveals glimpses of the brilliant physician who once graced the halls of Johns Hopkins. During these episodes, Sarah can engage in conversations of startling depth and insight, though she may not remember them minutes later. It is a cruel irony that her moments of greatest clarity are also the most painful, for they allow her to fully comprehend what she has lost. Her sister Jennifer visits daily, bringing photographs and mementos from Sarah's former life in a patient attempt to anchor her sister's drifting consciousness to familiar shores. Today, she has brought Sarah's medical school diploma, its formal Latin inscription now as foreign to Sarah as hieroglyphs, though she traces the words with her finger as if trying to decode their meaning through touch. "I was a doctor," Sarah says with wonder, as if the concept belongs to mythology rather than her own biography. "I helped people whose minds were breaking apart, just like mine is now." There's something poetic about that, don't you think? Something almost planned. Jennifer's eyes fill with tears that she struggles to conceal, though Sarah notices with the particular sensitivity that often accompanies cognitive decline. "You were brilliant, Sarah. You still are, just differently." "Am I?" Sarah considers this with the philosophical detachment that has replaced her former scientific precision. "I feel like I'm becoming something else entirely. Not necessarily worse, just other. Like a butterfly that discovers it was once a caterpillar, but can't quite remember what crawling was like." March 18th, 2025. Today brought an unexpected visitor, Dr. Marcus Webb, Sarah's former department head, who has driven from Baltimore to see his former colleague. He enters her room with the careful movements of someone unprepared for the physical reality of cognitive decline, his professional composure cracking slightly when he sees how much she has changed in the few months since her diagnosis. "Sarah," he says gently, settling into the chair beside her bed. "I wanted to see how you're doing. The department misses your insights, your passion for the work." Sarah studies his face with the intense concentration of someone trying to place a half-remembered melody. "You're familiar," she says finally. "Were we friends? Colleagues?" The boundaries keep shifting, like trying to hold water in my hands. Webb explains their professional relationship, their years of collaboration, the research projects they pursued together. Sarah listens with polite interest, as if hearing about the adventures of someone she might have known in passing. When he mentions her groundbreaking work on memory formation, she laughs with genuine amusement. "How wonderfully ironic," she says. "A memory expert who can't remember her own expertise." I suppose there's a lesson in that, about the hubris of thinking we can truly understand the mind that does the understanding. As their conversation continues, something remarkable occurs. Sarah begins to speak with increasing eloquence about the nature of consciousness and identity, not from the perspective of clinical knowledge she can no longer access, but from the intimate experience of watching her own mind dissolve. Her observations possess a philosophical depth that transcends her formal training, born from the unique vantage point of one who is simultaneously observer and subject of cognitive collapse. "I'm learning things about consciousness that no textbook could teach," she tells Webb. "When memory fails, when the stories we tell ourselves about who we are begin to crumble, what remains? I'm discovering that underneath all our elaborate constructions of identity lies something simpler and more profound, the basic capacity for love, for connection, for recognizing the humanity in others, even when we can no longer fully recognize ourselves." March 25th, 2025. The spring air carries the scent of blooming flowers through Sarah's open window, and she sits in her customary position, reading from journals that document a life she lived but can no longer fully claim. Her handwriting has deteriorated significantly over the past week, the precise script of a trained physician giving way to uncertain loops and unsteady lines. A new patient has arrived at Meadowbrook, Mrs. Dorothy Henshaw, the same woman whose conversations with Sarah had appeared on security footage during her final weeks at the clinic. The irony is not lost on me that Sarah, in her delusional state, had somehow anticipated this woman's arrival, though the explanation is prosaic. Mrs. Satis Henshaw had been on the waiting list for admission during the time Sarah was documenting her imaginary encounters. When I introduce them, Sarah greets Mrs. Henshaw with genuine warmth, though she shows no recognition of their supposed previous meetings. They sit together in the common room, two women whose minds have been ravaged by the same disease, finding comfort in shared confusion rather than isolation in individual decline. "I used to be afraid of forgetting," Sarah tells Mrs. Henshaw during one of their quiet conversations. "I thought memory was what made us human, what gave our lives meaning. But I'm learning that connection doesn't require memory. Love doesn't depend on remembering why we love or whom we've loved. It just exists, like breathing." Mrs. Henshaw nods with the wisdom of one who has traveled far down the same difficult path. "Sometimes I wake up and don't know where I am," she says, "but I know I'm safe because people here are kind. That's enough." April 2nd, 2025. Jennifer has brought a surprise visitor today. Dr. Chen, Sarah's elderly father, who has flown from California despite his own advancing years and declining health. The reunion is heartbreaking in its tenderness, as Sarah struggles to place this gentle man whose eyes hold decades of paternal love. "You have kind eyes," she tells him, studying his face with the curiosity of a child meeting a stranger. "Do I know you?" "I'm your father," he says simply, his voice breaking slightly on the words. "I taught you to ride a bicycle when you were 6. You fell 7 times before you got it right, but you refused to give up. That's how I knew you'd become a doctor. You never accepted defeat." Sarah listens to this story with fascination, as if hearing about someone else's childhood. Yet something in his voice, some quality of love that transcends memory, touches her at a level deeper than conscious recognition. She reaches for his hand with the instinctive gesture of a daughter seeking comfort from her father, though she cannot name the relationship that binds them. "I'm disappearing," she tells him with matter-of-fact acceptance. "Piece by piece, memory by memory. But somehow, sitting here with you, I don't feel lost. I feel held. Is that strange?" "Not strange at all," he replies, holding her hand with the gentle strength of a man who has spent a lifetime protecting his daughter. "Love doesn't require memory. It exists in the space between hearts, not in the filing cabinets of the mind." April 10th, 2025. Sarah's condition has progressed to the point where sustained writing has become impossible, though she still attempts to record her thoughts in fragments and partial sentences. Her final journal entries consist largely of single words or brief phrases, scattered across pages like islands of meaning in an ocean of confusion. "Beautiful day. Jennifer kind. Music helps. Not afraid. Love remains." These simple phrases carry more emotional weight than her earlier elaborate theories about memory transference and supernatural consciousness. Stripped of professional jargon and complex theorizing, her thoughts have distilled to their essential truth. Human connection transcends the apparatus of memory and cognition. Today, she asked me a question that will haunt my own work for years to come. If I forget everything I've learned, everything I've done, everyone I've loved, but the capacity for love itself remains, have I really lost anything important? The question strikes at the heart of how we understand identity, consciousness, and what makes us human. Sarah may have lost access to her accumulated knowledge and professional achievements, but she has gained something equally valuable: the wisdom that comes from experiencing the dissolution of self while maintaining essential humanity. April 18th, 2025. I write this final entry in Sarah's care journal, knowing that she will likely never read these words, though in some sense, they are as much for her as about her. Her verbal communication has become increasingly fragmentary, though her emotional responses remain intact. She smiles when Jennifer visits, reaches for her father's hand when he calls, shows gentle concern for fellow patients who seem distressed. Yesterday, during a moment of unexpected clarity, she made an observation that perfectly encapsulates her journey. "I spent my career studying memory," she said, her voice barely above a whisper. "But I never understood that forgetting could be a gift too. When you can't remember who you're supposed to be, you discover who you actually are." This afternoon, as I complete these notes, Sarah sits by her window, watching the spring rain create patterns on the glass. Her face holds an expression of peaceful contentment that seems at odds with the magnitude of her loss, yet perhaps reflects a deeper understanding of what truly matters in human existence. Her story challenges everything we think we know about identity, consciousness, and the nature of self. In losing her memories, Sarah discovered that the essence of humanity lies not in what we remember, but in how we love ourselves, each other, and the world we briefly inhabit together. The memory thief has become the memory keeper, not of facts and data and professional achievements, but of the simple truth that consciousness is a gift too precious to be hoarded by any individual mind. In forgetting herself, she has remembered us all. Final entry, date unknown. In Sarah's own handwriting, though barely legible. Today I couldn't remember my name for a long time. But then I heard someone laughing in the garden, and I remembered what joy sounds like. A man with kind eyes held my hand and called me daughter. A woman with sad eyes brought me pictures of people I should know but don't. I think I was someone important once. A healer, maybe. Someone who tried to understand broken minds. Now my own mind is broken, and I understand everything differently. The love is still here. The wonder is still here. The part that recognizes beauty and kindness and hope. That part isn't broken at all. Maybe that's all we ever were. Maybe the rest was just decoration. I can't remember who I used to be, but I know who I am now. Someone loved, someone cared for, someone connected to other people in ways deeper than memory. That's enough. That's everything. The afternoon light is beautiful on my hands. I think I'll go see if anyone needs a friend. Dr. Sarah Chen passed peacefully on May 3rd, 2025, surrounded by family and the care staff who had come to love her deeply. Her final gift to medical science was her own brain, donated for Alzheimer's research, in the hope that her suffering might contribute to understanding and eventually curing the disease that had claimed her brilliant mind. In her honor, the Johns Hopkins Memory Disorders Clinic established the Sarah Chen Fellowship for young physicians studying the intersection of neuroscience and human compassion, a reminder that healing requires not just medical knowledge, but the recognition that our patients remain fully human, even when their minds no longer work as they should. She had been, in the end, the greatest teacher of all, the one who showed us that consciousness is not about what we remember, but about how we love.